Su Jinqing's face twitched and fell, glaring at the other booth. Senior uncle? Who is that? Oh, that must be the Luo clan. The old man squinted and said, They're not with them. Just a group that got fame from throwing their money around in Gambling Town recently. Nothing but moneybags. Nothing. They go after 8 emperors people without any backing? I can't lose now. What about Sword Emperor's sex reputation? Su Jinqing shouted, 30 million. Xianxia. The elder snapped a little too late. Youths could never handle a challenge right, irking for a fight at the slightest provocation. 30 million was his yearly allowance for training, yet it was all thrown over some unknown useless bauble. The old man cursed him for being a sore loser, while Fang Min rejoiced under the second-hand attention. Zhuo Fan casually replied, Sacred stones. The entire stands were stirring, with all eyes fixed on his booth in shock. 20 million sacred stones over some random crap? That was no longer betting, but throwing cash around. What kind of moneybags are behind that curtain? Su Jinqing choked, grimacing, unable to face Fang Min's hopeful eyes and choosing to direct all his hatred at the enemy. Bastard! Who the hell are these Luos? Throwing away 20 million sacred stones like garbage? Did they run out of spirit stones? This is absurd. They got more money than a Sword Emperor disciple. The senior uncle was stunned, but sighed in relief. I'm glad this wastrel got his desires curbed. Ha ha ha. Honored Luo clan, are you sure you want to bet 20 million sacred stones on this? The city lord was taken aback as well. All eyes awaited for the booth's reply. City lord, we only have sacred stones and will only be using them from now on. Boom! The hall exploded with clamor, never leaving the booth out of their sight. They all heard of the Luo clan's deep pockets, but to think they were bottomless. They used sacred stones right off the bat and they would keep doing it. What were the rest supposed to bet then? Many clutched their heads, grimacing out of futility to deal with this upstart. Looking at the crowd, the city lord stuck to his role. The Luo clan bid 20 million sacred stones on this item. Is there anyone else who bids more? Silent as the grave. No one at all? The city lord tried. Seeing no reaction, he declared, Then the fascination of women and obsession of men shall go to the Luo clan. The city lord threw his arm and uncovered the trolley to reveal a dazzling prismatic hairpin, decorated with 18 crystalline pearls of incredible clarity that mesmerized the crowd. The girls in particular looked spellbound, holding them under its mystical spell. Prismatic virtuous hairpin, created from refined metal 180 times and adorned with pearls, each priceless. As a woman, wearing such a pearl hairpin would magnify their beauty, emphasize their elegance, and perfect their image. The city lord went on, Alas, it can't be considered anything more than a hairpin. Any man that would buy it is bound to have their hearts bleed in regret going home with this trinket. Ha ha ha. The audience burst out in laughter, most of which were men, of course. As for the women, they were just enamored with the pearl hairpin. The ruby cloud sect women, even Mei Sangu, weren't any different, their eyes sparkling like that of a young girl. Fang Min bit her lip, giving Su Jinqing a reproachful look. You're useless. You couldn't even buy a hairpin. Sister Min, it's good that he didn't. It's nothing but a pointless decoration worth less than 100 spirit stones. As if. It has its uses and I wanted it. Fang Min whined like a spoiled brat. Chu Qingcheng nodded at the side, envious. Sure, it's not valuable, but it'll be nice to be able to wear it just once. You? Ha! Fang Min scoffed. No amount of hairpins will work on someone as hopeless as you. Chu Qingcheng pouted with a lowered head. The city lord turned to the Luo clan to say, Of course, a sword is worthy of a hero, as makeup is sublime on a lady. We've been mocking its value only from a man's standpoint. For a woman, however, especially a breathtaking beauty as young Miss Luo, it is another matter entirely. With your wealth, it is not just about money when bidding on the hairpin, but a must-have accessory. Take the hairpin to young Miss Luo. Yes. An attendant took the trolley with the item. All the eyes that glittered as the item passed belonged solely to women, filled with envy. "Hold!" A voice from the booth came. "Wah! Give this hairpin to Ruby Cloud Sec's young Miss Chu Qingqing." Everyone got rowdy again, all whispering as they turned in Ruby Cloud Sec's direction. Luo clan just threw away 20 million sacred stones just so it can gift it to Ruby Cloud Sect? Are they their backers? The Ruby Cloud Sect group was baffled as well. Fong Min turned eager to Mei Sangu. "Senior Aunt, is the Luo clan with us?" The elder stared at her hard, tense. With Ruby Cloud Sect having such a wealthy branch, it will make the last bidding dangerous. "I don't know. Sect leader didn't tell me anything." "Were they sent to help?" Mei Sangu was floundering. An attendant brought the item over, bowing. "Senior, who might Miss Qingqing be?" Whoosh. All eyes focused on Chu Qingqing, who looked out of sorts as she raised a hand. The attendant smiled and bowed again as he presented the hairpin. "As Miss Heard, the Luo clan's master gifts you this. Please take it, Miss." Oh. Chu Qingqing operated on reflex at this point, too overwhelmed to speak. Before she did reach it, however, another hand flicked the cover and moved to grab it right in her face. With a cold eye, the attendant dodged the insidious hand, staring at the owner. "Miss, you're not Chu Qingqing and I can't give it to you. I'm the head senior sister of Ruby Cloud Sect, Fong Min. If Luo clan told you to give Ruby Cloud Sect the time, then why can't I have it?" Fong Min's eyes burned with jealousy as she grinded her teeth. The man spat. "Master Luo bought the hairpin, and it's our duty to give it to the rightful owner. Gambling Town abides by this rule. Since Sir wished for young Miss Qingqing of Ruby Cloud Sect to have it, it's clear that it doesn't belong to the sect itself." "Damn you!" "Minner, stop making a scene. You're only making a fool of yourself." Fong Min was about to flip out, but Mei Sangu shouted. She then smiled. "Qingqing, it's his gift, so take it." Chu Qingqing nodded with a smile, taking the item offered by the attendant and adorning the hairpin in her hair. The clothes made the man, or the woman in this case, as the hairpin blended flawlessly with the perfect girl, turning her otherworldly. "Qingqing, did you find her?" Luo Yunchong heard Zhuofan shouting and flinched. "Did I hear right? Is she from Ruby Cloud Sect?" Zhuofan nodded and eased a long breath. "Yes, it's truly unfortunate that she is so close to Ruby Cloud Sect. It's sure to make things worse at one point." Then congratulations," Li Jingtian muttered, looking strained. Zhuofan cared not, saying, "Elder Li, there's something strange about the secrecy around Qingqing in Ruby Cloud Sect. Look into it as well as what events happened 100 years ago. I have a feeling that Hag is setting her up for something." "Sure, Steward Zhua. I'll go check it out later." "Thanks." Zhuofan frowned, his mind elsewhere. The city lord once again announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, as well as seniors, the first item found an owner, but you needn't fret, for our second item is far more precious. Bring it in. 30 million. The city lord flinched, looking again at the Luo clan booth with a twitchy eye. "Yes, sir. I've yet to call out the starting price. Who cares? I just gotta have it." Boom. The stands were taken by storm once more. The first item's only clue to its value was the city lord's base price. But now that was shot out the window, placing a sky-high bid off the bat regardless if it was junk or diamonds. Though it would be such a shame for those 30 million sacred stones if it ended up being a bust. Thinking about it from a different angle. What shame would there be if they're filthy rich? The real question is, just how loaded are they to burn so much money? The focus of the gathering has changed from betting to figuring out the mystery behind the Luo clan. Where did they come from? The city lord sighed, but stuck to his role, calling it thrice. Anyone else? Anyone at all? Someone. Everyone was silent. Knowing nothing about that thing on the stage, and already having a 30 million bid on it, no one would be insane to take such unwarranted risk. The item goes to the Luo clan. The city lord slammed his gavel. What is it, you might ask? Let us see. Give it to young Miss Chingcheng from Ruby Cloud sect. Thanks. Zhuofan cut him off, making the city lord stumble. He gave a powerless and strained sigh as he said, Sir, you don't even wish to know what you bought? No, since everything will be delivered to young Miss Chingcheng. Zhuofan's tone was irreproachable. The city lord gave a casual wave, sending the attendant with the item. Everyone watched as the unknown item moved away. This never happened once in the history of Miss City. Ruby Cloud Sect's group was dumbfounded. Who's Luo clan? Why are they just giving us stuff? They want to work their way into our good graces. Yeah, that's gotta be it. But why then are they sending it to just one person, the youngest disciple? That was what had these girls stumped. So began an endless trail of unknown items sent to Chu Qingqing with every outrageous bid from Zhuofan before the city lord ever got to rile up the crowd. Chu Qingqing had to do nothing and found herself swimming in treasures with a blank look. As for the people coming here for the thrill of betting, they were left powerless against such moneybags, turning into props to make him look good. Since he won all the items with an impossible price, the others had nothing on him. It was a sad day for any gambler. A dreamer or a plain addict, it mattered not the heavy loss or the crushing defeat, but being unable to bet. The city lord felt the worst of it by far. With every dreaded call from Zhuofan, an item was bought without even being able to get a word in. The only dignity as host remaining was to call the next item. It was a sad, sad day for him. Now that all the items were gone, it was City Lord's time to shine once more. With the commodities over, we would first like to thank our honored Luo clan for being our greatest investor. The next item shall be the greatest the city has ever seen. The 8 emperors of the sacred domain shall now compete over our last item, Nether Sea Map. Others are welcome to join, so long as you can stomach it and have the strength to back it. Ha ha ha. 8 emperors. The tired or bored gamblers thought the last item might be their time to shine. They were happy chasing the thrill even if it meant losing the shirt off their backs. Hearing 8 emperors being mentioned, however, woke them up on the spot. You kidding me? Bet with the 8 emperors? I'm too young to die. Not a sound was made in the entire hall, with the audience feeling a chill down their backs. The city lord gave them a cold smile, then smirked at the Luo clan's booth. You can have the world's wealth in your pocket, but not even you have the gall to challenge these powerhouses. 8 emperors' representatives, this is a request from the gambling emperor. Please present your bids on the table so that the winner can be declared without any hard feelings. Bring chairs and a table. Someone brought a large table and 7 seats. The city lord smiled, being the first to face it and take out a gray map to display it on the table. The people in the booths huffed and made their way out, including Mei Sangu's group, each looking impressive. The audience had their first glimpse of real power. What does the gambling emperor intend with this? Give his town a show? Yeah, as each of us are people of repute, why should we bother giving these people any consideration by showing our competition? Does the gambling emperor want to inflate his image? Are you planning on leading all of the other emperor representatives by the nose? Curses and sneers sounded at the table as each representative took their seats, with their people standing behind. The city lord smiled. People, since you came to Gambling Town, you must gather around the betting table. The Nether Sea Map can't just be given, since the gambling emperor has been wanting the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment as well. Why invite us here for betting? The city lord's eyes shone, showing a sinister smile. We can't sell it to you, but we can lose it as long as you have the means to win it. Mei Sangu squinted and huffed. Fine. And how do we play? I'm sure the common games of chance are beneath such fine people, so we'll be using riddles. Guessing right makes you the winner. In case of a draw, the house wins. The city lord smirked. Riddle? The 7 people nodded. Fine. Then let the games begin. Wait. To the shock of everyone in there, a shout came from the Luo clan booth. Add another seat. The Luo clan is joining. What? The crowd stirred. The Luo clan is competing with the 8 emperors? Is it suicidal? Or do they have backing? The representatives themselves were taken aback, each trying to guess their history. With such nerves of steel, they had to be something else to join such a bet. Did they represent Sacred Mountain? The city lord smiled. Bring another seat. There's plenty of room around the betting table. One empty chair appeared on the side of the large table, with everyone fixed on it with strange gazes. The Luo clan walked out of their booth and made their way down. Chu Qingcheng and Ruby Cloud sex girls gasped. You? What are you doing here? As part of the Luo clan, it's only natural that I follow young miss. Something wrong. Zhuofan beamed, walking in front. His mysterious manner gave others no means of reading him. Startled, Chu Qingcheng stared at Zhuofan, getting more confused by the second. The other girls couldn't wrap their heads how a magnate like the Luo clan would take in bone-tempering garbage. Zhuofan couldn't care less about what they thought, smiling at one particular girl. Qingcheng, did you like what I gave you? Ah, you gave them to me. Yes. Did you like them? Zhuofan sighed. Sorry for giving you random things. We were only together for a short time and couldn't tell what you'd like, so I just gave you everything to pick the right one for you. If you don't like anything, just throw them away. But tell me what you like, so I'll be sure to pick the best for you next time. It's fine, they're all nice. Chu Qingcheng blushed red-hot, lowering her head as her heart blossomed in her chest. Zhuofan smiled. Nice? What were they then, since I couldn't see? Tell me all about them so I can give you more in the future. You don't have to waste your money. Humph, he didn't waste anything, especially since he didn't even want that stuff. So he just showered you with them while he was at it. You really think he'll do it again? Fong Min was stewing in her jealousy as she scoffed. Master Luo must have bought all that to show off, regardless what stuff it was. Who knows what the punk must have said to his master to gain the right to handle such garbage. He's nowhere near capable of getting millions of sacred stones from his master just to burn them for you. Yeah, he's just a lucky bastard to have such a nice master to take him in. What a shame to have picked dirt from the ground. Of course he has no say over his master's money, not to give it to you at least. Su Jinxing was also irked. Junior sister, you better stay away from him. He's nothing but a lapdog. Do you wish to rely on someone's charity? Chu Qingcheng looked hurt, giving Zhuofan a long look before saying, Senior sister, but he's really nice. Even if he didn't buy all of that, just his thoughtful. Come again? Dumping the stuff his master didn't want on you is thoughtful? Dumb girl, are you so cheap? Fong Min glared hard, then turned to Mei Sangu. Senior aunt, shouldn't you handle this? Junior sister Qingcheng is being misled. Mei Sangu gave Zhuofan a cold look, speaking to the seated Luo Yunchong. Girl, leash your servant from his obnoxious flirting. Hey, old bat. It's you who should tighten the chain on those she-dogs. Their incessant barking is driving us nuts. Luo Yunchong bit back. The audience gaped. The Luo clan just taunted an emperor's representative? How cool is that? Just who are they? Mei Sangu was nearing her 10th millennium yet just got insulted by a wee girl. Of course she'd explode, slapping the table and flaring her aura at Luo Yunchong. You have some nerve, dumb girl. Whoosh. A figure flashed in front of Luo Yunchong, spreading his cold aura to counter Mei Sangu's temper, meeting in an explosive clash. Mei Sangu shook, her heart in shock. Bali Yuyu fell back, glaring at Mei Sangu in challenge. Old bat, not bad at all. How did this miss? Mei Sangu sized Bali Yuyu up, shocked by the second. The rest were baffled while also raising the Luo clan's importance in their minds. Mei Sangu was a tested and true emperor stage expert, but Bali Yuyu was a mere spirit king. Despite the gap, they were matched. No wonder the Luo clan joined the 8 emperors fray. The representatives' hearts sank, no longer dismissing them. The audience was restless. Bali Yuyu took a deep breath, turning to Zhuofan, who only had eyes for Chu Qingcheng. Steward Zhua, you caused this mess, yet you're flirting to the side? Yeah, Steward Zhua, you said you wanted to bet, so we came along. Why should you stay behind and relax while I'm taking it over for you? Luo Yunchong gave him a smile, her tone bitter. Steward. Chu Qingqing started, "Why you're Luo clan steward?" The rest were astonished. How did a bone-tempering cultivator end up being a magnate steward? Don't they care about power when headhunting? I'll explain later. With a wide smile, Shuafan rushed back, leaving Chu Qingqing in confusion. Shuafan reached Luo Yunchang and she casually seated her seat. Li Jingtian tidied it up before gesturing to Shuafan to take it with utmost respect. The audience was staring dumbstruck as the Luo clan steward took the seat of honor. But why? The city lord gave him a long look of confusion, but knew he was valued, so he also treated the steward with the respect he deserved, regardless of cultivation. Sir Zhua, so young and so promising. Thank you, city lord. We may now begin the bet. Gladly. The city lord nodded and addressed the 8 people at the table. With all participants in order, I shall now speak of the rules. First of all, money dictates the chips you hold. The more you have, the easier to advance and become the house. The poorest needs to win bouts with the house to stay in the game. The instant he loses, it's game over. Mei Sangu squinted. Which means, you take turns playing. The city lord snickered. Let's say, for example's sake, that we both take our treasures. If mine proves to be worth more, then I'm the house and you have to bet against me. Win and you get everything to bet with the next contender. Beat all the others and you'll be crowned victorious. The people gasped. So before we get to challenge you, we first have to fight among each other? That means all the treasures might end with you while we get nothing. Yes, such a possibility exists, but it so happens that I'm the holder of the priceless Nether Sea map. All the treasures here can't hope to come close to it. That makes me, as a matter of course, the final house. Before that, however, give your all. One more thing, the first bettor has an advantage. He might have 2 treasures and can be a house. Ha ha ha. Their faces sank and gnashed their teeth. The gambling emperor was evil, getting all of them to duke it out and still having a high chance of losing everything at the very end. The map was his and so would be their treasures. We'd get nothing. Folding, however, was not an option either. Stealing, on the other hand, would leave dire consequences to everyone here. It was a different item from that 9 Serenity's secret records. It had instant use while this was merely a guiding tool. It was not worth waging war over something so vague. The contenders finally made their decision, nodding. Let's do this. Whoosh. Mei Sangu revealed her prismatic cup. This is Ruby Cloud Sec's core treasure, purple gold glazed cup, a 4th grade sacred weapon. The demonic emperor allowed me to bring the demonic gauntlet, a 3rd grade sacred weapon. An old man with black hair sighed as he threw in a claw with dark energy oozing out. He knew it was less than the purple gold glazed cup. Zhuofan's eyes shook. It was his finest work back in the day, given to his treacherous disciple. To think I'd see it here. The other representatives took out their own as well, some 4th, other 3rd grade. The highest, however, belonged to the Sword Emperor Howling Sword, 5th grade. The others gasped. This guy can become the 2nd house. He doesn't seem to mind using something so valuable in a bet. The city lord went by the book as he turned to Zhuofan. Luo clan? The item of your choosing. Magnates like them only have money. They have no legacy, only building their wealth over time. Humph. Fong Min found the right moment to mock them. Zhuofan smiled and in a shower of light, a draconic roar echoed. The gaudy glow had them gawking. Clink. The light trailed over their heads and landed on the table, revealing the glorious and ostentatious 3-meter-long sword, with even a dragon's scale on it no less. The city lord's face twitched. Peak 5th grade sacred weapon? It's close to 6th grade even, a true rarity in the sacred domain. That's far from all. City lord, would you care to take a closer look upon the way it was made? This is by no means amateur work, nor your average 5th grade sacred weapon. Luo Yunchang raised an eyebrow in pride. The city lord bobbed his head. Indeed, young Miss Luo is right. The maker has instilled his peak sword arts into it, making it even have a spirit. Incredible. I fear not even a 6th-grade sacred weapon might compare. It's a certainty, not just a possibility. Zhuo Fan grinned as he pointed out. City Lord, look here. Could anyone get their hands on such ingredients? The City Lord took a closer look and gasped in shock. Why, you mean to say it's made with a scale from a Dragon King from the Dragonlands? The audience widened their eyes and cried out. Even the representatives were shaken up as they stared in disbelief. They have the nerve to have a sacred weapon made of a Dragon King scale? Do they have a death wish? Why, young Miss Luo, don't you know if the dragons from the Dragonlands find out? The City Lord's face twitched hard, barely finding the words to speak. Zhuo Fan waved off his concern. City Lord, relax, we don't fear them, which is why we've taken it out. A Dragon King is a peak 10th level spiritual beast, stronger than the average emperor. We took one's scales to make a weapon out of it, yet we'd be scared to let them find out? Ha ha ha. I see. The City Lord gave a bright smile, his heart racing as his image of Luo clan grew in his mind. Dragons were kings among spiritual beasts, with many powerful beings among them. Not even the 7 sacred mountains would mess with them, but the Luo clan did. Just who has their backs? Everyone's disdain of them was cut short then and there. The City Lord gave them a long look, then declared, People, I believe you all know the value of a 5th-grade sacred weapon. All of your treasures combined can't even match Luo clan and Sword Emperor's items. Each, with Luo clans being slightly better. Besides me, Luo clan is the final house, followed by the Sword Emperor representative, then all of you according to your treasures. Objections? It's plain to see this is fair, so of course there aren't any. A grimacing old man took the demonic gauntlet as he turned to savage-looking young master. Wraith Scholar, your shadow veil is 4th grade. As the demonic emperor's representative, bet with me, with you being the house. The scholar had a creepy smile as he fanned himself with a ghastly fan. Nodding, Sure. I shall be happy to face Thousand-Faced Devil. You ask first. No, it's your right as the house. With pleasure. Pa. Snapping the fan closed, the scholar said, Answer me this. Was it the demonic emperor, the one who destroyed the 36 gates of Demon Light Castle 3 years ago? Thousand-Faced Devil's face shook, stammering, Wraith Scholar, why do you say that? Didn't you investigate and found it to be the Falcon Emperor? Yes, we thought so as well, but after fighting among each other and suffering losses, it was the demonic emperor who took advantage of the gap to step in. How do you explain that? What's so strange about them relying on the demonic emperor for protection to avoid casualties? None, actually, but in our war, neither side won, with the prideful demonic emperor expanding his domain for thousands of miles. It baffled both of us. Wraith Scholar snickered as he stared Thousand-Faced Devil down. You're his right-hand man, so I would like to hear it from you. Spare us both the trouble of lying. It won't work. Everyone here knows, I'm sure. Just that there is no proof. The gambling emperor is known to be fair at the gambling table. If his people judge it to be a lie, you shall become the loser. Taking a deep breath, Thousand-Faced Devil eyed the cold City Lord. He already had a decision in mind and knew the truth. Fine, I admit it to be the demonic emperor's doing. But that's because I only needed that cleared up. You win. Wraith Scholar snickered as he pushed his treasure over. The Wraith Emperor will be sure to join the Falcon Emperor to settle this debt with the demonic emperor. Tell him to be ready for a reckoning. Thousand-Faced Devil's face twitched as he took it. I will tell him. Farewell. Wraith Scholar stood up and cupped his hands. Thank the gambling emperor for his fairness. I shall now take my leave. The others looked puzzled as he went. Isn't this supposed to be a riddle? How come it became truth or dare? Bam! Thousand-Faced Devil slapped the table in anger. City Lord, is this the gambling emperor's intention? The gambling emperor only proposed betting, not involving himself in your issues. Now Sir has 2 items and can be the house. The City Lord smiled. Thousand-Faced Devil was outraged, but he held it in. Gambling Emperor knew all along what happened then. He kept it hidden for so long not to gain hatred. with the two having no proof of hanging it over the demonic emperor's head. They could do nothing. Today, however, he had no choice but to admit it, thus giving them an excuse. It wasn't his fault, though, since the demonic emperor gave him strict orders to get that map. If he denied it, he would have gotten back only to die. The demonic emperor's cruelty was well known. Taking a deep breath, thousand-faced devil could only keep going. The demonic emperor was already tough enough not to fear the other two. All that mattered was the map. So he turned to the Falcon Emperor's representative to shout, "I'm the house now, please." The grizzled old man met his challenge. Thousand-faced devil did have some skill, though, using his cunning and favoritism to pave his way forward and win many treasures. He was now facing Ruby Cloud sect. How many stars are in the sky? With so many shining, who can say? Can you? Mei Sangu retorted. Thousand-faced devil snickered and shook his head. I don't either, making this a draw, but I'm the house, so that makes it my win. Hand it over. Thousand-faced devil threw the purple gold glazed cup in his bag. Ruby Cloud sect's group was stumped. Mei Sangu stammered. Wait. I've yet to ask my question. You did? Or does that not count? City Lord smiled and shrugged. Gambling town is fair. Your question was the same as his, and with neither knowing the answer, the house won. The women grimaced. Zhuofan chuckled. The devil now turned to the old man with the white eyebrows, taking out his treasures as he spoke with hatred. Brother Lu, listen closely to my question. Wait. The old man smiled and said, I'm the house, so I go first. Go ahead. Guess how many toes I had on my 5,000th birthday? Thousand-faced devil looked down at his shoes, making a wild guess. 10. I've never heard of you suffering heavy wounds and shouldn't have anything cut off. The old man grinned, taking out a shoe to reveal all his 5 toes. Then his eyes shone and pointed. A bloody toe splattered on the floor. The old man sweated as he laughed. Today's my 5,000th birthday and only have 9 toes. You lose, thousand-faced devil. That's brutal. Thousand-faced devil gave him a long look, wanting to refute, but he pushed the treasure over. Fine, old man, I lost. Now Lu was the house. Even in a draw with Sword Emperor, thousand-faced devil would still lose. Kid, it's our turn. The old man wiped his brow, dragging his bleeding foot to Zhuofan with a forced smile. What welcomed him was a smirk. Looking down at the blood, the ghastly scene made even Ruby Cloud sex girls cover their eyes. It shocked them to the core to find someone so resolute to even harm themselves. Zhuofan looked back up, giving the old man a snicker. Senior, you're playing hardball. Kid, youths have little experience. There are plenty of savager people in the world than me. You'll meet them later. Letting this little frighten you proves you have no place on this stage. Ha ha ha, sir's lesson is right. I hope sir will go easy on me. You're making it hard for these old bones. The Sword Emperor must have that map. I urge you to withdraw. Kid, you don't understand the world of adults. The old man patronized. Chu Qingcheng was worried for Zhuofan. He looked wise and bold, making her feel like a kid would be no match for him. I just hope he won't push it and get hurt in the process. Zhuofan's eye held an eerie glow as he offered, Please, kid, the young fear nothing, but will only end up broken, ha ha ha. The old man stared at him, extending his wounded leg. Kid, the same question. How many toes did I have on my 5,000th birthday? Zhuofan snickered. With senior having 9, then it must be 9. Ha ha ha. Kid, you think I wouldn't cut another off? The old man drew his fingers and shot for the leg, and another bloody toe fell. The old man bore through the pain, looking smug. Wrong. It's 8. The people sighed. Against such a question, no one could guess as long as he keeps cutting off his toes. The kid met his match in an aged scoundrel. Whoosh. A black light flashed, and the old man Lu shook. Below him, blood spilled like a flood, followed by a searing pain. Ah! The old man howled as he fell to the ground, leaving 2 intact feet in the pooling blood. Shuafan stood across, holding a black longsword glowing eerily. I was wrong after all. I mustn't know anything, I guess. But it looks like Senior was wrong as well. You didn't have 8 toes on your 5,000th birthday? But none. Ha ha ha. Everyone shivered as their eyes bugged out. The old guy was the Sword Emperor's representative, that nobody dared to offend. Now a bone-tempering nobody did. Wait, how did he get the strength to cut an emperor's feet off? Chu Qingqing was frightened. She never saw Shuafan cut someone down. But the familiar scene had her hesitating. Is he the same brat I've been cursing all this time? Senior uncle, are you all right? Su Zhenxing rushed to his side, then glared at Shuafan. Why you dare? Shuafan cut him off. What? Since Senior can change the outcome, why can't I? City Lord, how do we settle this round? Tai. The City Lord's face twitched, giving him an odd look. He didn't think this kid with low cultivation had it in him to be so cruel. Shuafan grinned. I knew City Lord was fair, but that was his question and now comes mine. Although Senior doesn't look to be in shape to continue. Switch, maybe? Humph, rotten punk. I'll take his place to bet with you. Su Zhenxing gnashed his teeth and stepped forward. He then felt his senior uncle pulling his sleeve as he lay in his own blood, looking worried. Senior uncle. Ashing, you're not his match. The old man was trembling as he looked at Shuafan's vile smile. I was wrong. He's no youth, but a conniving old monster. Boy, you won't win. Su Zhenxing couldn't believe his ears. He was a great peak-stage spirit king, yet he couldn't win against a bone-tempering punk? The other youths on stage looked baffled. Only a few veterans caught his meaning. Mei Sangu as well could see that Shuafan's eyes were beyond shifty, her opinion of him changing into fright. The slash was too clean and without hesitation, coming at an emperor no less. Such nerves and savagery didn't come from just anywhere. It was an edge forged in endless bloodshed and over a mountain of corpses. How could a bone-tempering cultivator wield such experience? The old man gripped Su Zhenxing hard, gasping for breath as he gnashed his teeth. City Lord. We give up. You bet with him. Boy, this isn't over. I will get you for taking my 2 feet. Any time. Shuafan turned towards City Lord. Care to ask, City Lord? The City Lord looked grave. Steward Zhua. Now I know why you wield a clan's power, having the skills to handle the job. Thanks. Here's my question. The City Lord paused. This is the Nether Sea map. I want to know that if you got the map, how sure are you of finding it? Everyone flinched at the question, focused on the two with rapt attention as they waited for the answer. Shuafan smiled. I didn't even see the map, so how sure I can be? Like with any treasure map, I'll be doing my best. Is that enough? A perfect answer, since this answer comes from your heart. Take it. The City Lord handed the map to Shuafan. Looking over the aged paper, Shuafan said, just like that? I've yet to ask my question. You're the house and have the highest chance of winning. Steward Zhua's methods opened my eyes. I'm sure I can't answer it anyway. I lose, ha ha ha. The City Lord said. Shuafan paused, then showed a vague smile as he stashed the map in his ring. Thanks. Shuafan waved and left with his group, under the hard stares of everyone there. One looked forlorn, stuck between women as she sighed. He won't even look at me once. On the road, Bali Yuyu looked back to see no one, smirking. Here I thought the map was something special, but we got it easy. Easy. Shuafan chuckled. Easy meant those people in there wouldn't have bled for it. Didn't you notice how pained the representatives were when taking out the treasures? Since it's so important, why isn't there anyone tailing us? Because it's just a map and not something you can use either. It's common practice of those relics to see the prize before jumping in. After we find the Nether Sea, those bastards are sure to charge all of them. Shuafan sneered. The map is no treasure, but a headache. They're all waiting for us to find the real deal before robbing us blind. Even the gambling emperor is no exception. Why do you think he never tried looking for it then? He had the map. I bet he couldn't figure the map out. So he went to find another that can while he lurks from behind. Why then would the other 7 go through such trouble? The other emperors haven't looked over the map, and while they knew it was hard to understand it, they still want to try. Such is greed. If he did unravel it by any chance, wouldn't he get everything? Just like Shuafan trailed off. Back then, in 9 Serenities' tomb, he unraveled its mystery. Bali Yuyu nodded and said, "Since it's a headache, why did we fight for it? Couldn't we be another lurking shadow instead?" "Oh, Yuyu, the shadows are all seasoned and famed geezers. Our Luo clan has yet to make a name for itself in sacred domain. Why hide? We're only using the map to knock on the 8 emperors' doors and enter the fray. Without it, there's no way for us to enter the 8 great lands of the sacred domain." "Oh, so that's why. Who do we go to first?" "The demonic emperor, Zhao Chun." Zhuofan's eyes shone, his smile evil. Zhuofan stood in the center of a pitch-black room. He took out a black sword as his right eye shone in 2 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void's 2nd stage, Void Annihilation. Bam! A ripple struck the sword, making it shiver. It then whooshed as it turned into a tan child. Sword Child had regained its freedom. "Master, you're letting me out at long last. I was wrong and it won't happen again." Sword Child bowed on the spot. Shuofan stared at it with a critical eye. "Then where were you wrong?" "I disrespected my betters and was hard on young Master San. He is Master's godson and I'm just a sword. It was a clear breach in status and deco dash." "Please, how is that your mistake?" Shuofan barked. "You see no difference between friend or foe, having no control. You're jealous and reckless. As my sword, you are closest to me. But with young Sanzi as my godson, you wanted to replace him. That's why you taunted him so much, backing him into a corner until you had no other choice than to go for the kill. Tell me I'm wrong." Sword Child was silent. Shuofan continued, "You know that everyone around me is a person I cherish, a comrade and a friend, treating the Sword Kings and Elder Lee's group the same way. I don't want them to feel left out and harbor ill will, leading to conflict. In any society or group, its end is sure to come by wasting all its energy on infighting. The Sword Star Empire fell because of Bailey Jingwei's rampant expansion, leading to 2 groups of Sword Kings forming and clashing. Young Sanzi is one of us. I don't want my sword and my people to be at their throats. Are we clear?" "Yes, Master." "Don't call me Master, but Dad." "Dad," Sword Child started. Shuofan smiled. "I told you, I don't want infighting, treating everyone as friends. You are born from my path, resembling me the most, and that makes you my son. Since you feel sour about young Sanzi, then I'll take you in as well, treating you both the same. He's your eldest brother, of equal status, and there's no reason to feel jealous." "Yes, Father," Sword Child beamed. Shuofan warned, "One last thing, as my spitting image, you know my standards. Demonic cultivators need not only be demonic, but have principles as well. None of us may ever be allowed to be heavy-handed on our own regardless of reason. It's no different than smearing your heritage and your ancestors, taking it out on your own people. Remember demon scheming Xianxia Wuxia? If it were then that I've learned you had the same character as him, I wouldn't have been so light as your grandmaster was." "Yes, Father. I'll focus on my mentality and achieve Tao like you. I won't let demons take hold of me." Sword Child stood straight as he vowed. Nodding, Shuofan patted his head and sighed. "I can only hope." Creak. Bali Yuyu slipped in. "Steward Zhua, someone's here for you." "Who?" "Who else but a distressed damsel?" "Qingcheng." Shuofan raised an eyebrow, then nodded. "I'll go right now." Shuofan was practically running, with Bali Yuyu rolling her eyes. "Steward Zhua, when do you plan on stealing that busybody from Ruby Cloud Sect?" "Not now, we're not ready to take on the 8 emperors in the open. Also," Shuofan smiled, "the Ruby Cloud Sect is where she grew up. Her heart is still there, and using force is no different than killing her parents. She would hate me forever." Taking it one step at a time is better, starting with winning her heart. Once I ruin their ties, everything else will fall in place. Bali Yuyu rolled her eyes. How long will that take? I hear she's spoiled in the sect. All the elders favor her, even her master, that crone empress. That's what worries me. Those hags are conniving banshees. Qingqing has shown nothing extraordinary about her, so how could she have caught their eyes to such a degree? Shuofan asked in a frown. Speaking of, I had elderly look into Qingqing's past. Any news? None so far. He said he'll start once we're safe out of Gambling Town. Tell him to do it now. The Gambling Emperor's group is watching over the town. No one will try anything under their watch. Shuofan said, also, with my other son here, safety won't be an issue. Tell him to get on it right away. Shuofan patted Bali Yuyu's shoulder and left. She raised an eyebrow, looking oddly at Sword Child. Son? You became a son as well? I can't? You might say that I've been with my father day in and day out, every minute of the hour. Sword Child showed her a toothy grin. Why? Want to be my mommy? Bali Yuyu flushed and looked away, feeling defeated. Why does he only ever care about her? Shuofan reached the dazzling lounge, meeting with a hesitant Chu Qingqing pacing around. Qingqing, how did you get here? Shuofan. His voice pulled her away from her worries, and then she hung her head, her shoulders slumped. Shuofan knew why. Is something wrong? Shuofan. Just speak your mind. After all, there's no secret between husband and wife, right? How irritating, calling me your wife. Chu Qingqing glared at him with red cheeks, but her sadness returned once more. Shuofan, I just don't know where to begin. Senior Aunt May wants you to give us the map. Shuofan's brow shook, giving her a long look. Qingqing, you're putting me in a difficult position. You're my wife, yes, but the map belongs to my lord. I'm but a steward. Clan head saw greatness in me and took me in as steward. I could never betray his trust by taking what is his. I feel the same. Despite being a steward, you rely on others. Senior Aunt is asking for too much. Chu Qingqing paused, then gnashed her teeth. Forget it. You don't have to feel bad, Shuofan. I'll just tell them I failed. It's only going to get me a nagging at most. Chu Qingqing walked away, but Shuofan caught her shoulder. Wait, you're saying they're going to fault you for this? Yeah. Senior Aunt won't be hard on me, but my senior sisters will mock and deride me. Chu Qingqing muttered. He took the forlorn Chu Qingqing into his arms and said, My poor Qingqing, my dear wife, what did you do to suffer so? Why don't you leave Ruby Cloud sect and live with me? How could I? Master and senior aunts are so nice to me. I can take a bit of scolding. I could never betray them. Shuofan knew this was coming and faked difficulty. While I can't give them the map, as long as they'll give you to me, I'll have them take a look at it. I'll have you know I'm an established painter. Give me to you? Yeah, just mention it to them. It's their problem if they agree or not. It won't have anything to do with you and they won't scold you. Shuofan snickered, holding her close and cooing, Dear wife, I'm not saying that to demean you, only thinking of being together again. I would give anything for us to live together. Chu Qingqing smiled, swooning. But then she scrutinized him. All right, but how did you cut Elder Lu's legs on the betting stage? You're not an emperor but a bone-tempering cultivator, I know. You must all be disgusted with me. No, ever since then, Senior Aunt May changed her opinion of you. How did you do it? Simple, really? Shuofan snickered. Speed, ferocity, and accuracy. He was just ahead of me and complacent in his victory. I just needed something sharp enough and the result was clear to all. Not even a saint could escape from that. That can't be it. Senior Aunt said that a sword so fast could only be polished through mountains of corpses. How can you, at the bone-tempering stage? I'll be honest with you. I used to be a butcher. Shuofan chuckled. Millions of pigs must have crossed these hands. Isn't that a mountain of corpses? Your senior aunt has good eyes. Ha ha ha. Chu Qingqing nodded and exclaimed, I see. Only there's a big difference between a murderer and a butcher. About the same, just look at people as pigs to the slaughter. You've been gone for quite a while now. Should you head back? Tell them what I said and maybe we'll seal the knot. I'll become the mighty son-in-law of Ruby Cloud sect. Ha ha ha. Annoying. Shuafan urged Chu Qingcheng to leave, flirting while at it. Chu Qingcheng didn't mind it, just replying in good humor. Seeing her go, Shuafan's face fell, gripping his fists. Rotten Ruby Cloud sect, trying to honey-trap me with Qingcheng? What do you take my wife for? Bastards! In the nether sea's depth, the endless hellhold, where lost souls roam, their fate foretold. Who dares to tread upon our shore, shall be condemned to suffer more, with mortal eyes forever blind. In the abyss, their souls confined. Xianxia held a black paper covered in squiggles in an elegant room, reading the first line at the top. Morong Shui and Luo Yunchang frowned. Morong Shui ventured, "These lines are supposed to unravel the Nether Sea map's secrets?" "It should. But what do they mean?" Luo Yunchang held her forehead, feeling tired. "The map is covered in black dots that make no sense. The only clue is this verse. It's been 3 days already and we still couldn't find anything." Morong Shui shrugged. If it were that easy, the gambling emperor wouldn't have wagered it. Shuafan was right. If he couldn't read it, give it to someone else and reap the rewards while they fight. Regardless of who can read it, he would win in the end. It seems insidious experts aren't local to only mortal domain. The ones in sacred domain are each more twisted than the last. The other girls nodded. If there was one difference between sacred domain and mortal domain, that was power. The cruel and manipulative mentality was still thriving here as well. Creak. The door opened and someone came in. "Xianxia, did you find anything?" "It's fine either way, we about to set off for Devil Mountain." "Sorry, Big Brother Zhua. We can't do anything." "Don't let it bother you so much. You had the map for 3 days while the gambling emperor must have gotten it decades ago and still couldn't figure it out. It'd be stranger if you managed to do what an emperor couldn't." Shuafan didn't mind it, taking the map and giving it a long look. "Whatever. I never planned on using it anyway. It's only a means to an end, to find that kid, Humph." Shuafan folded the map. Xianxia jumped just then. "Wait!" Shuafan froze. "What?" "I think I got something." Xianxia yanked the map from his stiff hand and stared hard at a black circle in a corner. "Yes? Why didn't I see it sooner? The black spots are just so many that this small area doesn't stand out at all." "This part is actually the Phoenix constellation." Shuafan asked. "What's that?" The Phoenix constellation is a group of stars in the southeast corner of the night sky, focused on conflicts. A change there is chaos and fighting in the world. But with the star group being so large, how come it's so small on this map? If you hadn't folded it making it stand out, I wouldn't have seen it. You're saying this map covered in black dots is a star chart? Shuafan opened the map again and gave it a careful look. He noticed some familiar star groups as well, just that it was hard to single them out with all the dark spots. Yes, the map is a depiction of stars but heavily concealed. That's why none of the other experts could read it. We now know it's a star chart, but how do we find the Nether Sea's location? Xianxia mulled it over then jumped. "Big Brother Zhua, didn't Patriarch give you that treasure? Didn't he say to use it whenever you're looking for something or someone?" "Right. I totally forgot about it. Since it's a star chart, Sovereign Yun, who is adept in reading stars, his treasure has to help." Shuafan took out a black orb. How was he to use the two of them together though? The black orb came with an answer. The map showed a reaction as the orb appeared, giving off gray energy before vanishing. Shuafan's eyes bugged out. "Where'd it go?" The black orb flared black and trembled. Suddenly, all of their eyes went black and they fell flat on the floor. Waking up, they found themselves in a black area filled with stars. Where are we? What are we doing here?" Luo Yunchang cried out. Shuafan was calm, since he had been here before. "No need to panic. Our spirits have gone into the orb. It won't harm us. Look, the map." Xianxia drew their attention and pointed at the map, expanding to the point of covering the entire area. The small black circles on the map now had stars shooting between them, turning it into an actual map. Shuofan cheered. It's the sacred domain's map, but where's the Nether Sea? Over there, I think. Xianxia pointed at a bright cluster. The poem mentioned lost souls. There is where the Death Star is, always dark and shining only when death is about to take you. Since it's bright, then that must be the Nether Sea's location. A place where lost souls are buried. Shuofan was thrilled. Yes, that must be it. To think we'd figure it out in the end where the Nether Sovereign is. It was worth taking the map. Ha ha ha. The girls were beaming as well, with Xianxia looking worried. Big Brother Zhua, do you plan to go there? Of course. A sovereign's place is a special area anyone in sacred domain would drool over. Nether Sea is going to be very dangerous. Xianxia sighed, raising a finger. Big Brother Zhua, look closer. What do you think this map is? Shuofan raised his head and shook as his face grew hard. With the stars on the map joined together, they drew the map of the sacred domain. But on the edge of it they showed only one character. Death. Shuofan, the Nether Sovereign is warning us not to seek out the Nether Sea, or... Luo Yunchang looked worried as well. Shuofan paused in thought, then smiled. Well, of course the Sovereign's seat of enlightenment would have some difficulties. Am I just going to miss out on this grand chance at witnessing the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment? Shuofan. All right, now, let's go back. Luo Yunchang wanted to say more, but Shuofan stopped her. He had them brought back to their bodies and the black orb hummed, releasing the map. They got up and looked at the map with conflicted emotions. Shuofan picked it up casually and placed it in his ring. But then doubt clouded his mind. Why did Sovereign Yun's treasure react with the Nether Sea map? He also warned me that his treasure can find any place and anyone. Qingqing is the one I wanted to find. As for the place, maybe it's... Shuofan felt like someone was using him. Knock. Ahem, Steward Zhua. Young Miss Chu came. I got it, elderly. Shuofan put away the orb and left. The girls watched him while recalling the Nether Sovereign's warning and worried again. They even forgot about their jealousy. Shuofan reached the lounge and saw Chu Qingqing and put on a smile. Ha ha ha, wifey. It looks like we're made for each other. Are you ready for a long night with your husband? Miscreant. Chu Qingqing blushed and huffed. Shuofan said, Wait, they didn't agree? Regardless of what, I'm not something. Ugh. Chu Qingqing pouted, and so they were alone and whispered. Shuofan. Senior Aunt May said to give the map first, even a copy. As for us, she needs to return to the sect and tell Master before. Chu Qingqing looked embarrassed, acting all shyly. Shuofan's eyes went cold. That biddy plans on welching out of the deal. But I'm not one to lose my head in front of a girl and fall for that. Shuofan didn't let his thoughts show. All right, I'll bring it right away. Shuofan was gone for moments, bringing a delicate box. Give it to Mei Sangu. What she wants is in there. Truly. Of course, our happiness is there as well. Shuofan smiled. Chu Qingqing beamed and nodded as she left. But after a step, she paused and pecked his cheek, running away with a flushed face. Shuofan felt his cheek with a goony smile. Senior Aunt. I brought it. Chu Qingqing bounced happily in a courtyard, calling in joy. The hopeful women had waited a long time to hear this. They welcomed her with Mei Sangu in the lead, looking pleased and greedy. Fong Min and the others behind her were boiling in envy. Qingqing, you've done well. Where is it? Here. Chu Qingqing beamed and Mei Sangu took the box with haste, her entire body shaking. Fong Min's tone dripped with vitriol. The day finally came junior sister's first honey trap mission, though she lacks passion, only ending up with a copy instead of the real thing. I would have done it hands down. Senior sister, I didn't use any traps. We truly. Chu Qingqing lowered her head bashfully. Besides, the map is definitely with the clan head. If it went missing, he'll have to answer for it. He's already taking enough risk giving us a copy. We can't just. Mei Sangu was upright and honorable as she nodded. Yes. The boy shows his deep affection by doing this. We shouldn't be hard on him since he couldn't do it anyway. It's good we at least got a copy. Ha ha ha. Mei Sangu grinned from ear to ear as she was eagerly opening the box. Senior aunt, what do you think then of his request? I'll tell senior sister once we get back. No rush. We'll do as senior aunt says. Chu Qingcheng gave a sweet smile, lowering her head and fiddling with her clothes. She was like a chipper child that couldn't show her enthusiasm. Fong Min seethed at the side. What's so great about being with some ignorant and lousy punk? That's no reason to be content. Eh? A weird shout drew Fong Min's attention, looking over with joy. What is it? Senior aunt, is the map bad? No way. Shuafan wouldn't lie to me. Chu Qingqing started and rushed to see. She didn't worry about the map though, but that this would get her senior aunt to flip out. Mei Sangu had a deep frown, holding a shriveled paper with yellow lines on it. It looked like a map. Sure, but a map of what? All those random lines made it hard to decipher. I knew the Nether Sea was cryptic, but to think that not even I can make sense of any of it. Senior aunt, you actually believe it to be real? Fong Min looked it over. Maybe the punk just drew something random. Few have seen the Nether Sea map with neither one among us. It'd be strange not to fool us. Chu Qingcheng jumped in his defense. Senior aunt, Shuafan was thoughtful the entire time, and even promised me to do his best in copying it to make sure it's identical. Senior sister is just making things up. I'm making it up? You tell me then what kind of map is that? We can't make anything of it. Minner. Mei Sangu glared, taking the map with joy. The fact you can't makes it real. The Nether Sea would have been a famous attraction by now if everyone could read it. I can also feel the kid's sincerity through this copy. What do you mean, senior aunt? Look, there's not a mark of a brush being used when drawing it. It's not uneven like others. Mei Sangu held her head high as she claimed. If he was faking it, then he would have left clear signs of drawing. With the Nether Sea being so special, there's no way the map was drawn with a brush. The more mystical the lines, the more genuine it is and proves his sincerity. These yellow stains as well, that must be where the Nether Sea is. All that's left is reading it. Mei Sangu paraded the map before the girls, leaving them speechless. Staring at the random and fading lines had them baffled. Chu Qingqing looked pleased as punch though. Ugh! Fong Min reeled, feeling like throwing up her lunch. She pointed at the map. What the hell did the punk use? That paper reeks of pee. Really? Mei Sangu gave it a sniff then flinched with a wince. Yeah. Just what did he use? It doesn't look like ink at all. Chu Qingcheng panicked, but she couldn't allow this hiccup to make her senior aunt loathe Zhuofan. So she changed the subject. Senior aunt, Zhuofan said using ink was out of the question when making the Nether Sea map copy. Think about it. Ink is black and wouldn't be able to outline such vague and mystical drawing. So he went through toil and pain to find a famous and perfect color to match it. Senior aunt, he's very sincere. Really? Mei Sangu raised an eyebrow, giving the map another look and nodded. Yes. It's hard to show the same result with ink and brush. The kid must have gone above and beyond to make this map. We'll set off tomorrow for the sect to hand over the map to sect leader. I believe she will be thrilled and will reward you greatly. Especially you, Qingcheng, ha ha ha. Fong Min sneered in envy. Qingcheng beamed and eased a breath. With this achievement, Master shouldn't care about Zhuofan's background. On the second day, bright and early, the Ruby Cloud sect set off with their copy. Through sheer and utter coincidence, however, the Luo clan happened to be at the city gates as well. Get ready for battle. Zhuofan was grave as he whispered to Bali Yuyu at his side. Don't leave the hag out of your sight. Don't go easy, but don't go killing either. Bali Yuyu nodded, eager to fight. Mei Sangu beamed upon noticing them, showing an even greater respect for Zhuofan, going as far as greeting them all. Luo friends, are you leaving as well? What a coincidence we're going to. Do we have the same direction as well? Probably not. Zhuofan started, looking out of sorts. Did they not look over the copy I gave them? Why are they so cordial and even greeting me? Bali Yuyu looked stumped at him. Weren't we up for a brawl? They see us more like friends than anything, without a shred of ill will. The Luo clan looked clueless as Mei Sangu showed a bright smile and cupped her hands at Zhuofan, practically rejuvenated on the spot. Steward Zhua, you're so young and able. I believe we will have many chances to work together in the future. Farewell. Mei Sangu left in a grand manner with her disciples. Chu Qingcheng came before Zhuofan, winking and leaving in elation. A faint whisper happened to reach his sharp ears. Don't worry, Senior Aunt is pleased with you. We'll definitely succeed. Pleased? She's actually happy with my map. Zhuofan was floored, not registering as the girls left. The others were even more so. Zhuofan, didn't you say the hag would be hounding us through the city to kill us after seeing the map? We even had to get up so early for it. Why then was she pleased as punch? Bali Yuyu patted his shoulder. Maybe she'd be a real catch if she shed off a couple or more 1,000 years. Zhuofan took a deep breath. Something's off here. The hag saw my handiwork and didn't get angry. What handiwork? Just how did you draw it anyway? How? Didn't all of us learn how to draw since we were kids? Zhuofan looked awkwardly, mimicking some motions before giving up. Bali Yuyu was still clueless. When did we ever draw? I never raised a brush in my life, so how can I draw? Hey, Sword Child, what did your dad mean? Sword Child happened to pass over and she asked him. Sword Child showed a rather obtuse smile. To be my true mother, you must then understand how Dad draws. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? That I saw Dad take some random paper and whizzed on it. He waved it a couple of times to dry, then put it in the box. Sword Child snickered with a shrug. I'm but a sword spirit, so I've never drawn in my life. You humans, don't you pee since you were kids? You don't even know this. Dong. Bali Yuyu froze in place, looking at Zhuofan, now understanding as to why he thought that the hag would want him dead. Anyone in their right mind would explode being toyed like that, especially a senior. But is that hag slow in the head not to clobber it? I can barely hold back. Steward Zhua, I feel a lot of eyes on us after leaving the city. An hour on the rough road. An old man whispered in Zhuofan's ear. Zhuofan nodded. With the map with us, they won't stop spying on us until it's gone. Some think ahead while others will go for it on our way. We might have picked a long tail, but few of them will ever attack us. It doesn't matter. Yes. The old man left to walk with the others. 2 hours later, they arrived at a lofty mountain range. As the wind whistled, it signaled the arrival of men in black, in the hundreds. The leader had a familiar face, none other than the demonic emperor's representative, thousand-faced devil. Zhuofan welcomed him with a smile and a shake of the head, like master like servants. I said Zhao Chun is fickle and impulsive, and his men are no different. Steward Zhua Luo clan. Thousand-faced devil ignored his complaints as he greeted with cupped hands. We have no bad blood between us. I know you are a grand clan and wish to be cordial still. In that regard, I hope you will offer up the Nether Sea map. I won't forget such a favor. Zhuofan smiled, walking forward and returning the gesture. Senior, we'd gladly offer anything else if it means befriending you. But as it happens, the Nether Sea map isn't anything, but something won through our blood and sweat on the gambling stage. There's no reason at all to give it to you, Senior, sorry. Steward Zhua, spare me the empty pleasantries. I won't buy it. Thousand-faced devil eyed the rest, turning cruel. I don't know how tough the Luo clan is, or how many experts it has, but from what I see, the only one able to fight me is the miss who met Mei Sangu. As for the rest, 20 spirit kings won't matter against my 100. You will all die. Steward Zhua must have earned your position with your guile, so you should know this as well. Zhuofan was unmoved. Senior, you mean that no matter what we'll incur from it, you still have to rob us? Yes, I don't know your limits, but it can't be worse than suffering the demonic emperor's wrath. He will be sure to take my life if I don't return with the map. Since death is certain, in either case, I at least have some chance going against you, right? Yes, the unknown is scary, but it's also uncertain and, by extension, survivable. You're gambling. We have no backing at the level of the 8 emperors, so attacking us won't be an issue. Zhuofan's eyes shone. Congratulations, you win. We really aren't at the 8 emperors level. Your plan to pick on the weak is a success, but too bad you're the weaker one in this situation and made the wrong call. You don't have enough men to take us on. Thousand-faced devil sized them all up, laughing. Steward Zhuo, bluffing now, are you? Yes, the peak stage spirit king young miss is comparable to an emperor without a doubt, but don't go telling me you have more of such monsters. At the same cultivation, the strengths of everyone is almost the same, which makes it a matter of numbers. That is where you lose. Quality, not quantity, is what the Luo clan favors. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan snickered and patted Swordchild's head. Son, bring me his head. Intact. Yes, father. Swordchild bowed and took 2 steps forward, his eyes glimmering. Thousand-faced devil gasped. You're sending a child to take my head? What a joke. Whoosh. Black flashed in front of him. With a faint breeze, the sharp sword wave flared across his forehead. Thousand-faced devil was startled, ducking just inches from the attack, taking some hair and leaving him soaked in sweat, the strands drifting in the wind. But then came the second strike. Fearful as he was now, a whirlwind kick came from below, aiming to relieve him of his head. Thousand-faced devil felt death nearing and leaned sideways to dodge and jump 1,000 meters back, away from the danger. Looking ahead, the sight shocked him stiff. The one who almost took his life was none other than the scrawny child. His kick did not touch him, but the force behind it unleashed a sword wave that reaped 10 lives. The bodies turned to mist, cutting thousand-faced devil's 100 spirit kings to 90. Success. Gasping, everyone went pale. Thousand-faced devil was shaken to the core, his bravery gone as he looked at Swordchild in utter dread. It was beyond him how a 7-year-old wielded such deadly power. Is he even human? Thousand-faced devil felt his worldview come crashing down on him. Swordchild was, of course, a sovereign weapon, sharp and deadly. Not even a sacred beast could match his toughness, let alone humans. Boy, you're quite springy for an old man. Swordchild huffed, snickering at thousand-faced devil. The latter felt his skin crawl, then noticed the casual Luo clan. Bali Yuyu, the pseudo-emperor, didn't lift a finger, with only the little freak causing so much damage. This made it so the Luo clan had 2 emperor-level experts and would be deadly if the others joined as well. His advantage in this highway robbery had now flown out the window. Thousand-faced devil sighed, thinking of backing off, but a look at the glaring Bali Yuyu and Swordchild told him he had to pay for starting this. At least an emperor had an emperor's advantage, one a spirit king couldn't cover. Thousand-faced devil's eyes flashed and he made a sign. As his hands moved, ghastly faces appeared in the air. Imperial mark, thousand faces slaughter. Thousand-faced devil flew in the air and then vanished. The wind stirred and 1,000 golden 100-meter-tall ghastly faces appeared from above. Hee hee. Now you know why they call me Thousand-faced Devil. Thousand-faced Devil was hidden among those faces, cackling. My imperial mark is made of a spirit king level soul attack for every face. Not a full attack but 80% strong at the very least. Now I have 1,000 men army. Boy, your monsters might be tough and can live through this, but what about the rest? Especially you, Steward Zhuo, and your young miss. You're too weak and an easy target. Know when to give up. Hand over the map. Bam! Swordchild waved and smashed a face in disdain. Nothing but parlor tricks, crumbling at a touch. Hi, I told you. It's not for you too. With your strength you can beat 1. But what about 1,000? Also, my faces can reform after beaten. How long will you last, I wonder? Following his creepy laughter, another face formed, completing the set of 1,000. Swordchild waved, making the air warp from the heat. Then let's see which will last longer, your faces or my searing strikes. Humph. Decimating sword art. Rampant inferno. Who? Fires sparked to life out of nowhere throughout the sky, making the faces tremble and crumble to dust. The 1,000 faces were burned to nothing in an instant, with incessant cackling still coming from above. Only this time, it was one of agony. Sword Child showed his evil side as he sneered. Now you know what I'm made of. Don't move. A shout caught their attention as a boiling hand grabbed Zhuo Fan's neck. Huff. 1,000-faced devil panted hard with a wan and sweaty face, a clear sign of weakness. Sword Child and Bali Yuyu flinched, only to relax the next moment upon seeing he picked Zhuo Fan of all the targets. Not registering the casualness the others had, 1,000-faced devil roared. Give me the Nether Sea map or it's off with his head. He gripped Zhuo Fan's neck tighter. The Luo clan didn't seem to care much. Did you not hear me? Even in the bone tempering stage, isn't he still your steward? Don't you care if he lives or dies? Splitting art, so you're a former assassin, senior. 1,000-faced devil grew tense at the unexpected reactions or lack thereof. The one to finally give him any attention at all was the same one who he held hostage. Splitting your spirit into many to confuse the enemy, then snatching victory amidst the chaos. It must be quite the skill indeed for not even I to pick up on it. It also gives the enemy the chance to break them down one at a time. Knowing the spirit is exposed, even at the Spirit King level, it's still very fragile. Showing such weakness can be fatal in an Emperor stage battle. The devil met Zhuo Fan's taunting eyes and snapped. What do you know of such a high-level battle? Shut your trap or I'll snap your neck. Ha ha ha, you should have done that from the start, when you had the chance. A shame an assassin should be focusing on speed and killing, not on taking hostages. You doomed your assassin profession the instant you left killing aside. 1,000-faced devil gave him a long look, clueless about where he was getting at. I'm an emperor and I'm supposed to kill a bug like him from the start? I control his life and can take it whenever I want. Why? Crack. The snapping sound made 1,000-faced devil shiver, feeling his hand going numb and him being unable to move it. His eyes grew wide as he saw Zhuo Fan's right hand glowing red and gripping the same arm tight like clamps. How can? 1,000-faced devil's face twitched, wanting to squeeze his fingers and crush Zhuo Fan's neck. A shame his hand was frozen, unable to budge. It was, in fact, pulled away by an incredible force out of his control. Why you? 1,000-faced devil gawked at the hand gripping his, then at Zhuo Fan's creepy smile. Fear took its hold on his mind, roaring. How can you have such power? A bone-tempering cultivator. Ha ha ha. I told you, your assassin career is at an end. Zhuo Fan's eyes grew cold, and he snapped his Qilin arm to the side. 1,000-faced devil's weakened body snapped from the shoulder as he flew away without his arm, leaving a bloody trail. Whoosh! Before he got to taste the agony of having his arm yanked out of his socket, something black flashed in front of his horrified eyes. A sword slash. Whoosh! A head rolled in the air, falling in a small hand. 1,000-faced devil's headless body spurted blood for a few moments, then plopped. His men saw their boss off like nothing and lost all courage, flying away in panic. Zhuo Fan's group let them go, holding them in disdain. Of all the people here, taking Steward Zhuo hostage is like signing your own death warrant. Dad, here's his head. Sword Child presented the shocked and terrified head to Zhuo Fan. He nodded and put it in his ring before signaling the others to resume their journey. Minutes after they left, many men in black appeared at this bloodbath, before vanishing once more. In a manor in Mist City, the city lord heard the scouts' report and turned pensive. You're telling me the Luo clan had an easy time dealing with 1,000-faced devil's team? They definitely aren't a normal group to not care about the demonic emperor's opinion. Have you found anything about them? City lord, we've long since sent people to Joy Town, and there is such a clan there. But with the location being so remote, it'll be hard to find anything from their past. From the passing traders, we did find that the town has been around for thousands of years. far from the secular world and from the power struggles of the sacred domain. Why would this monster rise up now of all times, after thousands of years? And so flashy too. The city lord paused. I'll need to report this to the gambling emperor. Something isn't right about this group, messing with the 8 emperor's people and even stealing their things. 2 months later, in a dark hall, only a pair of eerie eyes were seen coming from the seat of honor, with the city lord kneeling below, reporting Gambling Town's events. A bright smile appeared below the eyes. Ha ha ha! How amusing! Of all the famed 8 emperors, none won my gamble. The victor turned out to be some unknown clan from nowhere. Gambling Emperor, the Luo clan has many people of great talent. Their steward, Zhuofan, has low cultivation yet holds such a position. His conduct is calm and calculative, while the guards are firm and resolute. They're more than meets the eye. Of course, while life is a constant fight and luck plays a large role, by lacking strength as well, luck can only get you so far. I could never look down on such a clan. Ha ha ha. The gambling emperor smiled. So they killed the demonic emperor's men, inciting the butcher. What will his reply be? If they hold an emperor's power, they have no reason to fear. Otherwise, their choice is to seek their backer or find shelter with the other 7. This will make the next owner of the map known. Where will they go then? The city lord bowed. Gambling emperor. The scouts following them say they're going toward Devil Mountain. What? Gambling Emperor finally showed a reaction, the eyes stunned for a moment. Having killed his men, the demonic emperor is bound to hunt them down till the end of days, and yet they're knocking at his door. What's the Luo clan up to? They believe that they have the power to fight with the demonic emperor and settle it. The gambling emperor frowned, with the city lord unable to provide an answer. Meanwhile, a lavish and jaded jar crumbled as it met the hard floor. An imposing youth wore a scowl in anger as he jumped to his feet and stared down at the shivering men in black below. Not only did you not get the Nether Sea map from Gambling Town, but of those I sent, one is missing and the other got killed by some nameless and unknown little group, no less? Demonic Emperor, sir, the Luo clan is a mystery that we can't deal with. One man ventured, shaking like a leaf. Unlike Shuofan's calculative and deceitful nature, Zhao Chun was more of a petty and impulsive prick. Once in power, he never stopped lusting for more, expanding his domain. His handling was cruel as well, worse than Zhuofan. His reckless reputation sent fear in his enemies but also his men. Zhao Chun gave them a sinister smile. Can't deal with it? Thousand-faced devil took 100 spirit kings yet couldn't handle one lousy clan? What use do I have of you then? Garbage. Zhao Chun roared, and the one who reported got split into bloody chunks with a splat. The others trembled in terror. Sir, please calm down. Humph. Every day I hear the same thing. You only had to show a bit of courage and do what I told you to, and I wouldn't have to take my rage on you. Zhao Chun flicked his sleeve. What of the Luo clan? Where are they? We don't know. You don't. Demonic Emperor, sir. They killed Thousand-Faced Devil and we didn't try. Garbage. Zhao Chun threw his hand and more than 10 people went splat, covering the floor in blood and gore. The rest cowered back. A voice came from outside. Demonic Emperor. Someone's here to seek an audience bearing gifts. Gifts. Zhao Chun was curious. Bring it here. 2 boys walked in with 2 exquisite boxes and placed them on the ground. Zhao Chun flicked a finger and 2 bloody heads were revealed. Zhao Chun stared at the familiar faces, his shocked voice breaking the brief silence. Thousand-Faced Devil, Huang Fusong? What are their heads doing here? Guard. Who brought them here? Demonic Emperor, sir. They call themselves the Luo clan of Joy Town and are outside the mountain waiting to see you. A guard rushed in, looking fretful in the face of Zhao Chen's rage. Zhao Chen's face twitched in disbelief. Luo clan? As in the same one? They dare bring my men's heads? They've gone too far. Seize them and drag them in here. I want to see what the hell they are up to. Yes. His men went to follow his orders and brought a man and a woman surrounded by black guards into the hall. Looking at his old place, it took Xuefan back to the good old days. The only thing spoiling his reminiscing was seeing Zhao Chun unchanged after thousands of years. He showed a savage grin, yet bearing no hatred. Zhao Chun shivered as their eyes met, feeling an uncanny familiarity. His heart began to race with fear and even staggered back. Pa! One man in black bowed. Demonic Emperor, sir. They are the Luo clan's people that brought the heads. We await your orders. Leave. Zhao Chun never took his eyes off Xuefan, losing all his anger as he gave a numb wave. All of you leave. Right? The men shared puzzled looks, finding Demonic Emperor's demeanor off, like he wasn't himself. It was their first time hearing his kind voice, so they left on the double. Xuefan, Bali Yuyu and Zhao Chun were the only ones left, as well as the bloody floor with the corpses. Xuefan smiled at the stiff face, cupping his hands. Demonic Emperor, your reputation precedes you. I am Steward Zhua of the Luo clan. Here is my guard, Bali Yuyu. It's an honor to finally meet the great Demonic Emperor. Your name feels familiar. Zhao Chun squinted, lost for a moment before saying, not just the name but also the character. No, it's not the same. He was never one to be casual, and never lowered himself to become some steward. No, it's definitely impossible for a dead guy. Ha ha ha. Xuefan smiled. Demonic Emperor? What are you saying? Nothing. Zhao Chun snapped back to reality, his face going cold as he stared at the heads. Steward Zhua, was it? What is the meaning of this? Your show of force, or challenge? No, Demonic Emperor, sir. This is the clan head's gift. He wishes for you to gladly accept it. Gift? You kill my men and bring me their heads and you call it a fricking gift. Bam! Zhao Chun slammed the table in anger. No one does that. Explain yourself or not only will you meet your end here but the entire Luo clan will be wiped out. I'll take all your heads to trample them on the way to hell. Who? Zhao Chen's explosive aura swept the hall, making Bali Yuyu shiver back. The 8 emperors are way stronger than common emperors. Xuefan faced the pressure, shouting as well. Demonic Emperor, sir. Please hear us out. After that, you're free to take our heads without any complaint. Speak. Zhao Chen eyed them. Stretching his collar, Xuefan smiled. Demonic Emperor, sir. Did you perhaps send someone to attack the Ruby Cloud sect's disciples and steal their purple gold glazed cup? No. Zhao Chun said casually after a moment. Xuefan beamed. I thought so as well. The Demonic Emperor would never stoop as low as do something like this to the Ruby Cloud sect leader, one of the 8 emperors. It would not only stain your name but would make another strong enemy without any reason. Why ever go through all that grueling trouble? But he announced himself as one of Demonic Emperor's aides, dropping Sir's name while saying it was your idea all along. I did not want him to yammer on and make Sir's life worse, so I was swift in removing this bandit, to preserve Sir's name. Was I wrong? Xuefan pointed at the first head, smiling. Zhao Chun was non-committal, and thousand-faced devil? Demonic Emperor, sir, was it not you who instigated the Demon Light Castle issue 3 years back, making Wraith Emperor and Falcon Emperor wage war, gaining the most in the process? Nonsense. That was their own problem born from their animosity. What does that have to do with me? Zhao Chen's heart sank, denying everything. Xuefan gave a natural nod. But of course, Demonic Emperor sir could have never have done such a thing. Thousand-faced devil must have run his mouth in Gambling Town, making you the scapegoat. Now Wraith Emperor and Falcon Emperor joined hands to deal with you. I could not stand letting such a man live any longer. What? Zhao Chen darkened, then flicked his hand. Fine. Let those geezers come. I'm not scared of them. Xuefan made a deep gesture of respect. Demonic Emperor sir is so heroic, with those 2 beneath you. But what about 3 or 4 emperors? Ha ha ha. Fear not an able opponent but an incompetent ally. with a foul aid like thousand-faced devil and the other poisoning the well outside and earning Sir enemies. Sir is bound to become public enemy number one. No one can face entire crowds by himself, even someone as heroic as Sir. Zhao Chen's face twitched, his fists clenched, his teeth grinding. As such, we took it upon ourselves and did Sir a favor by removing these scumbags. Didn't we do Sir a great favor? Shuofan beamed. Zhao Chen stared into his eyes, still looking uneasy. These dogs might be in the wrong, but only I get to punish them, and not an outsider. With them dead, my forces weakened. How am I to handle it then? Demonic Emperor, Sir, out with the old, in with the new. It's no trouble at all if they're gone. Not when you have the Luo clan to fill in the gap, ha ha ha. Shuofan gave a weird smile, bowing. Our clan head admires the demonic emperor's heroism, wishing to stand among the 8 emperors since young. So we came to join you. I ask that demonic emperor gives us a spot. Of course we're not going to be like those 2 boneheads, for we are far superior than them in every way, be it in strength or handling matters. This way, they didn't die to outsiders, but removing the filth in Sir's stead. Zhao Chen shook hard, gasping, "You want my protection?" Of course, there's no reward without effort. Which is why we went out of our way to showcase our results and receive Sir's protection. Zhuofan's hand shone and took out an aged paper. He offered it with 2 hands, making Zhao Chen jump in joy. The Nethersea map? Yes. We know Sir wants it and went through hell and high water to bring it to Sir. Zhuofan smiled, glancing at the ghastly heads with derision. Also, this is our chance to prove our use to Sir. The 2 lost their lives and couldn't get it while we did. I am confident Sir would be pleased to have us. Zhuofan nodded as he smiled wildly, but then he hesitated. Why is it you chose me of all the 8 emperors? And don't tell me it's out of admiration or some flowery speech. I want the truth. Demonic Emperor Sir is a man of many values. I knew we made the right choice. The 2 shared a nod before Zhuofan turned to Zhao Chen. I'll be perfectly honest. The Luo clan has been hiding in Joy Town for millennium. To come out of that hole, we needed an emperor on our side. We had to make a choice from among them. Sir can also see that with our strength it'd be easy to have any emperor's favor. The first that took our notice was, of course, the head of the 8 emperors, the Sword Emperor. Alas, Sword Emperor has the highest demands and the greatest power. Like they say, it's better to be a leader among men than a grunt among giants. We feared that we had no room to grow under the Sword Emperor, giving up. As for the rest, they're all geriatric and washed up, pedantic and outdated, hardly able to help us rise among their people. Only Demonic Emperor, Sir, with your youthful valor, is the perfect choice to work for, your right hand. Zhao Chen approved as he nodded, elated at the praise. Good eye. I see your clan head is an educated man. I'm not one to brag, but among the 8 emperors, only I have such strength and right to be the head among all emperors. It's only a matter of time before the decrepit Sword Emperor will be replaced. That's what our clan head's been saying as well, although, yes. We killed 2 of Sir's men and going to another emperor would keep us safe, if only for a while before we'll suffer your retribution. Being the target of the demonic emperor's wrath is like having a viper stalking you. We'll never get a wink of sleep. Only under Sir's protection could we be friends instead and resolve this animosity. Shuofan sighed. Regardless of everything, our best choice had and always will be demonic emperor. Zhao Chen gave him a long look. Good thinking and impeccable analysis. Yes, you've made the perfect choice in coming here with these fools' heads. Who was it, though, that came up with this brilliant tactic? Zhao Chen's eyes shone, somewhat eager. Demonic Emperor, Sir. Steward Zhua is our clan head's trusted man. With him helping clan head every step, it is only his duty to help clan head make a decision. That was Bali Yuyu's cue, and she came forward with a cupped hand. Shuofan shook his head in modesty. Please, I only offered simple advice. Clan head had the final say. Steward Zhua, take credit where it's due. As a bone-tempering cultivator, to stand next to clan head is only possible by showcasing your impressive talent. Bali Yuyu mocked. Demonic Emperor, sir, please overlook Steward's paltry cultivation. For in the Luo clan, he even has clan head's ear. Otherwise, clan head's inclination would be towards the Sword Emperor, with so many of our clan's guards practicing the sword. Eh? Zhao Chun stared hard at Shuofan, only then noticing he was dealing with a bug. Belying his low cultivation, the guy was very well placed, in fact. This further proved his talents lay elsewhere. From what the woman says, the guy must be quite the deep thinker. Blasted. That's exactly the talent I'm missing. Zhao Chun walked forward, taking Shuofan's hand with a smile. Ha ha ha. It's so rare to find a true strategist these days. Steward Zhuo, I truly need someone like you for Devil Mountain. Leaving it up to those fools will run all its millennium-long legacy into the ground. Demonic Emperor, sir, you're too kind. Then the Luo clan. Say nothing more. Of the 20 demon guards, 36 cities and 64 clans, as you replace thousand-faced devil, you shall be above every one of them. Zhao Chun slapped his chest, vowing, I shall declare the Luo clan as my loyal subjects, with Steward Zhuo my right-hand man. Any that touches you will earn my wrath. Demonic Emperor, sir. Shouldn't it be clan head who has my position? What's the difference? You help Luo clan head and he helps me. Isn't it all the same? Why be so complicated about it? That goes beyond my authority. Shouldn't sir address clan head first? What's the point? What I say goes. Guard. Prepare a feast to welcome Steward Zhuo. Devil Mountain was all a cheer for the next 3 days, with Zhao Chun giving Shuofan a proper welcome. He also declared to all sacred domain that the Luo clan fell in with Devil Mountain. The Luo clan became the leader of the 20 demon guards, and Shuofan became Zhao Chen's personal advisor. Another 10 days passed, and Zhao Chun gave 20 towns under the Luo clan's supervision. Shuofan and Bailey Yuyu thus took their leave from Demonic Emperor to help the Luo clan handle the transition. Leaving the mountain, Shuofan looked back at the lush peak and sighed. I used to be all alone, with but a few arrays guarding the mountain. I never thought I'd see the day it would be crowded, no longer the paradise of old. That kid hasn't changed, in contrast, still fighting for power like everyone else. Humph, to think that in my time, even without any territory of my own, I was still the head of the 8 emperors. Imbecile, what are you doing going after so many things? You've brought nothing but shame to this famous mountain. What are you doing coming under his wing then? Bali Yuyu replied, shouldn't we be using others to finish him off? Now that we work for him, we're under his men's watch and won't be able to lift a finger against him. Shuofan smirked. In war you have to give first and then take. Any person or faction crumbles from within in the end, with the outside influence holding little effect on its fate. We are now like maggots inside his home, nibbling everything he has. Don't the 20 cities prove it? Ha ha ha. Shuofan walked with confidence. Bali Yuyu followed after him with a soft gaze. In Gambling Town, the shocking news of the Luo clan joining Demonic Emperor reached everyone's ears. In Miss City Lord's manor, the Gambling Emperor held a jade slip behind a curtain. Luo clan actually became the Demonic Emperor's first demon guard? This is too baffling. Almost unbelievable. Gambling Emperor. They must have offered the map to quell Demonic Emperor's anger. No! Gambling Emperor waved, watching City Lord from beyond the curtain. I know his temper well, reckless, pig-headed, and quick to anger. The most the Luo clan could get out of that deal is survive, not become his guard, going as far as making him the head of his 20 demon guards. It makes no sense at all for a rash and hot-headed man to swing from rage to elation at the drop of the hat. Especially that Demonic Emperor. Does that mean the Luo clan got a high status in Devil Mountain through other means? Definitely, for even giving the map without the animosity, they still wouldn't get placed so high. The deal stinks to high heaven. The Gambling Emperor squinted. Did the Demonic Emperor also mention in his declaration that he made the Luo clan's steward his right-hand man? Yes, that's him, but it's so strange. The Luo clan is now the first demon guard, and its representative should be their clan head, not the steward. Then everything must have had something to do with that steward. The Gambling Emperor smiled. How amusing. The steward is fascinating. Men, Never leave him out of your sight. I want to know the full extent of his skills and what miracles he brings. Ha ha ha. Yes. The space warped. In a dark room, two shadows sat across from each other. Did you hear? That arrogant Luo clan that was in Gambling Town got the demonic emperor's protection. And aren't we going to act? Of course we are, but everything about the Luo clan is strange. Anything could happen. What's so great about some no-name clan showing up? Demonic emperor made us lose half our lands. We have to take it back on our titles as emperors. I heard that the 7 sacred mountains intends to move on to the 8 emperors. One of the weaker ones might even get replaced. Then. The man hesitated. Fine. Then if we have to strike, we'll go after the demonic emperor. The Luo clan wants to have a protector to spread its wings, but they've made the wrong choice. In the Ruby Cloud sect, a woman in her 40s sat in the main seat, holding a yellow paper with a grimace. Junior sister, are you certain this is a copy of Nether Sea Map? Definitely, just look at the vague lines and the faded landscape. No brush could ever leave such artistry behind. Mei Sangu looked proud as she explained. Her disciples bobbed their heads, even Chu Qingcheng. Mei Sangu was happy to give Chu Qingcheng the credit. Senior sister, it's all thanks to Qingcheng using a honey trap to get that boy to forget all dangers in making this copy. Senior aunt, that was not a honey trap. Didn't we clear that out? Chu Qingcheng smiled as she implored her. Master, Shuofan said he wanted me to leave the sect and have a normal life. Nonsense. You're the pillar of the sect. You can't just go with any man that talks to you. Mei Sangu glared at her. Chu Qingcheng got anxious. But senior aunt, you clearly promised. What? I only said we'll return to report to senior sister. If she doesn't agree, that's that. You. That's enough. Looking at them all red, the woman raised a hand. Regardless of honey trap or Qingcheng promising the boy, it no longer matters. This map is fake. Fake? That can't be. Look at the lines. Not made by a human, right? The woman sneered. To be so smug when the other fooled you so badly. No man made the map true, but also untrue, since no brush was used. Eh? Mei Sangu blinked in confusion. The woman shook her head and chuckled. You all, high up on your perch, made you forget the basic human nature. Basic nature? Don't common people eat, drink, and relieve themselves? She threw the yellow paper in Mei Sangu's hand, smiling. Remember when raising Qingcheng that she drew the same map up to 4 times a day? And that smell, it just never gets old. Ha ha ha. What? Mei Sangu gave the copy another sniff, finally coming to an explosive revelation. Senior sister, you're saying that fricking punk relieved himself on this paper? What do you think? This is absolutely outrageous. Mei Sangu flipped out, flicking her hands with lightning speed, tearing it in drifting pieces on the ground. The thought of having treated that foul thing as treasure for so many months, tracing its every mystical line and making her hands reek. She keeled over and emptied her stomach on the spot. Fong Min and the disciples sniffed their own hands and couldn't wait a second more to wash their hands. They were elegant ladies, yet had to touch such filthy and repugnant things? Chu Qingcheng shook her head in disbelief. No, that can't be. He wouldn't lie to me. Why would he use such a thing to toy with me? Humph, dumb girl. He was only messing around and never truly cared about you one bit. You still went on playing the honey trap when the other played you instead. You even dared to involve ourselves. How worthless! Fong Min spat. Chu Qingcheng lowered her head, her heart crushed with heartache. On her first time leaving the sect, the first man she ever felt something for was Shuofan. They were such a good match together, wanting to remain like this, but it turned out that Shuofan had been toying with her. He could have just said the map couldn't be copied. Why did he have to lie to me? Are senior sisters right that he's only using me and never really cared? How could I be so foolish to not see it? In Gambling Town, he had so many pretty women around, so why would he care about some plain girl instead? As her bleak outlook turned forlorn, Chu Qingcheng's heart sank. The woman on the main seat coughed. Ching-cheng. Men are fickle, so don't let them get to you. You have your destiny with you and are much better off without those fools. Focus on cultivation. Chu Ching-cheng deflated and gave a weak nod as tears brimmed her eyes. Senior sister, I can't do anything right. Letting some brat get the best of me at my age and even bringing such filth back to the sect. I deserve to be punished. Mei Sangu looked ashamed. The woman waved her worries away. We have thousands of years of experience, making our childhood memories vague. The disciples are also sensible to not encounter such an event. It only came to mind because I've been looking after Ching-cheng all these years. She is my dear precious disciple. Making these memories deeper. Ha ha ha. Master. Chu Ching-cheng was touched. Unable to overcome the sadness within, she started bawling. Fang Min huffed in envy. Damn this girl, throwing tantrums. She didn't help the sect one bit, yet Master still treats her so nicely. Where's the fairness gone to? Mei Sangu only grew angrier and roared. Rotten cretin, senior sister. I'm going after him and putting him in his place, or he'll think Ruby Cloud sect is a pushover. The woman caressed Chu Ching-cheng's hair, her eyes flashing. Sect leader, Devil Mountain made a declaration to the entire sacred domain. A sharp voice came from outside and a girl floated in to present a jade slip. The woman took the jade slip and shouted, Sangu, you don't have to go. He's untouchable. Wah! Take a look at yourself. He and the Luo clan are now cherished men of demonic emperor. Going after him means waging war. What? Mei Sangu snatched the jade slip and gave it a quick read, her face fuming. Damn it! They must have given the real Nether Sea map for his status so the dog would have a master. We can't do anything to him now. Fang Min and the rest were shocked. The Luo clan sure works fast, getting the demonic emperor's protection in such a short time. The leading woman shook her head. Don't worry. They won't be safe for long. When their protector falls, we'll get them and make them pay for Ching-cheng. What? The others blinked in doubt. 3 months later, Zhuofan handled the transition of the 20 cities Zhao Chun gave to the Luo clan, who happened to be under the 2 he killed. There would always be some trouble when such a change occurred, from some ignorant fools trying to take over or other such overambitious people. 3 months to settle all that was not nearly enough. The Luo clan, however, moved with power and speed. Adding to them Murong Lai, Lu Mubai, and the other sword kings, all the trouble became trifles. The 20 cities fell into their hands, finally making it officially Luo clan's second turf in sacred domain, thousands of times bigger than Joy Town. It wasn't meant to last, as barely after the Luo clan set up their operations, they met a huge issue. The 3 Emperors' War. Steward Zhua, Featherwind City has noticed suspicious activity outside its walls. A guard bowed before Zhuofan. Zhuofan frowned. Featherwind City is next to Wraith Emperor's lands. Do Wraith Emperor and Falcon Emperor prepare to move? Big Brother Zhua, do we act? Luo Yunhai came over to ask. Luo Sifan spoke with pride. Let them try. We have nothing to fear with the demonic emperor watching over us. The Luo clan isn't the only one fighting in this. We have reinforcements. Not happening. Zhuofan glared at the 2. You think of yourselves shielded and want to fight them? Even with covered backs, it'll be our Luo clansmen who will die out there. Why should we take such losses? Luo Yunhai nodded. I can understand that, but we are at the border of the demonic emperor's lands. Are we to retreat if not attacking? Retreating will ruin this rare chance of getting in the 8 emperors' conflict. Then, get the best of 2 worlds by watching them slaughter each other. This grudge is between the 3 of them and we can stay clear. How is the question? Zhuofan mused with a flickering gaze. Another person burst in with a new jade slip. Steward Zhua, demonic Emperor Zhao Chan requests your presence. I was about to go see him as well. Zhuofan grinned, taking the jade slip and leaving for Devil Mountain with Bali Yuyu. Taking 3 days to arrive. The demon guard knew them and let them in. In the hall, they bowed before Zhao Chen. Greetings, Demonic Emperor. Steward Zhua, please sit. Zhao Chun impatiently gestured at the chairs. Steward Zhua, I believe you know by now why I called for you, having taken over the 20 cities I gave you. Zhua Fan nodded. The Wraith Emperor's forces show increased activity. They have ill thoughts. Not just that, but they want to settle the score from years ago. Zhao Chun huffed and flicked his hand. The Falcon Emperor's men are acting up on the other side as well. The two must have planned it to pincer me. Do they really think they can beat me with this? Ha! Steward Zhua, I called for you to ask how the Luo clan is handling the 20 cities. Are you ready to block Wraith Emperor's forces? Zhua Fan paused. Demonic Emperor, sir. The Luo clan is still new here, struggling to get all the local thugs in check. Now that the enemy is coming from outside, getting complete control in just 3 months is a little. Alright, I know where you're going with this, but escaping this war is impossible. Now how many men do you need? I'll give them to you. I want to let them know that even with both against me, I'll still crush them. They want to settle things over? Humph! They're far from worthy. Zhao Chen's eyes shone with cruelty. Zhua Fan muttered, Demonic Emperor, sir. The way I see it, avoiding a war is the best option. Why do you say that, Steward Zhua? Zhao Chen frowned. Zhua Fan smiled as he stood, taking a couple of steps. When two fight, the third reaps the reward. Demonic Emperor, sir, is heroic. But against 2 others the odds aren't looking favorable. You may even win, but the losses will be devastating and turn into a loss in the end. While the other emperors will use this chance to seize Sir's lands. In short, war will only bring downsides. Like in the war between the Falcon Emperor and the Wraith Emperor, what did Sir do? You think I don't know that? Zhao Chun sighed. It's not I who started this fight, but the other 2 geezers coming at me. Not defending will be the same as handing over the land, losing not only territory but my name too. With the world seeing me weak, no one would turn to me for protection. Zhua Fan nodded. Yes, by not fighting the losses will be greater, making the war a must. However, it shouldn't be Sir who fights. Who else then? They came especially to fight me. Let those lurking from the sidelines fight. That's the best tactic. Zhua Fan wore a sneaky smile. Any that joins it has to suffer. Why doesn't Sir just have those spectators hop into the fray while you take their place instead? As the third party. Zhao Chun started. You want me to look for allies? But who would aid me at such a time? There's 2 emperors coming as well. Any allies I find, if I do find any, would at most give a lofty speech only to be a no-show when the war starts. Demonic Emperor, sir. It's not seeking allies, but adversaries. You fight alongside allies, unlike with adversaries. They do the work while we watch without lifting a finger. Steward Zhua? Are you in your right mind? Zhao Chen stared hard then cracked up. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhua. Where are we supposed to find such nimrods? I don't know of any among the 8 emperors who'd be that stupid to waste his strength. Zhua Fan smiled. Of course there aren't any foolish enough to do it. And recruiting adversaries comes with a price. Even the 8 emperors. What price would that be? Zhao Chen asked. Zhua Fan's grin widened, stressing every word. Demonic Emperor, sir. Have you managed to decipher the Nether Sea map by any chance? You want to give the map? Not happening. Zhua Fan shook his head, denying such an idea. The Nether Sea map is the only clue to the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment. It's invaluable. Why should I just hand it over? What if they decipher it? The map is too abstruse for common eyes to unravel. The gambling emperor wouldn't have bet it otherwise. We're not going to use the real map either, but a copy. The real thing will stay with Sir. No, what if they can still crack it? We can just tamper with it, making it impossible. Tampering it and they still won't notice? Demonic Emperor, sir. Please take out the map and allow me a look. Zhua Fan bowed. Squinting, Zhao Chen finally relented and took out the map after a long pause. Zhua Fan approached casually and pointed. Sir, the map has countless black circles. All we have to do is just add more here while taking there, when we make a copy. No one will figure it out, not even the gambling emperor. The right and left corners are similar as well, so we can just switch them with none the wiser. Even put side by side with the original, who would notice? You could stare at it till you go blind and still won't figure it out. Zhao Qin nodded and exclaimed, Steward's tactic is ingenious. With a few subtle changes on the already abstruse map, no one will notice. Now we have a bargaining chip. Getting something for nothing, ha ha ha. Only, who should we make a deal with? With who yearns for the map the most? Zhuofan pace. In Gambling Town, the gambling emperor threw the map into a bet so he won't value it, or maybe he already owns a copy. The other representatives might want the map only to yearn for it. The Ruby Cloud sect tried using a honey trap on me to give them a copy. The Sword Emperor's representative even cut off his own toes in the betting. Talking with them would be far more successful. Zhao Chun gave an approving nod. Sir is truly sharp. I'm fortunate to have you. I'll contact the two right away. One moment. Zhuofan intervened. Demonic Emperor, sir. No need to be hasty. All know our circumstances, and are sure to make heavy demands if we just go to them with the map. Heed my advice, sir, and they would be more than willing to work for us. Zhao Chen's face twitched, staring long at Zhuofan. Having sir with me is like gaining a gem. Then I'll leave the overwhelming alliance to sir. Just doing my duty, sir. Zhuofan bowed, exchanged a couple more words and left with Bali Yuyu. His first goal was the Ruby Cloud sect, where Chu Qingqing was. The failed deal in the Gambling Town would be finished this time. Whoosh. Arriving before the Ruby Cloud sect's territory, a dozen girls blocked their way, with Fang Zmin in the lead. Zhuofan snickered, shouting, Girlie, go tell them that I represent the demonic emperor and have come to see the enchanting empress on important business. Humph, rotten punk. Like we haven't had enough of your tricks last time. Now you have the nerve to come to the Ruby Cloud sect. You're looking to die. Fang Min huffed, preparing to attack Zhuofan. Sisters, rip this arrogant bastard to shreds. Yes. The girls went on the offensive, aiming for Zhuofan. The heavy pressure befell Zhuofan, a bone-tempering cultivator, bound to flatten him. Whoosh. Bali Yuyu flashed in front, sending a casual ice sword wave at them. Bam! The dozen girls coughed blood and were flung away like flies. They should thank their lucky stars that Bali Yuyu went easy, or there would have been nothing left of them. Bali Yuyu sneered and Zhuofan stepped forward. I represent the demonic emperor. Attacking me is attacking, sir. Does Ruby Cloud sect want a war with Devil Mountain? Humph. The demonic emperor is cornered. Can he spare energy against another enemy? A mocking tone came, followed by a familiar figure. Zhuofan perked up. If it isn't Senior Aunt May, how've you been? You dare call me that? Just like Qingqing does. Zhuofan beamed without a trace of shame. Mei Sangu recalled Zhuofan giving her that foul handiwork and cursed. Damn cretin. I have a score to settle with you for last time. TCH, so you found out, eh? Here I thought the biddy would take ages. Bali Yuyu mocked. Mei Sangu's ears twitched, clenching her fists. She knew the girl was more than she looked and winning would not be easy. She couldn't put her in her place. Zhuofan laughed. I'll give you all the explanations you want for last time. The real issue is now. I represent the demonic emperor, but you're just keeping me at the door. Ha, and what of it? Devil Mountain's newest servant only knows how to abuse his status. Ha ha ha, Mei Sangu. How is it any different from you? Zhuofan was grave. Being the demonic emperor's representative isn't anything great, but that's not for you to say, since you're not worthy. I'm the demonic emperor's representative, here to see the Ruby Cloud sect leader for a deal. Only your sect leader can send me away, for she is the Ruby Cloud sect. Senior Aunt May, are you perhaps that representative? Isn't this a power play? Did the enchanting empress die? Why you? Mei Sangu's face twitched in anger, ready to explode. She wanted nothing more than to flatten him under her heel, but the only option she had was to bottle up her fury. Not only was Bali Yuyu an unknown guard that she had no confidence winning against, Zhuofan was, unfortunately, right. He was the demonic emperor's representative, and this involved the relations between Devil Mountain and the Ruby Cloud sect. She had no right to take charge here. What a darn shame a bone-tempering bug had such power. But not her. Mei Sangu's anger flared once more. Dealing with Xuefan was like losing 5,000 years of her lifespan. Senior Aunt Mei. Kill him already. Shut up. Are you an idiot to not see I can't? Fong Min rushed her. But Mei Sangu took out her anger on her instead. Dumb girl, you think I don't want to? Xuefan watched the play with an even smugger grin of disdain. Whoosh. A new figure came before them and Xuefan cried in joy. Ching Chung. Senior Aunt Mei. Master invited them into the hall. Chu Qingqing was icy, only bowing to Master and leaving right after. Xuefan figured out why and shook his head. Using that stained paper must have angered her. Bali Yuyu shoved his shoulder to express. Aren't you going to explain? Don't have to, since anything said at this point won't reach her. Xuefan smiled broadly as he walked under the girl's guidance into the sect. They reached a quaint hall with a mature woman sitting on a high chair. Xuefan knew her to be the enchanting empress of the 8 emperors. It's been a while, old crone. The enchanting empress sized him up as he entered. Smiling, Steward Zhua, please sit. Senior enchanting empress. Xuefan cupped his hands, sitting in a bamboo chair, with Bali Yuyu sitting next to him. Mei Sangu and the disciples stood on the enchanting empress's side, never leaving the two out of their sights. Steward Zhua is from Joy Town? Your name is bringing me unpleasant memories. Sipping her tea, enchanting empress pointed out. He was authoritarian like you. Looking at Steward Zhua is like seeing him. I wonder if there's a connection. Xuefan smiled. The demonic emperor said the same thing when he saw me, but I was born and raised in the Luo clan. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the name was bestowed by clan head himself. Oh, it's fine. Just recalling an old friend of days long past. Old friend? Of yours and the demonic emperor. Xuefan said, I'm quite curious if he's so alike me. Why would both seniors have the same reaction? Maybe your old friend must be quite amazing. I would like to hear more. Ha ha ha. The enchanting empress stared hard and shook her head. The same yet different. Only the first impression is similar. Our friend never joked. Was brooding and dark like ice. Like a viper. Steward Zhua is calm by comparison. Amiable. Really? The demonic emperor said the same. Ha ha ha. Xuefan sipped his own tea, his eyes flashing. Similar yet not, but actually also the same because I was reborn. Xuefan came from the demonic emperor Zhua Yifan, but that man had long ago died. The one before you is just Xuefan, who experienced so much in the mortal domain. The enchanting empress. You will never see my past image no matter how much you scrutinize me. Xuefan smirked and placed down the cup. Good tea, hibiscus and fresh water. Soothing the heart and calming HT mind. It's just like Ruby Cloud's sect. Fragrant and filled with a woman's energy. Steward Zhua knows his tea. Ruby Cloud sect's mountain tea is gathered by our maidens with the tip of their tongue in early spring. When they're still pure. No other place has such quality. Tip of the tongue, you say? Xuefan rose an eyebrow, looking on the tea tray. Which is Qingqing's? I'll have 10 kilos of it, thanks. The girls turned from him to Chu Qingqing. Giggling. The enchanting empress smiled as well. Chu Qingqing blushed, glaring at him and warning him not to be frivolous. Xuefan was still looking through the teacups, ignoring her fiery stare. Steward Zhua is so funny. You're nothing like him. Ha ha ha. The enchanting empress turned serious, having enough pleasantries. We've talked for so long yet I've yet to know what the demonic emperor's representative is doing here. Unsuccessful in his noble pursuit. Xuefan placed the tea at the side and smiled. Nothing much, just a bargain to discuss with the enchanting empress. Bargain? Exactly. Xuefan grew serious. Enchanting empress must have heard by now that Sir is about to fight with the Falcon Emperor and the Wraith Emperor. They're testing the waters now with ill intent. The demonic emperor thus wishes to ask the enchanting empress to step in and mediate. Upon success, A great reward awaits you. The enchanting empress's brow shook. So that's why you're here. The Wraith Emperor and Falcon Emperor aren't easy to deal with either. With their ill tempers, they would hardly give me any attention. The only reason the two started this war is because they have Sir outnumbered. But enchanting Empress, by coming forth and standing with Sir, it will be a tie. They would never try anything at that point and everyone would just fall back. The people would be fortunate to be spared from such a calamity. I see. The demonic emperor wants my support to intimidate them. The enchanting empress squinted then refused. Steward Zhua can return to the demonic emperor. For the Ruby Cloud sect is not about to join such an ill event. Enchanting empress, we've yet to speak our terms. Maybe they'll be to your liking. There's no need. Stepping in can force the two to withdraw, but what about later? Their hatred would be directed at me. I'm not that narrow-minded to take such little gain and earn two emperors' disfavor. The enchanting empress waved him off. Steward Zhua, you can leave. Send them on their way, girls. Disciples came over at once and offered. After you. Looking at her and then at the hesitant Chu Qingqing, Zhua Fan sneered. He nodded and stood. I worked hard to convince the demonic emperor to win the enchanting empress over, but alas, ma'am is cold. I'll just have to take it up with the sword emperor and let him have the Nether Sea map. Wait! Enchanting empress shouted at his words. What did you say, the Nether Sea map? That's your term, the Nether Sea map. Zhua Fan nodded. It is, but not the original, just a copy. Copy? You have the nerve to say that. Mei Sangu flipped at the mere mention of the word. I still haven't paid you back for the last copy you gave me, and now you bring your dirty rags here again? The enchanting empress was grave, staring at him. Zhua Fan snickered. I was about to mention that. When I raised the proposal, I said I would risk my life to copy the map if you give me Qingqing. But what do? Return to the sect and leave me hanging. I'm not as gullible as Qingqing to believe your lies. But she insisted on having it or she would be scolded. I thus promised her and gave her a map. Zhua Fan bent backward, sticking out his waist very suggestively, his tone a mockery. Ain't this a map as well? While not Nether Sea map, by any means, but I would rather have you spit fire at me instead of Qingqing. Zhua Fan. Chu Qingqing was touched and looked her heart melted. The enchanting empress was grave. And now? Is the map real this time? Of course, the demonic emperor personally offered the deal, so it can't be anything less than genuine. Zhua Fan shouted. The demonic emperor planned to go for the head of the 8 emperors first, the sword emperor. He just had to show up and the other two would easily fall back. But I miss Qingqing and hope to give the Ruby Cloud sect some help. Thus I persuade the demonic emperor to find another worthy ally, recommending the enchanting empress. I did all this so that Qingqing and I could be together. I'm doing this out of personal interest, since the Sword Emperor is enough to force the two back. So why even bother making another map? Enchanting Empress nodded. How can we be sure the map is real? When we give you the copy, we'll bring the real map as well so that you can see for yourself. You may also ask the Gambling Emperor to inspect it for any flaws. In that case, we agree to the Demonic Emperor's proposal. The enchanting empress shouted with resolve. Since this involved the Sword Emperor, the Falcon Emperor and Wraith Emperor would not direct their anger towards her. The Sword Emperor was there to take the lead and she'd be safe. With the agreement coming to a close, Zhua Fan and Bali Yuyu said their goodbyes. The enchanting empress had someone walk them out, urging them to talk about the details later. The enchanting empress gazed into the distance once they were gone, sighing. I can see why a bone-tempering cultivator got such a high position. He has a knack for it. The rash demonic emperor can be said to be soaring to new heights now. Senior sister, you believe he? From his proposal, not only could I not find any reason to refuse, but I also lost the right to haggle. Humph, the brat poses as demonic emperor's representative. But he's smooth enough to make it look like we're the ones winning in this deal. The enchanting empress's eyes shone. Qingqing had no chance against his guile, thoroughly charmed. Sangu watched Qingqing closely. Don't let him take her. Mei Sangu nodded. Senior sister. I know exactly Qingqing's value. I won't let that nameless brat touch one hair on her. The enchanting empress nodded and smiled. In front of the Ruby Cloud sect, a sudden shout stopped the two from leaving. Wait! Knowing full well why, Shuafan put on a smile as he turned to his intended. Qingqing, you don't have to send us off. I still need to pay the Sword Emperor a visit. I would much rather be with you and go through a wedding, even raising a cute baby. Sigh, busy, busy, busy. Cut that out. Who'd ever? Chu Qingqing blushed and glared at him. Then she whispered, Shuafan, forgive me for getting the wrong idea about before. I thought you only wanted. My feelings for you are genuine. You don't have to say anything. You'll come to see it in time. Shuafan held her soft hand and pecked her cute cheek. One day I will take you away from the Ruby Cloud sect. Feeling her cheeks burning, Chu Qingqing showed no anger, just lowering her head. She gave a faint nod and a smile filled with joy. Shuafan said his goodbye, leaving with Bali Yuyu's piercing stare on him. Chu Qingqing watched them go, her deep gaze filled with emotion. 3 months later, on a lofty mountain range, two people walked by. Looking up at the few clouds surrounding a glorious palace, Shuafan smiled and cupped his hands. I represent the demonic emperor and request a meeting with the Sword Emperor. Whoosh. 30 people surrounded them the next instant, holding swords or blades that glinted in the sun. Shuafan cared not, while Bali Yuyu showed disdain. You call that a sword? Shuafan, you have some nerve coming here when we still have a score to settle from Mist City. A familiar voice echoed as a man stepped out of the encirclement. Shuafan smirked, cupping his hands. If it isn't young Master Su Jinxing, it's been a while. Don't you give me that. Su Jinxing sneered. You're just looking to get killed, aren't you? In Gambling Town, the Gambling Emperor's turf, we couldn't touch you. But now here you are, in our own lands. You're practically begging for it. Brothers, sword formation. Kill the bastard and take revenge for Elder Lu. Yes. The men pointed their swords at him and a net shot for the two to cut them down. Bali Yuyu flashed in front of Shuafan, releasing her power. Thunder echoed as icy lightning sword aura spread everywhere. Boom! Upon contact, a deafening explosion tore the skies. The 30 swords were reduced to splinters, littering the ground. Their users, however, recoiled from the outburst of power and coughed blood. They slammed on the ground, too wounded to get up. Su Jinxing squinted in shock, his voice shaking. Why you dare raise your hand in the Sword Emperor's land? You'll get yours. Mark my words. Once I get my senior uncles, you're dead. And? Do they represent Sword Emperor Ao Changtian? Shuafan sneered. Brother Jinxing, you have to understand. I'm here on behalf of the demonic emperor to discuss with the Sword Emperor. As the Sword Emperor's disciple, instead of walking us in, you attacked us. It's not just disrespectful to the demonic emperor, but you have disgraced your Sword Emperor. Are his disciples so cocky to find him beneath them? Now you won't even allow his guests to see him? Is he held prisoner in there? Why you? Su Jinxing choked, unable to speak as he sweated buckets. Right, this is undermining authority. It mustn't reach Master's ears, or I'm dead. Whoosh! Another old face showed up then, dressed in white and having an elegant demeanor, though he had no legs and floated. The elder gave them a dark look, shouting, The Sword Emperor will see you. Thank you. Shuafan leaned and walked ahead. Bali Yuyu gave the old guy a look and followed. Elder Lu. Su Jinxing began, but the man held up a hand. The Sword Emperor will handle everything. The old man led the way with Su Jinxing at his side. The four reached a magnificent hall, with 18 lofty pillars looking like divine swords, majestic and kingly. In the center seat stood an old man with a white beard, a face covered in scars, and a sharp gaze. What strong sword energy! Bali Yuyu grew grave, clenching her fists. The old man made her feel threatened, in serious danger of dying. Shuafan grinned. Sword Emperor Ao Changtian, we meet after so long. What comes around goes around. With me gone, the second best for 10,000 years finally got the throne, ha ha ha. Whoosh. A cold wave flashed and Bali Yuyu caught a cold blade between her fingers. It was 7 feet long, covered in intricate dragon patterns. The tip was aiming straight for Zhua Fan's forehead, merely an inch from killing him. That was too close. Bali Yuyu gasped, knowing it was for Zhua Fan. She looked back at Sword Emperor on his chair. He stared at her as well, then laughed. Girl, good skills. Who taught you? Family legacy. Bali Yuyu stared at him with anger in her eyes. What does Senior Sword Emperor mean by this? Elder Lu floated on a seat next to Sword Emperor, looking coldly at the two. Su Jinxing stood at his side. Sword Emperor began. The boy took my junior brother's legs and thinks that being the demonic emperor's representative would absolve him of it. But you're only going to leave this place without your legs. What? Bali Yuyu glared at him. You want Steward Zhua's legs? I don't think so. Ha ha ha. You've lost any right the minute you entered my domain. I want his legs and nothing more out of respect for that demonic emperor brat? Or did you think I'd stop there otherwise? The Sword Emperor's power exploded, flashing in the two's faces. His pressure slammed like a mountain, making them gasp as even their yuan qi slowed down. Bali Yuyu panicked inside as sweat trickled down. They were far from able to take on the 8 Emperor's power. A deadly bloodthirst enveloped them, like a sea of needles aimed at their heart. Bali Yuyu was frozen in place by now, while Zhua Fan took a casual step forward. We came to give you the Nether Sea map. The Sword Emperor immediately stopped his relentless pursuit for vengeance, staring hard at Zhua Fan. What was that? Sword Emperor, we came to give you the Nether Sea map. Kill me and you'll never get the chance again. Humph, you think it'll save you? Think again. The Sword Emperor flicked his hand, but then he went back to his throne, barking. What the hell are you up to? Talk already before I lose the little patience I have left. Zhua Fan cupped his hands. Sword Emperor. It's like this. You must have heard by now how the Falcon Emperor and Wraith Emperor are moving. The demonic emperor doesn't fear them and only wants to spare the people the needless destruction and pain. Thus he is asking the Sword Emperor to mediate. You can't beat them, so you came crawling to me. Don't you think offering a copy instead of the original is a little insincere? My hands are tied. This is as far as the demonic emperor will bargain. Zhua Fan sighed. Seeing as the Sword Emperor rejected the proposal, we shall leave. The two bowed. Wait! The Sword Emperor shouted. Zhua Fan looked back. Anything else I can do for you, Sword Emperor? Use it to cut off your legs and you may leave with your life. The Sword Emperor pointed at the sword Bali Yuyu threw on the ground. Bali Yuyu grimaced, awaiting Zhua Fan's signal. Zhua Fan smiled and sighed. He stared at the sword. Sword Emperor, can't I make amends instead? I would rather not go without my legs for the rest of my days. This is what you get for cutting my junior brother's legs. I'm not as gracious as you might think. Sword Emperor, I told you that I can make amends. Just tell me what I have to do, short of cutting my legs. What do you have that's worth my junior brother's legs? At Gambling Town, Senior Lu cut his 2 toes for the Nether Sea map. I figured using the same map in exchange for his legs should be worth it. I'm sure Senior Lu would have gladly given up his legs then just to earn the map. The old man eyed the Sword Emperor with a grave look, nodding. The Sword Emperor said, Then hand it over, but can you take it from the demonic emperor? Not the original, only a copy, if you don't mind. Copy. Sword Emperor glanced at Elder Lu to see him frowning then nodding. Anything's better than nothing. It shouldn't be fake either, right? Of course not. I have a way to prove it to Sir, and you can even take it up with the Gambling Emperor to validate it. That's settled then. The girl will stay here as insurance. Sword Emperor clapped, his decision final. Zhua Fan snickered, bowing. Sword Emperor, you don't need a hostage. All Sir has to do is mediate the war and the demonic emperor will gladly offer the copy. What? Sword Emperor glared at him. You're toying with me. Sword Emperor, I would never. Outrageous. I deigned letting you make amends by exchanging the Nether Sea map copy for your legs, but in the end, you're still dragging the demonic emperor into this. How is that making amends? Sword Emperor, please. I'm really doing what I said. Zhuo Fan bowed in panic. To be honest, the demonic emperor already found an ally, the Ruby Cloud Sex Enchanting Empress. 2 against 2 would be enough to force the enemy emperors to withdraw. The matter with Elder Lu that day weighed heavy on my mind that I insisted on making another copy and having the Sword Emperor for an ally. The Sword Emperor is the head of the 8 emperors, lofty and respected. Your mere presence will smooth things over. However, the demonic emperor was disinclined towards this proposal. More copies meant, haha, you understand. So I worked 3 days and 3 nights to get the demonic emperor to accept the Sword Emperor as an ally. It's just a matter of mediating and Sir will get the copy. It's hardly any different from doing nothing. Isn't it? Isn't this ample proof of my sincere actions? The Sword Emperor paused, looking at Zhuo Fan's smile and said, I can see now how you got a name for yourself in Gambling Town, thanks to that insidiousness and guile. With you by the demonic emperor's side, it's like having 100 more spirit kings. Sword Emperor, you flatter me. That's no compliment, but reality. The Sword Emperor waved. Fine, you can go. I'll agree with the demonic emperor's request. We'll now wait to meet and settle the rest. By the way, bring the gambling emperor as well to inspect the map. Zhuo Fan bowed. Thank you so much, Sword Emperor. Farewell. Zhuo Fan and Bali Yuyu left. The Sword Emperor's face fell. Rotten brat. So cunning that it makes me want to flay him alive, but I can't do nothing to him. Humph. Just a bone-tempering cultivator yet. Bam. The Sword Emperor slammed the table beside him to pieces. Su Jinxing started. Master, we're just going to let him go? Elder Lu's legs. Didn't he say it himself? He made up for it with the Nether Sea copy. Elder Lu looked downcast. But isn't that just a simple trade? It is, but in his view it's making amends, so that's what it is. He also brought up the Ruby Cloud sect to corner us. We could forego the deal, but all we need to do is mediate and we'll get a copy of the Nether Sea map. We can't let this easy win pass us by. But we could have still cut his legs. He made no amends, just speaking on behalf of the demonic emperor. A deal is one thing while retribution is another. Su Jinxing's eyes flashed with cruelty. The Sword Emperor and Elder Lu shook their heads. Ashing, when you meet him again, strike him then and there. Don't ever give him the chance to speak. Why? The moment he does, you'd have lost all reasons to do so. The Sword Emperor sighed. I could have done it at first, but lost my chance as he skirted around the Nether Sea map, the reason for the deal. With it in play, I lost all reason to deal with him. He represents the demonic emperor. Killing him means no deal when we truly want it to go through. The kid is bad news. Able to save his skin and accomplish the demonic emperor's task. Su Jinxing started and Elder Lu sighed. The debt for his legs would remain on hold for a long time. A month later, Zhuo Fan returned to Devil Mountain. Zhao Chun could hardly wait, questioning the minute he stepped in the hall. Well, how did it go? Those 2 geezers have been growing restless these past months. They've taken 3 towns already. I haven't joined the fight since I've been waiting for you to give me a reply. Demonic Emperor Sir can rest easy knowing everything went as planned. Zhuo Fan smirked. The Enchanting Empress and Sword Emperor will be stepping in. All for just 1 copy of the map and nothing more. Now it's up to Sir to use them against each other. The Wraith Emperor and Falcon Emperor will come out heavily wounded at the least. Zhao Chen laughed. Steward Zhuo, you're amazing to get 2 helpers so quickly. Luck's on my side. Ha ha ha. I'll send letters to them right away to have a talk and settle those geezers. Brilliant, sir. Zhuo Fan bowed, his smirk obvious. 3 days later, Devil Mountain sent 2 jade slips. After 2 more months, the Sword Emperor and Enchanting Empress arrived with their forces, along with a fat man in fancy clothes. Wearing a decorated black robe, Zhao Chan took his 20 demon guards to welcome them, with Xue Fan in their lead. Of course, Sword Emperor, Enchanting Empress, it's been a long time. I'm thrilled to have both of your support in this matter. Ha ha ha. Demonic Emperor, please, we came to do our part and receive our just reward, ha ha ha. The two replied back with respect. Sword Emperor went right to it. Isn't it time to show us what you promised? We've gone to great lengths to bring experts to appraise it. The Sword Emperor made way as he pointed at a fatty behind. Zhao Chun cried, Gambling Emperor, you're here too? Sure I am. In such a crucial situation, Sword Emperor insisted that I validate the items. I was also free at the moment, so I tagged along to enjoy the bustle. I'm curious if there's been any clues to unraveling the Nether Sea map after taking it from me. The Gambling Emperor smirked. Zhao Chun shook his head. Gambling Emperor, you jest. Known for your sharp mind, if you, who had it for decades and couldn't crack it, how could I do so in only a few days? Then there's the recent trouble that came up, taking more of my time. You're overthinking things. You don't have to remind me. The answer to the riddle is like gambling, up to luck, coincidence, and a whole lot of wisdom. I'm just a bit brighter, but not wiser, for true wisdom is unassuming and simple. Maybe your little friend managed to do it in a couple of days. Hey, are you two done? This is not the time to show off when we haven't even seen the map. The Sword Emperor cut the two's idle chatter. Since this is a discussion among three parties, it will only be carried out on the premise of the map's validity. The Demonic Emperor and Gambling Emperor laughed, the former bringing them into the main hall. A 3-meter-long table lay in the center. Zhao Chun took out 3 boxes and placed them on it, opening each one to reveal 3 scrolls. The middle one had everyone's focus, confirming it to be the real Nether Sea map. The other 2 looked newer, obviously the copies. Unfolding them, they all looked the same, covered in black dots and circles. The lines at the top were also copied to the tiniest detail. This is the real Nether Sea map. Unlike that, Mei Sangu had come as well, and her eyes shone as she sighed. Then she glared at Xue Fan, recalling the indignity he put her through with his sick joke. Xue Fan bowed towards Gambling Emperor. Senior, please inspect the copies and see if there are any discrepancies, so we may correct. There's nothing to inspect about the original. It just can't be faked. The Gambling Emperor nodded. The genuine map is made of ancient nether paper, filled with energy, making it impervious and eternal, the craftsmanship lost with time. Everything's about the drawing, whether it's done accurately. It's only a matter of matching the copies to the original. The Gambling Emperor leaned over to look closer. After many hours, he still said nothing. A day in, and he still found them to be identical to the real map. The others didn't disturb him in the process, since it involved the other 3's basis for cooperation. Only after the second day did the Gambling Emperor put them down and sighed. Yes, the copies are the same. The rest nodded, smiling. Now we shall help the Demonic Emperor in talking those 2 old guys into withdrawing so peace can be restored. The Sword Emperor turned lively, knowing that the map was within reach. The Enchanting Empress nodded as well, in full agreement. The sooner they were done, the sooner she got what she wanted. Zhao Chun shouted, Hold on, I changed my mind. You don't want to trade? The Sword Emperor reacted. Zhao Chun shook his head. Hardly. I just wish to add another condition. Don't you think it's too easy to get a copy by only talking? What do you propose? The 2 frowned, having a bad feeling. Zhao Chun snickered, cupping his hands. I ask that you promise me something. We all know the value of the Nether Sea map, and I wish to ask a favor of you 2 in exchange for a copy. What is it? That all 3 of us act. Help me to take all of the lands owned by the Wraith Emperor and Falcon Emperor. What? The 2 flinched, with the Enchanting Empress shouting. Steward Zhua clearly said it's only mediating. There was no mention of attacking. How can you just... Yeah. Xue Fan also intervened. Demonic Emperor, sir. When I asked sirs for cooperation, fighting wasn't part of it. Going back on it isn't. Right? What's so bad about it? And you have no right to talk here. Back off. Zhao Chun glared at him. Fan sighed and stepped down. Zhao Chun turned to the other two. When I sent Steward Zhua to ask for your help, the war hadn't started. With you acting as mediators, it wouldn't matter then since no harm's been done. Now, those bastards took 10 of my cities. I'm not about to take this lying down. You may still be after brokering peace, but I've grown out of it, humph. The two darkened, looking at the copies now and then. Getting them to attack over the copy was demonic emperor. I'm sorry to say this, but you're asking for too much. Fan was grave, stepping in with a bow. The Nether Sea map is valuable, but it is merely a faint hope. Deciphering it is still uncertain. Asking the Sword Emperor and Enchanting Empress to get involved in the war will bring them losses, and they have to receive adequate compensation. I propose that after their lands are taken over, the Demonic Emperor would split them with the two sirs, making it a common ground to act together. Adding the two copies as well, and it sounds worthwhile. Outrageous! Zhao Chun snapped. You want to split my gains? Isn't that asking for much? Fan, on which side are you on? Sir, I'm always on your side. But in business, both sides need to be satisfied. How else are they to help you? No, the most I can offer is 20 cities, since I'm still throwing in the two maps. Demonic Emperor. I believe Steward Zhua's proposal to be reasonable. We will divide everything evenly among us three. That's the only way for us to involve our own forces. Enchanting Empress, don't haggle with me. I'm even giving you the map, Zhao Chun roared. The Enchanting Empress said with a cold smile. Right now, you're surrounded on all sides. What good will a piece of paper do when you're burning to the ground? In any case, if you want us to fight, we can, but we're not about to suffer for nothing. Sword Emperor, are you up for some charity? Ha ha ha. I'm no fool to accept such dumb demands. Why you all? Demonic Emperor gnashed his teeth, flinging his hand in the air. Fine, have it your way. We'll split it 3 ways, that's our agreement. As for the maps, we'll have them, of course. Why the hell would you? Because those two came for you. It wouldn't bother us at all if we just stayed back. While you needed us. Sword Emperor sneered. The map is the reward for our cooperation. The Demonic Emperor was huffing and puffing in anger, but finally turned away. Fine. Do what you want. Making me lose so much. And you talk too much. Zhao Chun pointed at Fan, barking before going to his chambers. Fan sighed, while the two emperors were smug. The Gambling Emperor gave Fan a long look, sporting a crafty grin. The kid sure is something else. Steward Zhua, we would like to make a copy ourselves. Could we? Zhao Chun was gone now, and the Enchanting Empress asked Fan. Fan frowned, giving her a dark look. We had the copies prepared already. Why would you bother for more? Do you doubt? No, we just wish to feel for ourselves the fascination of the Nether Sea map. Fan smiled after some difficulty. As you wish, but please give your copy to the Gambling Emperor for keeping. The Gambling Emperor is fair, always neutral. Once the deal is done, each of you can take your copy from him. We understand. The Enchanting Empress and Sword Emperor took out paper and started copying the Nether Sea map. Fan sneered inside. These geezers are the same. Cautious to the extreme. Ha ha ha. The Sword Emperor and Enchanting Empress were obsessed with the map at this point, taking their good time copying it and then comparing it for good measure. This whole process took a week, before handing the paper to the Gambling Emperor. Fan sent the 3 great people on their way, as the representative of Devil Mountain, to get ready for war. Zhao Chun looked to not have gotten over his loss in this deal and never showed up in the meantime. The emperors felt even more gratified by his demeanor, like they won big, so they saluted Fan as they left. The Gambling Emperor gave him a long look. Demonic Emperor has earned heaven's favor to have Steward Zhua by his side. He left flying under Fan's watch and grin. How was it? Did it work? The Demonic Emperor strolled out and smiled in joy. Fan bowed. Sir, everything went perfectly. To get their copy as soon as possible from the Gambling Emperor. They're sure to help us crush the other two quickly. Ha ha ha, Steward Zhua is incredible. Getting those two to fall for your scheme with a few words and coming to my rescue. They wouldn't have taken such a risk otherwise. Demonic Emperor, sir. All I did was play a little mind trick. Shuafan's eyes shone. Asking them to fight for us by using the map as bait wouldn't have worked. So we had them act as mediators first, fooling them into coming to the talks before changing your mind. They were promised the map, but now that the gambling emperor has validated it and seeing it so close, they couldn't bear the thought of missing out. Then we played our little act, one with the other against them. Zhao Chen laughed. I gave them crumbs while Steward Zhua argued over honorable reward. Of course they'd side with Steward Zhua but forgot to consider if they should join the war in the first place. It was truly smooth how they got dragged into fighting our war for us with none the wiser. Steward Zhua's skills are ingenious. Way better than any advisor I ever had. Ha ha ha. Shuafan bowed. Demonic Emperor is too kind. I'm just ashamed of making Sir play the bad guy. It's fine, since it's only natural for me to play such a role. You'd come off as fake if you'd done it and the plan would fall through. What mattered was for this deal to work. And they wanted the Nether Sea copy, humph. Zhao Chen sneered. Shuafan nodded with his own cruel smile. He took out the real map and splashed water over to clean it. They wanted to copy the original, never imagining we'd tampered with it, adding more black circles. They still have a fake in the end. It's all due to Steward Zhua's clever thinking, anticipating such a situation. You have my complete admiration. Zhao Chen's eyes flashed and both cracked up. Zhao Chen said, should we now gather the men and join them in raiding those old fools' lands? No, Demonic Emperor, we cannot join this war. Why not? Zhao Chen stated, those two came for me and I have to be a part of this war. Steward Zhua, do you have another devious plot? Shuafan gave a vague smile. Demonic Emperor, think about it. With 3 emperors those two will fall, no doubt about it. But when push comes to shove, what of our allies? Knowing the enemy is going to be defeated, they would give their all to fight in anger and hatred against such indignity. Our losses would be huge while our allies would just wait at the side. They would have some losses as well, while us and the enemy would be crippled, making them the real winners. Yes, none of those 8 emperors are good. They'll be sure to do this. Zhao Chen gnashed his teeth. Shuafan grinned. Then when they fight we just do nothing. The enemy would give their all against our allies, making them suffer while we watch them burn from a safe distance. When the outcome is obvious, we join in as allies and win everything. Isn't that better? Yeah, we won't lose 1 man and would get 1/3 of those two's lands. Zhao Chen's eyes shone with joy. Steward Zhua, amazing as ever. I did say Demonic Emperor, to look for adversaries and not allies, and found I have. Zhua Fan's eyes shone. Zhao Chen was over the moon, thrilled and oblivious at this careful net being laid out, meant to drag him down to hell as well. A month later, the Wraith Emperor and Falcon Emperor had no trouble at all taking 20 more of Demonic Emperor's cities. The rest of the world found it odd. Even with 2 emperors against him, Demonic Emperor wouldn't just sit still, right? Letting his lands be taken away without even a fight? The attackers themselves found it queer. Out of the blue, the neutral Sword Emperor and Enchanting Empress joined the fight against them. They looked to have been gotten ready just for this too. The war was thus in full swing, with each side having 2 emperors. As for Demonic Emperor, he showed no sign of joining. The enemy had no intention to duke it out with those strong crazies, so they withdrew from the Demonic Emperor's lands. The Demonic Emperor still hadn't sent 1 soldier on the front or recovered his lands. Uncertain, the 2 enemies set their soldiers at the borders, waiting for a week, only falling back for real when the Demonic Emperor still showed no signs. They now moved their soldiers to deal with the Sword Emperor and Enchanting Empress invasions on their lands. Their weakened borders led to the new participants having an easy time taking 10 cities. The enemy was furious, sending their armies to help while shouting curses all the time. We had no beef with you, so why the hell are you ganging up on us? This is absurd. The 2 rushed to counter, making the strong forces of the Sword Emperor and Enchanting Empress suffer losses. Another month passed and the newcomers took 5 more cities with their relentless assaults, though losses mounted to 40%. The Sword Emperor and Enchanting Empress felt it and swore on and off because of it. Not the enemy emperors, since they were just defending their lands. Their only gripe was, of course, with the demonic emperor. It was his mess to begin with, yet after more than a month, he still sat on his laurels, leaving them 4 to enjoy a nice day on a bloody battlefield. The demonic emperor had to strike the enemy's heart, and then the war would have been over and done with ages ago. He didn't do that, of course, letting the 4 emperors clash and entwine, making a resolution improbable in the short term. The demonic emperor would definitely hang the copy over their heads because of this too, making all the effort till now wasted. So the war went on, with no one to direct it or stop it. Just what Fan wanted. 8 emperors? Ha! Letting you rulers kill each other is the fastest way to fall. So go ahead. Tear each other apart to your heart's content. Ha ha ha! Shriek. Over the bloody battlefield, with limbs and corpses rotting in the blazing sun, a 2-mile-long bald eagle cast a dark shadow with its huge wings. On its back was a spindly man with sharp eyes. Senior sister, the Falcon Emperor has joined the battle. In a large tent, Mei Sangu rushed to report. 8 emperors frowned. The old man is here? Damn it! A fight among 8 emperors can't be avoided now. The war has to end now if we are to endure. Sangu, take the Ruby Cloud sect forces 50 miles back so that they do not get affected. Yes. Mei Sangu carried her orders. The enchanting empress' eyes flared and she flew out to face the Falcon Emperor above the Hell's Cape. Old man, you're finally stepping in yourself. I thought you'd wait till the last man to show up. Enchanting Empress, what did I ever do to you to invade my lands? We all work for our greed. You didn't do anything, but I'm entrusted with another's business. Enchanting Empress' eyes shone. The Falcon Emperor squinted. A deal with the demonic emperor, perhaps? I was wondering, why would you and the Sword Emperor turn on us? Tell me, what did he promise you anyway? I'll just double it. Ha ha ha, Falcon Emperor. You think any random trinket could impress us? You don't have what he does. Really? Then that leaves war as the only option. The Falcon Emperor flicked his sleeve and the eagle beneath him shot for the enchanting empress with bloodthirst. Lofty falcon. The Falcon Emperor waved and a golden falcon flew out from his body, high above, growing larger and larger as it enveloped the sky. It flapped its wings and shot golden feathers down like meteors. Everything in 1,000 miles was covered in craters. The ground quaked, the air warped, everything ended up reduced to nothing from the overbearing power. Both sides were wise enough to pull out their men, avoiding the pointless loss of millions of lives. Not even a spirit king could avoid that. They watched agape and in fear at the wanton destruction, thanking their lucky stars to be alive. They were also amazed at the 8 emperors' strength, way beyond any normal emperor. Senior sister. Mei Sangu watched with worry. An eerie laughter jarred their ears. Ha ha ha, Falcon Emperor. Using the imperial mark off the bat? You're going all out. I see. Whoosh. A swirling wind came out of nowhere, removing all the dust. A stem hundreds of meters long, adorned with golden lights and petals emitting faint ethereal fragrance, winded its way upward, blossoming in this wretched battlefield. The enchanting empress sat upon it, showing mesmerizing charm and a coy smile playing on her lips. Imperial mark, heavenly jasper? The Falcon Emperor smiled. My ascending divine falcon soul rules the skies while your heavenly jasper soul roots in the endless earth. It's like a battle between heaven and earth. The enchanting empress said, the heavens and earth coexist, as do yin and yang. Despite being opposite, they can't overcome each other, unlike us. For someone always falls. Humph, since time immemorial, the heavens are lofty and the earth is base. You're the one who shall fall. Let's see it then, shall we? The enchanting empress raised an eyebrow, shouting, high earth ranked martial art, flower bloom, heaven-piercing forest, boom. The earth cracked as golden vines snaked out of the ground, untold numbers shooting for the skies. They whistled as they rented the air, feeling like they were about to tear the heavens asunder. Falcon Emperor was grave atop his eagle as he avoided the incoming vines. The enchanting Empress sneered, "Does a heavenly lord not deign to land? Enchanting Empress, you're getting ahead of yourself. Uprooting these things is nothing to me." Falcon Emperor made a sign. High Earth ranked martial art. Divine elusive falcon, airborne hunt. The golden eagle above exploded in a brilliant flash, sending golden motes of light in all direction. They turned into miniature golden eagles in the millions. There was not a place that hadn't one. The enchanting Empress turned grave, making the vines cover her. Bang! Explosions echoed all around her. Her tough vines were unable to withstand the finger-sized golden eagles, splintering and breaking with every impact. The Falcon Emperor sneered. The vines all crumbled, but the enchanting Empress was nowhere to be seen. Her imperial mark, heavenly jasper, was gone as well. Then he noticed the ground had a dark hole, 1 meter wide. The Falcon Emperor muttered, "Flowers live on the ground. Does that mean she hid beneath the earth?" Bam! Dust flew everywhere as a root shot from under the earth, straight for him. The deadly bloodlust made him flinch, jumping off the eagle on instinct. With a muffled sound, the giant eagle cried as it got skewered. The Falcon Emperor looked back and gasped. His huge eagle had half of its body gone, releasing a rain of blood in its suffering plunge to the ground. In its place was a towering stem with a gorgeous flower at the end. Though this flower not only had thorns, but teeth and a bloody maw as it tore through the eagle's body. The blood pulsed through its veins down the stem, giving it a ghastly look. The enchanting Empress was still atop her flower, giving him a wicked smile of contempt. To think the heavenly jasper is a carnivore. The Falcon Emperor clenched his fists and threw his hand out, making golden lights gather behind him to form a 300-meter-long golden eagle. "Enchanting Empress, you killed my mount, so I'm going to gut you like a trout and offer up your soul to my divine falcon." The enchanting Empress said, "Any slower and the 10th level spiritual beast wouldn't have been the only casualty. You lost back there and are still blustering about. Shut it, Enchanting Empress. Today you're plucked, one petal at a time." "What did you say?" The enchanting Empress was outraged. "I said you're plucked. Die." The enchanting Empress made a furious sign and her man-eating chair shot for the skies. The earth shook with its movements as thousands upon thousands of vines shot out as well, aiming for the Falcon Emperor. The Falcon Emperor was no pushover either, trembling and releasing a lofty eagle cry as he dived along with his golden eagle. The blazing sun above sent its rays to help, turning into firebirds in the millions. The sky warped and the earth caved as the two relentless cultivators unleashed their heavy attacks. Even as they had yet to clash, the thick and calamitous power they unleashed reeked of death. All spectators shuddered with the fight reaching do or die. "Stop!" A shout rent the skies, making the two halt their attacks. Whoosh! Understanding their situation, the man never thought of the possibility the two could pull back their attacks. "And since you can't stop, I will handle them myself." Two booms echoed that startled everyone. At the peak of the skies, two white sword waves shot down 100 meters in length, straight for the two. The rising vines got pruned down to their molecules, while the diving golden eagle got bisected, before turning into harmless lights. A 300-meter large image of a man carrying 18 swords on his back used his large hands to clasp on enchanting Empress carnivorous flower and Falcon Emperor's golden eagle. "This!" The two cried, "Spirit body soul, a saint. I am the 6th sacred mountain saint, Xiaofeng." The huge image held in the center of his head an eminent youth staring down at them. "I heard of the 8 emperors going to war, bringing chaos and destruction among the people, so I came to put a stop to it. Give up. My attacks would have cut your souls and yourselves if they were aimed at your imperial marks." The two gasped and bowed. "Thank you, Saint, for your mercy. We're forever grateful." "Cut the crap. We came out because of orders to discuss with the 8 emperors." But it turns out you guys are nothing but idiots to fight over fortunes. He Xiaofeng decreed. You are to go to the Sword Emperor's place within the month. We'll talk there. He Xiaofeng released his hold on them and vanished. The two emperors stood stock still, seeing the fear in the other's eyes. This saint had always been in seclusion. What's he doing out? The last time that he came out was due to 9 Serenity's secret records. Is this time because... The enchanting empress' heart sank. Curses, here comes another struggle for treasure. The sacred mountains are no saints after all. Humph! The Sword Emperor and Wraith Emperor were at their throats with their deadly attacks when an old man popped in to put a halt to their senseless destruction, telling them the 8 emperors were to gather. Thus, the curtain fell on the war of 5 emperors, with neither party coming out pleased. As the big bad boss above came down, the little guys could no longer act tough and do what they pleased. Someone from the sacred mountains came? In Devil Mountain's main hall, the demonic emperor shouted out after the Sword Emperor's messenger left. Then his fury exploded and he smashed a good table to splinters. Damn them all! They just couldn't pick a better timing than right when things were getting heated up. I was just about to charge in and sweep everything, but they just had to butt in and ruin everything. So many losses yet fricking nothing to show for it. Curse them. Hello, you lost nothing, you dunce. Why the tantrum? It should be the Sword Emperor, Enchanting Empress, and me in particular, who should be raging. It was bad enough it took so much effort to enact such a bloody war. Getting everyone to jump in, now everything went out the window. I'm the one who lost everything here. 7 sacred mountains only ever acts out of need, which means... Shuofan rubbed his chin in thought. Demonic Emperor, sir. News of Nether Sea map must have reached them. We'll have to hand the map over. Why the hell would I? Zhao Chun threw his hand. Shuofan sighed. Yeah. After so much blood and sweat in keeping the original. Only to give it all up makes me worthless to sir. However, no matter the value of the map, one's life is far more precious. Zhao Chun shuddered, recalling the lesson of his master dying at a saint's hand because of the 9 Serenity's secret records, and sighed. Master was the boldest of the 8 emperors, and even under the other 7's attacks, still stood undefeated. Only when a saint. Curse those 7 sacred mountains. Zhao Chun raged inside, evident by his ragged breath, his face turning red. Shuofan said, Demonic Emperor, sir, have you cracked the map by chance? It would make giving it up all the more easier. Crack it? You think you can up and resolve something so abstruse over lunch? Zhao Chun sighed. I wouldn't care about giving it up either if I had. Shuofan's eyes shone. An idea struck me that might help. Oh, Steward Zhua, you saw through it? I can't say for sure, just that I might know where to start. That's better than nothing. At least we could try it on a copy we make. Zhao Chun laughed, taking out the map. Steward Zhua, what's your idea? Tell me. Shuofan leaned and pointed out a corner. I was struck by an idea that this map might be just a star chart. Steward Zhua, can you read the stars? Somewhat, with my low cultivation, I could only invest my time in other areas, lest I was content to remain pariah. Shuofan continued, Sir, look here. These corners seem to resemble star clusters, and this looks just like the night sky. It's just so hard to make it up with all of them so tight together. Zhao Chun frowned hard and exclaimed, These extra black dots do interfere, Steward Zhua. Just tell me about the sky area you can see while ignoring the one that eludes you. Demonic Emperor, sir. That's brilliant. I was thinking the same thing. Shuofan smiled and took out a paper to put over the other. Look, sir. This is the rough star chart. Zhao Chun nodded. Then his eyes lit up as he looked. Isn't this a map of sacred domain? Good going, sir. The image formed does look like the sacred domain's map. Ha ha ha. Then follow the stars and draw out the sacred domain outline. Nether Sea must be somewhere on it. But where? Shuofan smirked as he played along. I can't make out this part. The star positions the shape like 9 rings. Maybe Underworld's star cluster. Wait. Underworld? Right? Diviners look at the sky to determine one's fate. If there's a bright star in the underworld star cluster, that means they're going to die, Zhuofan pointed out. Zhao Chun considered it then smiled. Nether Sea must be where the underworld river is. The Death Star's location must be the door to Nether Sea. We did it. Nether Sea map's mystery is resolved. Ha ha ha. Zhao Chun laughed wildly. Zhuofan bowed. Amazing, sir. Congratulations. Come, Steward Zhua, you're going overboard. Something tells me you cracked it already and only came here to tell me. Zhuofan shook his head. Sir, I'm but a fool. You don't have to push the credit on me to stroke my ego. I could never have the heart to cast out such a talented genius like you, Steward Zhua. So don't play the fool with me and suck up to me. Zhao Chun beamed as he put the map in his ring, patting Zhuofan's shoulder. Once I get Nether Sovereign's cultivation method and become a saint. No, a sovereign. You'll still be at my side, above everyone else. I won't ever forget your dedication. Ha ha ha. Thank you, sovereign. Zhuofan bowed, snickering inside. Since you want Nether Sovereign's legacy, by all means, take it. Just be sure to take the rest with you. All right. Ha ha ha. A month later, the 8 emperors took their closest people to the Sword Emperor's place. Despite being the owner in his home, he didn't feel like one. In his seat sat a youth, Xiaofeng, and an old man next to him stood with a ruthless glimmer in his eyes. Greetings, saints. Everyone below bowed. The elder said nothing, with Xiaofeng speaking. Rise. Thank you, saint. The people sat and Xiaofeng swept them with his cold eyes. Where is demonic Emperor Zhao Chun? What may I do for you, saint? Zhao Chun bowed at once, meek. Xiaofeng demanded. I heard you have the Nether Sea map. Is this true? It is, saint. Have you resolved its mystery? I'm but an oaf, saint. None of you are worthy of being able to unravel such a treasure anyway. Xiaofeng sneered, not bothering masking his condescending tone. His voice was soft, yet strict as well. Give it here. Zhao Chun took out the map and presented it. Saint, here it is as requested. Xiaofeng nodded and took it for a closer look with a chuckle. Then he gave it to the old man. You're not mad about giving it up? The elder spared it a glance, then asked Zhao Chun. Zhao Chun showed an ingratiating smile. It has been my only wish to offer the map to Saint. How could I ever be mad? I would have long come to you and offered it, but I feared disturbing Sir's cultivation. Leech! The others wore bright smiles but thought the same thing in their minds, cursing his despicable behavior. They were clueless that Zhao Chun had already seen through the map. Good. I'll remember you. The elder looked skeptical as he stared Zhao Chun down. Have you made any copies? I can give it to you to make one as a memento. Zhao Chun shook his head. Saint Sir, you wound me. Since I offer you the map with all sincerity, I could never do such a thing. My only wish has been to serve Sacred Mountains. All our 8 emperors' duties are to maintain the world for Sacred Mountain, to let Sirs reach higher enlightenment. How could we ever yearn for something like a sovereign's seat of enlightenment? I, of course, made no copies, ha ha ha. You're really not bad. The old man nodded and showed a weird smile. Much better than your master, Shui Yifan at least. That guy didn't know his limit, trying and failing to rely on the demon sovereign's legacy to rise above the 7 sacred mountains. But you never even thought about it. Settling down instead. Saint is most gracious. Zhao Chun bowed with a beaming smile. Humph, I never got the chance. Who the hell would want you hanging over them? Who among the 8 emperors doesn't want to stomp you under their heels? It's only a matter of time before I will, Zhuofan next to him had a dark look, recalling how a saint came after his life and clenched his fists. Those bastards from the 7 sacred mountains rely on the world's resources to seek Tao, but did they rise above its affairs? No. The 8 emperors rule half of sacred domain, but they would never escape their control. A bunch of fools who stand outside the secular world, but always think of it, are stuck unable to reach the sovereign stage, only wasting the sacred domain's resources. Serves you right. Any random mutt would have been flying if you've done it by now. Speaking of those truly touching the cusp of sovereign stage, Then all those seniors I brought from the mortal domain with their world of experience and focus solely on Tao have a better chance than you. Fakers and posers got no chance. The old man placed the map in his ring, pointing out as he looked at the emperors. You all should take the demonic emperor's example and be sincere. Understand what you can and can't have, to not overstep your bounds in your schemes. Yeah. Sir is absolutely right, ha ha ha. Beaming and bobbing their heads, the enchanting empress and sword emperor felt their hearts sink, reporting, Sir, we happen to get a copy from the demonic emperor, now resting in the gambling emperor's care. We leave it at Sir's discretion. The old man grinned knowingly. The gambling emperor's heart froze and presented the copies with nothing but respect as absolute power demanded. Here are their copies, sir. Right? The old man huffed and took them, giving the papers but a glance, as he snickered. You've been the first holder of the Nether Sea map. Is there anything else you would like to add? The gambling emperor offered another white paper. I had made another copy, sir. Gambling emperor, you're the sharpest of the 8 emperors. The Nether Sea map had been with you for so many years, yet not one word went around that you had it. I'm flattered, sir. But I meant not to hide it. It was to research it and find Nether Sea's location, to offer it. The gambling emperor shivered under the old man's stare as he explained himself, but the former cut him off. That's enough. I'm well aware what it's on all of your minds. A word of advice, don't be too smart for your own good. Your little games are known to sacred mountains. I'd rather avoid having you end up like the demonic emperor of old. The 8 emperors lowered their heads in respect and fear. None could defy the saints. Zhuofan squinted and hatred burned inside. The matter is settled, you may go. I and He Xiaofeng have matters to discuss. Do keep in mind that there might be some changes among the 8 emperors recently, and you should have an idea about it. The old man's remark had everyone looking grave at the implications. Changes in the 8 emperors. Does he mean someone will replace us? The people bowed and withdrew. He Xiaofeng recalled something and shouted, Enchanting Empress, stay! The enchanting empress looked at the rest as she was the only one left with the 2 saints, bowing. How may I assist you, sir? Enchanting Empress, you're one of the 8 emperors my father groomed. He Xiaofeng hooked his finger. Father trusts you the most. What of the matter you reported to father 100 years ago? Enchanting Empress smiled and nodded. Sir, Qingcheng is good. Shouldn't you arrange a meeting then? He Xiaofeng's eyes shone. You raised the girl for so long. So don't you think it's time for her to come with me to Sacred Mountains? It's too sudden. Perhaps. The ancient records do say her refusal will complicate things. He Xiaofeng sighed. My unique position and fear of arousing suspicion prevented me from bringing her into Sacred Mountains from the beginning. It would have been so much easier if we had just grown up together. Enchanting Empress nodded, with the old man smiling. Xiaofeng, don't worry. As the young lord of the 6th Sacred Mountain, capturing a girl's attention can't be easier. Am I right? Enchanting Empress? Yeah. Ha ha ha. Enchanting Empress bobbed her head, feeling conflicted. That was before. Now the girl is only getting closer to another man. Maybe no, it should work. That kid is nothing before the lofty young lord of Sacred Mountains. The 7 emperors left the hall and gathered around to brainstorm the reason behind keeping the enchanting empress. Sure, they all clashed on an average basis, with even having a war not a month ago. But before Sacred Mountains, they found a common ground to unite them and discuss their situation. What's the enchanting empress connection with the 2 saints? Why do they keep her back every time? Who knows? The Broad has a large circle of friends. When dealing with Zhui Yifan, we were the only ones who knew about him. Even with our swift speed, somehow the saints got wind of it a bit too fast. Something tells me that she was the one who leaked it. Her? No way. With the coming of a saint, none of us would get anything from the 9 Serenities secret records. Why would she do something that got her nothing instead? What's the point in bringing up the past? Now it's what matters. Sacred Mountains said they want to reorganize the 8 emperors. We need to consider our course. They went silent as they sighed. Fan eavesdropped from the side, glancing at the closed hall's doors. Those rotten broads are with the sacred mountains. Regardless of sacred mountains' intent for us, we have no power. Rather than shake in our boots over what might come, we should go home, meditate, and clean house. Xiaochen spoke first, cupping his hands. Goodbye. Fan left with him. The others got curious. They knew the demonic emperor to be a powder keg ready to blow most of the time, so why was he so fine with how things turned out? Peculiar. The gambling emperor watched them go with a glimmer in his eyes. Something must be up. Maybe they don't care about Sacred Mountain's decision? That just can't be. A week later, Xiaochan was back in his hall on Devil Mountain, alone with Fan. Ha ha ha! Sacred Mountains? Once I find the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment and gain his legacy, there'll be nothing. The age of a sacred domain dominated by sacred mountains is over. The time for my rule has come, Xiaochan said with excitement. Steward Zhua, gather the men at once, but only the most loyal, to go with me in search of Nether Sea. Fan bowed and shook his head. Sir, there's no rush. The saints have yet to leave. They might just be coming for us once we move. Right, Steward Zhua. With those bastards here, they'll be sure to mess things up. I don't want to end up like my master. Xiaochan said. Steward Zhua, when should we act then? We can take our time since no one can resolve Nether Sea's riddle overnight. Waiting won't change anything. Once the annoyances are gone, we can start then. In the meantime, sir, is to be on your best behavior in looking after your lands to raise no suspicion. Right, we'll do as you say. Guard. Xiaochen followed Fan's proposal and gave another 30 cities in the Luo clan's care. Besides the hundreds of rich lands and spiritual thick mountains, the Luo clan became Devil Mountain's #1 figure. Everyone under the demonic emperor knew that the first demon guard by his side held half of Devil Mountain's power. Fan, the steward, was even more powerful, despite the lousy cultivation. The Luo clan was outstanding as well, handling these new places with precision and honor. In only 3 months, the demonic emperor's cities were transformed and lively, with all the efforts focused on their rightful administration. To the point that the saints looked impressed, leaving for sacred mountains with ease. The moment they were gone, Zhao Chen's ambition knew no rest. Steward Zhua, we can begin. Let's wait 3 more months, just in case. Fan remarked, making the rash Zhao Chen fretful and anxious. Fan not just had the demonic emperor's ear now, but even got him to listen. This was the devious and twisted methods of the great Fan. Zhao Chun had a great advisor by his side, and not listening now would only leave himself to blame when he lost everything. Zhao Chun knew this as well, which was why he did not flatten him on the spot in a fit of rage like he did with all the other fools he had under him. Who's the demonic emperor here, you or me? The 3 months passed quietly and Sacred Mountains showed no sign of moving. Zhao Chen's limited patience was running out. Steward Zhua, now should be good. Sir, let's be off in search of Nether Sea. Fan nodded. Zhao Chun was bouncing in joy, laughing like he already got the Nether Sovereign's precious cultivation method. Fan smiled at his childish act, looking at the sky. So peaceful, like the calm before the storm. Ha ha ha. Whoosh. Figures landed in a thick forest with demonic Emperor Zhao Chun in the lead. Behind him was Bali Yuyu, who brought Fan, as well as a young lady that glanced about. Steward Zhua, are you certain the entrance is around here? Zhao Chun asked Fan, who glanced back at Xianxia. This is the place, right? We can't make any mistake. It is demonic emperor's great undertaking. Big brother Zhua, I recognize this place from the stars. It's the right place. Xianxia nodded with confidence. Then she turned grave and squinted at the sun. The Death Star changes based on the world revolutions and humanity. I need to be certain of its position today before I can say any more. This shows the path to Nether Sea changes as well. Fan nodded and said, Demonic Emperor sir, leave it to Xianxia. She will find the entrance. The Luo clan is filled with talents. A young lady actually can read the stars. A true gem. Zhao Chun sighed. It's my fortune to have the Luo clan come to serve under me. Shuafan smiled. Demonic Emperor Sir is too kind. We have nothing but some strange skills from all walks of life. We still need Sir's guidance. I only hope that when Sir soars, you would remember our efforts today and look after us. It's my only wish. Rest assured that I won't ever forget you devotion, ha ha ha. Zhao Chen laughed, then stared at Shuang'er as she took 2 steps east, 3 steps west. This girl looks to know her stuff, but the wait is killing me. After a long and slow period, Shuang'er kept her constant pacing around the forest. As the sun set, she still wore a deep frown. Zhao Chun was tense, thumping with her every step. Can she really do it? With no diviner in his ranks, he could only rely on her. Shuang'er lit up and stood firm. Found it. At the 128th degree of the ecliptic, the Death Star's deviation shifts the central palace and changes the world below. This is the place. Shuang'er stomped with confidence. Shuafan lit up and came to look. This is the Nether Sea entrance? But how do we get in? Zhao Chun stared down at the grass and asked. Shuafan smiled, taking out hundreds of sacred stones and setting up an array. Every secret path has to be connected to pocket space. This is the ancient piercing cloud array, and by finding the right door, we can link the worlds and open the barrier to travel. Ancient array? Zhao Chun eyed Shuafan. You know them? All are kept by sacred mountains. How? Shuafan smirked. Clan legacy, but only a couple and not stockpiled like sacred mountains. Sir. Let's hurry and open the door. The Nether Sea is right ahead. Shuafan rushed Zhao Chun, egging him on. With Nether Sea, Zhao Chun forewent Shuafan's suspicion, overtaken by excitement. Shuafan made signs. The gates of the abyss open wide. Spirits and souls stay on the other side. For the path of the Nether Sovereign I stride. Follow me, my comrades, with courage as our guide. The array flared to life with blinding lights before a beam of light shot into the sky, connecting with a bright star high above. Shuang'er cried, It's the Death Star. This is the way. The Nether Sovereign used the Death Star to seal it. To open it you must pass through the Death Star as well. Then enter the Nether Sea. It's just like the map said. Then I'll go to Nether Sea for Nether Sovereign's cultivation method. Zhao Chun shouted in excitement. It's Providence. Heaven wants me sovereign. Ha ha ha. A creepy laugher came just as his reached the peak. Ha ha ha. Demonic Emperor. You really did crack the Nether Sea map. You didn't let me down, waiting for half a year. Who said that? Zhao Chun shouted and grimaced as he looked back at the familiar fat man. Brother Demonic Emperor, what I couldn't do in decades, you did it in just a year. You have my respect. Gambling Emperor. Zhao Chun ground his teeth. What are you doing here? Did someone leak it? There was no need, for I planned on watching anyone who had the map from the moment I threw it away. But I gave it up. Why are you still stalking us? True, you did give it up. But your acting was too obvious something was up. The Gambling Emperor snickered. All of Sacred Domain knows of your boiling rage and temper. You just got the map, then forced to hand it over soon after, yet you were more than happy to? Something's just isn't right here. Then when we left the hall, you ran away on the spot, becoming even more suspicious. Sure, the possibility of cracking the map was highly improbable, but I still tailed you this half a year every minute on the hour. Lo and behold, you haven't let me down. Finding the entrance. Demonic Emperor. Thank you for that. Ha ha ha. Zhao Chun balled his fists, his eyes spitting fire. He toiled to find this place only to let others take it? Shuafan watched in silence, snickering in his mind. He long noticed the Gambling Emperor's gaze and merely omitted mentioning it. That was why he leaked the truth of the map to Zhao Chun when news of Saint's appearing came. Zhao Chun would then hand over the map and draw attention with his weird behavior, all to fan the flames of conflict. The Five Emperor War ended up a bust, but now you'll be sure to fight to the death. There's but one Nether Sovereign legacy, and you must keep it a secret as well. Now fight and kill for your survival and future. Shuafan sneered inside. The two were about to do just that when a proudful voice came. "Oh, demonic emperor, gambling emperor. You guys found the entrance and plan on having it all to yourself? We did have a deal, no, so shouldn't you share it with the Ruby Cloud sect as well?" Enchanting Empress? The two whipped their heads back. Whoosh. The enchanting Empress brought a dozen disciples with her as she floated down with a smirk. The two huffed, with demonic emperor demanding, "Gambling emperor, this broad has a loose tongue. Let's just deal with her first, then settle the nether sea afterward. It's always best to lower the shares." Agreed. The gambling emperor gave a cold smile, ready to kill. The demonic emperor took a step forward, his eyes cold. The enchanting empress mocked them. "You two are so cruel. And we even work together too. Gambling emperor, weren't you always fair? Now you two are ganging up on a poor frail soul. There's no ganging, but you're just too meddlesome." Zhao Chun leaked black energy. "I gave you the copy that you ended up handing over. All cooperation between us is gone. Since this isn't the gambling table, there's no room for honor." Gambling emperor sneered. The enchanting empress smirked. "I knew you weren't going to be fair, so I brought someone who would. You won't get rid of me that easily." The two grimaced, their hearts sank. The hag brought help? Who? The sword emperor is. "Hey, punk. Are you still having that idiotic dream of taking my junior sister? Well, time to smell the roses, for she already has a man." Fong Min came up to mock Shuafan. Shuafan frowned. Two familiar figures appeared just then. One was Chu Qingcheng and the other was the young saint He Xiaofeng. His hand was snaked around Chu Qingcheng's waist as he floated down with a grin. "Curses. My wife's been snatched after half a year of not seeing each other." Shuafan shuddered, balling his fists. Zhao Chun and the gambling emperor panicked. "Why you didn't return, saint? Like a match made in heaven." They deigned the world with their presence as He Xiaofeng sneered. Chu Qingcheng looked away, unable to meet Shuafan's eyes. He Xiaofeng had her soft hands gripped in a vice, preventing her from moving away. "Rotten lowlife." Shuafan grimaced, feeling like decking the bastard. But he recalled the bigger picture and reined in his anger. He'd get his chance sooner or later. This isn't over. "You don't look too pleased to see me, ha ha ha." The two landed and He Xiaofeng mocked them as he said, "I've been staying over at the Ruby Cloud sect for a few days, finding Miss Qingqing so charming. I had my senior uncle return. Are you perhaps against my coming?" The two bowed at once. "Never." "Then let's return to the matter at hand, shall we?" He Xiaofeng looked at the light pillar. "Demonic emperor? Gambling emperor? Who can explain what exactly you are doing here? What is this? Pompous bastard." They had no choice but to bow, with the demonic emperor beginning. "Saint, I found that offering the map to sacred mountains was not enough to show my devotion. Therefore I spent the last 6 months pondering hard before I found the Nether Sea entrance. I was only thinking of taking the lead in removing any dangers that might appear, paving the way for you." "Oh, you cracked it without the map? Demonic emperor, I tip my hat towards you." He Xiaofeng's tone dripped with sarcasm. Zhao Chun continued, "It's because of my deep devotion to sacred mountains, my endless pursuit to work for them, that gave me the courage and blessing to help you. My meager mind could have never come up with the solution otherwise. Ha ha ha. Good boy, Toadai." He Xiaofeng sneered, "You're the last disciple of your master, no? I never got to see him, but I heard that the demonic emperor of old was arrogant even against saints, always so self-important. How did he even get a disciple like you?" Zhao Chun winced, then shook his head. "That's why he died. I want to live, so I would never betray the saint's kindness." The enchanting empress sank in thought as well. Unlike the staunch demonic emperor old, this one had no backbone, becoming someone's dog. But were they any different? They turned into dogs much sooner, perhaps, with only Zhui Yifan remaining firm in his stance. The enchanting empress and gambling emperor lowered their heads. Shuafan squinted and sighed. Coming back to sacred domain, the only thing he feared was the heavenly sovereign finding him out. His main purpose was to find Qingqing, but it wasn't his true reason for coming back. Providence worked in mysterious ways. Maybe he had returned only to finish what Shui Yifan had started. Looking at you so meek, I guess I'll believe you for now. Xiaofeng sneered at his dog, turning to the light pillar. This is the Nethersea entrance? How do we go in? The demonic emperor bowed. We don't know. We've been trying to figure out when Sir came. So then, do you have any idea? The two shook their heads. Gambling emperor proposed. The entrance might be a teleportation array, taking us to Nethersea. Oh, care to test that theory? Gambling emperor? Me? Yes, you. No, Saint. Better leave it to our men just in case. I told you to go and you refuse? Xiaofeng barked. The 8 emperors are the next strongest here, beside me. If you're all right, then I'll be fine. If you're in trouble, I'll be cautious. Curse you. Using me as your guinea pig. The gambling emperor's face sank as he resigned himself. He walked to the light. It might be fine, but it could also kill him. He still had to go either way. The gambling emperor walked in, with hesitation and anxiety. Light enveloped him, and he found everything to be fine. He looked around to find himself in the same place. What's going on here? Xiaofeng shouted. Gambling emperor, did you find anything? Can you see the way in? No, there's no difference from outside. Only a bit stiffer. The gambling emperor shook his head with a frown. Moving his limbs, cracks echoed, like something snapped. A fading glow then fell from the star above and then hit his body. The gambling emperor's fine hair turned white just then. His fat body shriveled as wrinkles appeared on his face. The gambling emperor panicked and rushed to leave, but just as he raised a leg, he crumbled to dust. Even his clothes were disintegrated. Success. Everyone gasped, even Xiaofeng. He aged and died in mere moments under their very eyes. Gulp. Everyone felt their skin crawl. Xiaofeng shook as he glared at Zhao Chun. Demonic Emperor. What the hell is this? Are you positive this is the Nethersea entrance? Saint, I am. Passing through must be done through a test, I fear. Zhao Chun looked at Zhuofan. Steward Zhua. What is this? Why did he turn to dust just by stepping in? Zhuofan pondered with a grave look. Shuang'er lit up and pointed at the star above. It's the Death Star. It would unleash its death energy on any that want to enter the Nethersea, taking their lives. Because there was so much of it, seeping into his bones, he died as if he aged thousands of years, even rotting his bones. Even the entrance has a test? Xiaofeng nodded and said coldly, the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment must be amazing indeed. Not just anyone can enter. Xiaofeng took out the original map and recited, in Nethersea's depth, the endless hell, where lost souls roam, their fate foretold. Who dares to tread upon our shore, shall be condemned to suffer more, with mortal eyes forever blind. In the abyss, their souls confined. This is clearly a warning. No man can step into the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment, lest they die. Even finding the Nethersea entrance was pointless, since one just dies in the end. Since we can't go in, forget it. Xiaofeng sighed and looked at the light beam with desire. The rest shook their heads. The Nether Sovereign's legacy was taunting them, but life was more important. Without it, the legacy was moot. Wait! Zhuofan shouted, his eyes shining. Maybe there is a way. You know how. Xiaofeng sneered. The Nethersea killed an emperor and even I don't dare step in, but a puny bone-tempering cultivator has what it takes? Die then, humph. Zhuofan smiled. The Nether Sovereign is an ancient sovereign, so not anyone could just enter into his seat of enlightenment. One needs his guidance to pry into the mysteries of the world and enter. His guidance? What is that? Xiaofeng started. Zhuofan pointed at the map. Didn't you just read it? This is a warning for no one to enter. A true warrior does not balk in the face of absolute death. You see it as a warning, while I see it as an invitation. Zhuofan grinned. Nether Sovereign showed us the way inside. What? They all stared at Zhuo Fan in disbelief. Where does it say that? There's no mention of it at all. Zhuo Fan said, the Nether Sovereign said in his guiding poem that lost souls may roam in the Nether Sea, lest they will be destroyed on sight. That's why the gambling emperor had such a grisly death. Everyone nodded. You mean to say only the dead can enter? Xiaofeng rose an eyebrow. Once you're dead, what's the point? Zhuo Fan shook his head. The Nether Sovereign says that a living body can't enter, or they die. Not that entering means death. The roaming lost soul part means renouncing the flesh so you may drift towards the Nether Sea. Renounce the body? What do you mean? It points at the soul, leaving the body behind so you may enter. Zhuo Fan spoke firmly. Everyone hesitated. That was just too dangerous. A mistake from Zhuo Fan's part meant they would all die. Xiaofeng was grave as he pointed at Zhuo Fan. Is that your idea? Then go test it. Test it yourself. Bali Yuyu growled from behind in anger. Zhuo Fan tried to stop her. Zhuo Fan had a cruel smile. Sorry, but one needs to be at ethereal stage at the least to wander as a soul. I'm in the bone tempering stage and can't do it, ha ha ha. Then you go. Humph snapped at Bali Yuyu. Since you talk too much, you'll go instead. Bali Yuyu was ready to blow. The only thing keeping her from snapping his neck was that he had power beyond her imagination. Zhuo Fan sighed. Fine, I'll go myself. Yuyu, stand back. Isn't it impossible for you? I just realized our clan's secret art and can soul drift even at bone tempering stage. Zhuo Fan showed an evil grin. It's all thanks to the saint's reminder, or I would have completely forgotten about it. Xiaofeng sneered. Then go already. Use actions to prove your undying gratitude for yours truly. I shall pave Sir's way. Zhuo Fan gnashed his teeth and showed a dark smile. He then sat down to pop out his soul. Bali Yuyu started. Wait. I'll go instead. No, it's fine. You and Shuanger can wait outside and look after my body. Zhuo Fan spoke and turned to the light pillar with uncertainty. It was just a guess he had about the poem, nothing more. He either nailed it or his soul would get nailed. He could only gamble. Any other nobody could have done this job, but the saint was clearly singling him out to get rid of him. Refusing would just give an excuse to kill him. Since he gambled, let Providence decide. Let's hope luck's with me and I don't end up like the gambling emperor. Zhuo Fan grew stern and he closed his eyes. A faint image floated out of his head, drifting for the light pillar. The others forgot to breathe while watching him test his theory. If a bone-tempering soul had no trouble passing, then it had to be safe. If the soul popped, then they would just think of another way. Everyone was tense and on edge, some over the outcome, others for Zhuo Fan's safety. Chu Qingcheng was worried for Zhuo Fan's soul as it ventured near danger. But with Xiaofeng holding her back, she could do nothing. Hurry up and enter. Xiaofeng was impatient from excitement. Even easing Chu Qingcheng's hand, Chu Qingcheng yanked it out of his grip and sat down. Another faint image appeared over her head and she shot for the pillar. Zhuo Fan, wait. I'll try. Zhuo Fan blinked as an image shot by him into the light. Only then did he realize, Qingcheng, don't. He also went in. Whoosh. Both of them ended up entering at the same time, causing the enchanting empress to shout, Qingcheng! They were beyond saving now. No one went in after them either, only staring at the light pillar. A wave of power shot out as the pillar joined with the heavens. The Death Star shone above and the two souls inside floated higher towards it. Gone in an instant. The souls survived and teleported. Zhao Chun cheered. Steward Zhuo's theory is right. You need to let go of your body to enter the Nether Sea. Ha ha ha. Steward Zhuo is a genius indeed to solve this riddle. Now we can venture safely inside the Nether Sea. Bali Yuyu nodded, relieved. She cared not about the Nether Sea but for Zhuo Fan. The enchanting empress and the girls were excited. Saint, there's no problem and we can go in, right? Xiaofeng was thrilled. Then he regarded the demonic emperor's group. Demonic emperor, walk with me. Enchanting Empress, you stay behind and look after my body. Ugh. The Enchanting Empress panicked. But, young master why let them join you? I also want to go to the Nether Sea. Enchanting Empress. Xiaofeng shouted, sending her. You belong to my father and I trust you the most. The demonic emperor is too devious. I'm taking him along to watch out for his tricks. You stay behind and look after his people and stop them from doing anything. This is the safest solution. Don't betray my father's trust in you. The Enchanting Empress nodded. Young master thinks of everything. And that Zhuo Fan. Xiaofeng's eyes flashed with murder. You're right. Qingqing cares for him, running into danger for him. If he survives, it would only hold Qingqing back. Even if a mere bone-tempering cultivator, Sir wants to. I'll take his life inside the Nether Sea. No. The Enchanting Empress advised. Killing the person Qingqing cares about, and you may never get her heart. Qingqing needs to be devoted to you for your plan. I know her heart is more important than her man. I'm not that impulsive. Xiaofeng gave an annoyed wave. Humph. But with the Nether Sea so deadly, he might come upon a little accident. All that remains is for Qingqing to never find out about it. The Enchanting Empress nodded. I'll leave it to young master just be sure to hide it. You think I don't know that? Xiaofeng huffed. Then his soul came out before everyone. Demonic Emperor, hurry up and join me. Zhao Chun figured out his intent and gave Bali Yuyu a look to get ready for anything, before letting out his soul and following Xiaofeng. The two entered the light pillar and vanished. The two groups looked after the bodies. 2 light pillars shone down and faded to reveal 2 people, a man and a woman. Looking at herself and finding she was solid, Chu Qingqing started. We can enter with our bodies? I thought only souls could enter. Did you know my soul is a white lotus? I thought you wouldn't recognize me. We're in bodies, probably because we're in the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment. Zhuo Fan came before her and sighed. Silly girl. Why did you risk yourself for me? If my theory was wrong, you'd have died. Chu Qingqing lowered her head, flustered. I wasn't thinking. Driven to take on any danger in your stead. As for the consequences, it didn't matter even if I died. Ha ha ha, you haven't changed at all. Hugging her, Zhuo Fan rubbed her back with a smile. Chu Qingqing leaned on his shoulder, her heart content to just lay there in his arms. She then cried with a start. Don't misunderstand. Misunderstand what? Zhuo Fan gave her an odd look. Chu Qingqing turned bashful. That Xiaofeng. I don't know why a saint, having just come to the Ruby Cloud sect, up and started coming on to me. I did tell him that I have someone. Chu Qingqing stammered, her cheeks growing hotter, and Zhuo Fan teased. Chu Qingqing just gave a meek nod, but then she turned sad. That guy just keeps coming on strong, ignoring my feelings, even pestering me every day. Like just now, he just wouldn't let me go once he grabbed me and I just happened to meet you here. So I'm saying not to misunderstand. There's nothing between us. I know. Caressing her hair, Zhuo Fan smiled. Like I said, you're mine, but not in the sense of possession. I always believe you felt the same way about me. That's why I never doubted for a moment, nor misunderstood. You have nothing to explain. Not expecting him to say that, Chu Qingqing was filled with warmth. Then she hugged him tighter with a gratified smile. Zhuo Fan, thank you. It's only natural. Zhuo Fan patted her back, feeling bloodthirst creeping in from inside. That saint definitely has something planned to be so obsessed with Qingqing. Is he after that thing? With his saintly power, killing him on the outside was impossible without leaving a trail. While in the Nether Sea, who would know? He squinted, his eyes shining with coldness. Xiaofeng would never think the same bug he wanted to squash in the dangerous Nether Sea was having the same plan for him. He was sure to crack up if he knew. A bone-tempering cultivator kill a saint? Ha! I can just sit there and take it, yet still he couldn't scratch me. This bug he was after, though, had a bite like no other. I didn't know that the Nether Sea became a love nest. An aged voice sighed. his words coming in waves. The two jumped, watching as an old man was walking on the beach with a bamboo basket on his back. Despite his low voice, the two still heard him loud and clear. Zhuofan's brow shook. That's strange. I didn't know anyone lived here. The Nether Sea is roamed by lost souls. There are no people here, but souls. The old man's ears twitched and looked at him with an amiable smile. Or are you two people? Chu Qingcheng stuck her chin out. Of course. People have bodies to house their souls, making it impossible to come here. Here are only lost souls, be it of spiritual beasts or humans. Not souls exactly, but ghosts. The old man smirked. You just don't realize you're dead yet. The souls of the dead from gruesome battles or from detonations are fragmented, slowly pieced together in the Nether Sea. With that state comes loss of memories as well. In time, they will come back though, no rush, ha ha ha. Zhuofan mulled his words. So even detonation doesn't erase you, recovering your soul in the Nether Sea. He asked, Senior, do all who had their souls scattered can reform here? Not always. The Nether Sea isn't infinite and can only hold so many roaming souls. It's all up to fate. The old man shook his head and smiled. The fortunate fragmented souls coming here have but a glimmer of hope at survival and reincarnation. The Nether Sea is under the Nether Sovereign's control. He can save some, but never all. The nature of all living beings is to perish, while reincarnation is earned. The dead should not feel resentment, for that's how it is. The two nodded. Yes, living brings many trials that born resentment. Does the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment wash away this resentment? Rumor has it that the Nether Sovereign controls life and death, becoming feared like the King of Hell. Maybe he is actually a man capable of great compassion or love instead. How did you two kids die? If you want to cross the sea, I can give you a ride. The old man smiled. Cross the Nether Sea? Zhuofan started. The old man nodded. Cross the Nether Sea to shed all mortal concerns. You have to let go of everything from the living realm and pass the Nether Sea to have a chance at reincarnation. Let go? Memories, feelings, love, friendship, hate, anger, revenge, greed, everything. Are there any unwilling to cross? There are plenty of those staying here in the Nether Sea. Many couples just like you were around that ended up food for the sea beasts to absorb their soul's energy. Does that mean crossing get us reborn? Crossing takes a whole month, time in which you shed everything from the past into its waters, for the chance at being reborn. Once you reached the other shore, any vestige of the past that you clung to as you crossed would result in your soul vanishing from the Nether Sea. Scarce are those truly worthy of being reborn. The Nether Sea was just a transit hub, where one shed their past life. By letting go of everything one would begin anew, a clean slate. This was why no one remembered their past life. Zhuofan thought something. True self-art. Maybe true self-art's core is to let go. Zhuofan felt his heart thumping. The old man shouted, Hey, do you cross or not? Staying here would let the thick een of the Nether Sea eat your souls and wasting such a rare chance you got. Senior, we're not ghosts, but looking for Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment. You came here with your souls? Precisely. Sigh. You just had to come to this hellish place. The old man pointed at the endless sea. It's been ages since I've last seen living souls. Now there are greedy people practically dying to come here. To get to the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment, you must pass this area. Not only do countless sea beast ghosts await you there, but also 3 trials before you reach it. Many brave men died on this path. I can't believe such a sweet couple would harbor such greed as well. To what end? Aren't you together now? There's been many others here before us? You thought you're the only one clever enough to solve the puzzle since ancient times? The old man nodded. One needs to have the brains and the bravery to solve the Nether Sovereign's riddle as well. Despite all that, there hasn't been one person who returned. Why then, ha ha ha, must you go as well? Ugh. Chu Qingqing's heart tense, looking at the old man with a warm smile. Hey, Senior. We changed our minds. We won't go to the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment, but want to return. How do we do that? Humph. Now you want to go back? A little late for that. The old man pointed at the shore. It's hard coming in and harder coming out. You need to cross Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment to return, or forever stay here until death. You mean cross the Nether Sea and its 3 trials? Yes, you asked for this, didn't you? So don't blame me. The old man patronized. Zhuofan smiled, turning to a bitter Xianxia. It's fine. As long as we're together, nothing else matters. We've been through this before, haven't we? Right? Xianxia nodded, greatly motivated, and said to the elder, Can you help us cross the sea to Nether Sovereign's seat of where'd he go? The old man was gone. His voice came faintly. I only cross ghosts, never bothering with those fated to come here. If heaven wills it, we'll meet again, ha ha ha. His sharp laughter echoed everywhere, but he was nowhere to be found. Senior, are you ignoring us? Xianxia cried at nothing, with silence her only reply. Zhuofan shrugged. He crosses the dead, not the living. He'll just take us when we breathe our last. Ha ha ha. What else can I expect from a creep? I don't need his help anyway. Why, you'd have a chance to be reborn. That means living another life and forgetting everyone. Master, senior aunts, senior sisters, and... Xianxia paused, peeking at Zhuofan. Zhuofan smiled. Then we better make sure we live through it. Right? Xianxia nodded with conviction. Zhuofan took her flying towards the raging sea, vanishing in the distance. As this was Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment, testing them was a given, but it didn't seem to limit their strength either. Except for their earthly vessels, they maintained all their power. Xianxia didn't know this little tidbit. Looking oddly at him flying, You can actually fly here? Maybe the Nether Sea has something to do with it, making me feel so light. There's no way I could fly outside. That would make me a ghost, ha ha ha. Xianxia flew along, no longer minding it. A roar boomed with relentless force as a flood dragon shot from the sea and sent water everywhere as it went to swallow the 2 of them in its maw. All they noticed was how everything went black the next second, already in its belly. It then went beneath the surface once more and swam without a care. The other sea beasts knew to stay clear. As it cruised, the flood dragon halted all of a sudden and writhed in pain. Bam! The sea exploded as the flood dragon's black got ripped off from inside and black flames shot out from the wound after turning its insides to charcoal. Zhuofan took Xianxia outside, his eyes flaring in a dark black flame. Xianxia cried, Zhuofan, you're amazing. That was a 10th level spiritual beast, yet you just came out of it like nothing. How did you do that? And what was that black fire? Maybe turning into a soul made me stronger. Zhuofan gave a sheepish smile. I certainly have no clue. Xianxia gave him a long look, but let it go in the end. Just that this bone-tempering cultivator got stronger and could even fly after coming to the Nether Sea. Turning into a ghost makes you stronger? Why not me as well? Roar. Roars came after noticing the commotion here, and the Nether Sea boiled. A flood of spiritual beasts scrambled over, each 1,000 meters long, all surrounding the 2 tiny human souls. Xianxia watched the beasts she only witnessed in the sex paintings and paled with fright. Zhuofan. They're all 12th level spiritual beasts, peak of the sacred domain. We're doomed. Come now, even with these high-level beasts, they're nothing but ghosts now. They lack the power they had when they were alive. Zhuofan calculated, confident that the apocalyptic thunderflame and his sacred beast powers could take them. Zhuofan's left eye flared blue, and the black thunderflame emerged. Before it even reached them, the beasts howled in agony, lowering their heads before Zhuofan. Lord Cao's envoy, we didn't think to meet you here. I hope Sir can overlook the flood dragon's transgression. Please forgive us. The rest lowered their heads as well. Xianxia started dumbstruck. The Cao? What's that? Zhuofan felt his left eye, coming up with an idea why. The thunder flame could deal with them but not command them into submission. They were only bowing their heads towards Cao's eye. Why didn't it ever occur to me that heaven-sealing Cao was a lord of the seas? It's obvious now the sea beasts would listen to him. But, you're all dead and have come to Nether Sea. Yet still listen to Lord Cao? We are sea beasts. Lord Cao is our primogenitor. Where might Lord Cao be right now? Is he alive? The beast did not finish, fearing for their lord's fate. Shuafan coughed. Lord Cao is alive and well. It happened that when I trained in a deadly fire and got out of control, Lord Cao offered his wounded eye to save my life. Lord Cao is my savior. Oh, that means his malice towards humans has subsided. Good. We've been by ourselves in worry. Lord would be forever taken in by hatred. For Lord to give his eye to save Sir's life proves Lord's approval of Sir. A pity you are in the Nether Sea now and must have met with disaster. Could we be of any help? We seek the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment. Could you take us to it? Shuafan asked. The beasts were put on the spot. You need to pass the trials to reach it first. We've been charged with blocking you, but since Lord cares so much of Sir, we will no longer stop you. As for reaching the Nether Sovereign's place so easily, it's impossible. We can't pass the 3 gates. Then guide us there and I'll do the rest. Sir, forgive our presumptuous words, but the Guardians are incredibly strong. Going there is dangerous. I'm a soul now, so how much worse can it get? I either go or die. The beasts shared a look and nodded. Then please jump on my back, sir. I'll take you. Much obliged. Shuafan smirked and took Chu Qingqing on the back of the 12th level sea beast. It waded forth like an emperor, with the other beasts acting as its imperial guards. The average beasts had no idea what caused such a group to go out with such ferocity. They made the wise decision to turn tail and scram for their lives. Chu Qingqing and Shuafan stood on the back of the beast, side by side. It was astonishing to see all the beasts around them showing nothing but respect to those 2 humans. She was so startled that she gave Shuafan a long look. Outside, he looked like a bone-tempering cultivator with some status that offered some incredible assistance. Now, however, he looked like the king of the world. Which is the real him? Is he more suited as a ghost than a human? An all-powerful king of hell maybe? Chu Qingqing was in constant confusion. The clamoring procession of beasts went on. Behind them, an aged figure floated. Heh! Everyone has a hard time coming out of the first trial bruised and weary from those sea beasts' harassment. But this kid had them show the way. Humph! Might it be him? An hour later, the couple arrived before a large gate. The 2 pillars a deep red and hundreds of meters tall. They towered inside the sea, yet they still shone in a terrifying glow. The huge sea beast slowed down, turning to them. Sir, we've arrived at the first pass, Tyrant Gate. Oh! Shuafan casually jumped off with Chu Qingqing, looking at the huge gate. Does the test expect us to push it? The sea beast nodded. Yes, Tyrant Gate requires boundless strength to open. Only by opening can you meet the Guardian, and it's the minimum requirement to face him. Many others got stuck before this gate, even saints. Success. Chu Qingqing gasped in worry. Don't worry, those saints had to deal with the sea beasts while opening the gate, so of course they couldn't manage. We're safe now and can go all out. Shuafan consoled her and walked up to the gate to give it a push. Creaked but didn't budge. Shuafan nodded. It sure is heavy. I'll need to use everything I have or I can't even push it a crack. Shuafan closed his eyes and reached out his hands, with his right shining red. To open the gate using Qilin power was a must. Despite a soul, his connection to his body was still there and he could borrow Qilin's strength, just as he borrowed the apocalyptic Thunderflame Eye's fire. Outside of the Nether Sea, Shuafan sat cross-legged near a pillar of light. His right hand began to shone a bright red, making the air shimmer around him. The enchanting Empress looked on curiously. Bali Yuyu and Shuanger turned grave. It's strange how he keeps swaying and shaking. Did something bad happen inside? Bali Yuyu whispered to Shuanger. I'm going in to help. Watch over him. Giving the enchanting empress a cautious look, Xianxia nodded. Bali Yuyu sat down and a shadow came out of her body, shooting into the pillar and up toward the Nether Sea in a blink. On the seabed of Nether Sea, before the Tyrant Gate, Xuefan's right hand shone a bright red as he slammed his palm on the heavy door with extreme focus. The water churned under the power for 1,000 miles. Waves reached higher and higher, with fierce winds blowing over the sea's surface. Many of the caverns deep below the surface up and crumbled under such magnitude. The low sea beasts scattered in fright, running for their lives. The huge gate, however, didn't even budge. Xuefan gave the huge slabs of stone a look and his eyes hardened. Setting into a stance, his right shone even stronger as he gave his all. Even on the bottom of the icy Nether Sea, he was actually sweating. Despite his efforts, the gate would not open, not even a crack. Chu Qingcheng was restless, wanting to lend a hand, but her frail body, even in Genesis stage, was like a feather against such a mountain of rock. Xuefan was spent, huffing hard as he gave up opening it. Wiping his brow, he said, "Never mind, with the gate so thick, strength just isn't enough to move it. What do we do now?" Chu Qingcheng asked Xuefan, "Since we can't even pass the first trial, do we go back?" Xuefan grinned. "The Nether Sovereigns set up this trial, but since opening won't work, avoiding the problem altogether should do the trick." "Trick?" "Yeah." Xuefan smirked, staring at the huge gate. His right eye shone with black flames. Apocalyptic thunder flame eye. Boom! With a huge explosion, black flames shot at the huge gate and burned a 2-meter-tall hole in it, like a mouse making its own way in another's home. The sea beast started and looked at Xuefan with amazement. Lord Cao chose an outstanding human. This gate has never been opened, until now. But what will the Guardian think of this method? A 12th level sea beast sighed, speaking earnestly. "Sir, inside is the Guardian. You are the first person to see him. Best of luck." "Thank you." Xuefan cupped his hands at the spiritual beasts, taking the stumped Chu Qingcheng's hand and going inside. The spiritual beasts got rowdy as they left. Shouldn't the first gate be pushed open to pass it? Will this method work? Regardless of fairness, it's up to the Guardian to decide. The leading spiritual beast sighed. "I just can't believe someone can actually make a hole in it. Is it that ridiculously easy to break? When I reached it, I slammed into it until I was battered yet still couldn't even crack it. Now, haha. Lord Cao's envoy is truly amazing." The other spiritual beasts bobbed their heads. Their admiration was short, for a howl came from the burned hole. "You have some nerve making a hole in my gate. You broke the rules and now you shall pay." Ugh! The spiritual beasts looked worried. "Guess it wasn't fair after all. Sir will have an even harder time passing through here now." In an empty and large hall, the only decoration was a rotten chair. A scowling and built man sat on it, looking to be in his 40s, having a beard and mustache. His deep eyes were filled with wrath as he snapped at the two people in front. Chu Qingcheng jumped in fright, with Xuefan cupping his hands. "Senior, we've come to pass the trial, but not for the Nether Sovereign's treasures or legacy. Only to live. You have your problem and I have my solution. Bypassing that gate and reaching you means being halfway to solving it. Why do the means matter? I don't want to care either. If you had done it in a more honorable way, then passing me would have been easier." Then the large man showed a vague smile. "Only you did it through a trick, making passing me as well that much harder. Sometimes, using tricks to solve your problems is the worst choice, especially in serious matters. Do you understand?" Xuefan shook, hearing him but not being able to understand. So he cupped his hands again. "Senior, how then are we to pass you? Beat me." "What?" The big man snickered at the two. "If you had pushed the gate open, beating me would have been easy, while now, ha ha ha. What about now?" Xuefan shouted. "Enlighten me, senior." Xuefan shot for him on the offensive, with his Qilin arm shining brightly, only to find himself flung back, repelled by some force, flipping through the air many times. The big man still sat on his chair with a taunting gaze, 2 fingers outstretched. How is this possible? Zhuofan was shocked and his heart sank. His attack was a mere test, which was why he used the Qilin arm and not the other killing moves or sneak attacks. This test had him floored. He knew the might of his arm very well, with even a saint wanting to avoid such raw power. This man, however, merely flicked him. What made it worse was he felt nothing else than strength. Zhuofan grew grave, calculating how to overcome this difficult opponent. Whoosh! Chu Qingcheng flashed before the big man, slapping at his chest with her cold attack. Qingcheng, don't! Zhuofan shouted. You're no match. Don't irritate him. It was too late. The big man mocked, sparing her but a glance. Girl, stay out of this. His voice turned into a storm as it flung Chu Qingcheng out of sight in an instant. Zhuofan cried out, Qingcheng, where did you throw her? To your destination, the Nether Sovereign's seat of enlightenment. The big man laughed. Aren't I nice? Since you like tricks so much, here's your chance to use them again, by sending you straight to the destination without having to pass the trials. Though it's hard to say how the Missy will be treated when she reaches it. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan's heart sank, clenching his fists and letting his right eye shine in one golden halo. Divine Eye of the Void's first stage. Shift. Whoosh. He popped up in front of the man's face, with his right eye now glowing with 2 rings, while his left burned with the black thunder flame. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Thunder Flame Void Annihilation. Who? The deadly flames shot for the man like vipers, the short distance making dodging impossible. Boom! The black flames ran rampant. Zhuofan drifted to the floor, staring at the raging blackness. He refused to believe this expert would offer himself up to be blindsided like this. The fact that his face showed no fear, no shock, no reaction to the black flame's sudden attack, left Zhuofan increasingly uneasy. Bam! Like he expected, the black flames scattered, revealing the untouched man still sitting in his chair. Reality still proved to come as a shock, despite having considered this outcome. The black flames never failed him, destroying anything they touched. Yet they couldn't harm one hair on this big man. The man laughed at his stumped face. Divine Eye of the Void, Qilin strength, and then there's this black fire. All are amazing things, but none mastered, unable to showcase their true talents. Kid, craftiness does not equal enlightenment. Go back. Back. Zhuofan was grave. You have set Qingcheng off ahead, and you want me to return just to die? Not happening. I don't want to become a ghost here, wandering the Nether Sea for all time. Zhuofan flew once more, his eyes flickering with a black glow as he stretched out 2 fingers. A devastating sword energy gathered. Apocalyptic sword, Heaven Butcherer. Whoosh! Zhuofan learned to combine the 5 sword arts into the apocalyptic sword from Sword Child. The black wave of death looked to come to reap all lives in existence. The big man's brow shook for once, laughing. So you weren't just a mixed bag, ha ha ha, going quite far in understanding the Sword Sovereign's swordsmanship and actually surpassing it. However, it won't change anything. Tyrant's Fist. Bam! Instead of 2 fingers, the man used a punch, striking the black wave to pieces. Zhuofan took the brunt of the backlash and got sent flying out of sight. The man pulled back his fist and looked down with a chuckle. To think I'd be up to tricks as well, using Emperor stage strength when up against a Spirit King. The boy should have passed me, but I didn't achieve my goal. Ha ha ha. As he lowered his hand, a white mark was on it. Ah! Zhuofan shouted from being sent flying under that huge power. Through the hole he burned and into something soft. Only kept on his feet thanks to a large hand holding him. Huge heads appeared around, looking at him with worry. Sir, are you all right? Sir, did he hurt you? Sir, what about the girl? Where is she? The spiritual beasts chatted, but he had no mind to focus on the kind sea beasts. He stood up, checking his wounds only to find none. He didn't hurt me? That backlash should have at least left me bleeding inside, if not outright dead. Shuofan was puzzled, asking the beasts, who is he and how is he so strong? He knows so much about Heavenly Sovereign, Sword Sovereign and Qilin. Well? The beasts looked away. All the chatter died out on the spot. Shuofan stared hard at them, figuring out that they knew the answer. He threatened, "Didn't you respect CAO in life and death? I am asking here as his envoy and you don't respond. Lord CAO knows we can't say anything." One spiritual beast answered, with the others bobbing their huge heads. Shuofan's face twitched. These guys were told to keep their mouths shut. Knowing the enemy and oneself is the path to victory. Against such a powerful opponent, he had to know everything he could, since overpowering was out. That left outsmarting him only possible if he knew more. Shuofan asked again, "The big man inside is so strong, maybe a saint? Then I'll never be able to beat him as a mere spirit king." "Ha ha ha, sir. This may be pushing it, but I still have to say that sir has no scheme. He is without a doubt not being hard on sir." "Oh, how come?" He is always fair, including regarding the stone gate when it comes to the challengers. As sir is a spirit king, then pushing the gate will need spirit king strength and you'll thus have the chance to pass his trial. For he'll also use the same level of strength, that of spirit king, to fight you." "How can that be?" Shuofan was skeptical. Just a show sent someone flying for thousands of miles. How is that a spirit king level? It's more within a saint's limit. The beast smiled. Even the same level can have huge gaps, depending on someone's grasp of their strength. But you're right about one thing. When he was a spirit king, he did go challenge a saint. He failed, yes, but it was shocking to find he came out of the fight in one piece. When he became a saint, he fought and overpowered 112th level spiritual beasts, subduing the spiritual beast world for a while. Later on came Lord Qilin, and only then was his strength matched. "What?" Shuofan cried out. "To not lose against a Qilin? Then he's... Ugh." The spiritual beast covered his mouth, having let it out of the back, rushing to wave off his words. "Sir, those are your guesses. I didn't tell you anything." Shuofan was too deep in thought to care about his words, looking at the huge gate with understanding. Shuofan took a deep breath, jumping out of the soft palm and arriving before the gate. He looked at the hole he burned through with a jeer. He then put his palms on the gate, his right arm flaring red once more. The spiritual beasts were curious. Sir, what are you doing? Didn't you pass the gate already? Shouldn't you be challenging the guardian instead?" "I have passed it, but not my heart." Shuofan smirked. Senior was right. Tricks aren't everything in life. The gate tests the heart, not strength, leaving no room for being crafty. Shuofan closed his eyes, using all his strength to push while emptying his mind, focusing only on this one task. The big man's ear twitched and grinned. It's him all right, abstaining from pride and arrogance curbed. He has remarkable insight. Hours trickled by with the gate not budged even a hair. He kept at it for 8 hours so far, not relaxing a moment. His eyes closed and with a body soaked in sweat. The spiritual beast audience looked dumbly, looking at the gate and the man like they were one with how neither showed any movement. There's no budging it, so why even insist? Besides, the longer you're at it, the weaker you become, especially without resting. They wanted to advise him against it, but Shuofan's eyes never opened, so the spiritual beasts gave up. Bam! Then, the sudden noise had the spiritual beasts jump in fright. They gawked as the huge gate rumbled, with dust falling from it. The beasts turned to Shuofan to find the red glow on his arm weakened, yet his eyes closed. Despite his relaxed hands, rumbling echoed out as the large gate got pushed open. Shuofan smirked as he opened his eyes, strutting inside before the big man. Shuofan said nothing, merely gave a light punch. A force shot at the man's face and he was forced, for once, to punch back. Upon impact, everything within 1,000 miles crumbled, even the ground, from the raw power. Even the nether sea outside the gate roiled and sent sea beasts into a frenzy. Crack! The big man's chair split apart. The man nodded at Shuofan. You won. You passed this trial. Thank you, senior, for your guidance. Shuofan bowed to the big man, no longer trying to assess the other's identity. The big man walked closer. Extreme power leads to violence. Extreme violence leads to tyranny. Being tyrannical can break anything, even the world, but such a rampage will always come to an end, reaching exhaustion. The exhaustion of power marks the end of the road. Thus, the source of all tyranny is tranquility. Calm as water and relentless like a storm when in action. Once the unrest passes, peace is restored. Do you understand what I'm saying? Bursts of brutality in a sea of tranquility. The storm always passes, while the breeze is eternal. The true path of tyranny isn't destruction, but world peace. Shuofan nodded. The big man laughed. Indeed, one's insight is always better than the ramblings of an old man. This is the proof you passed the trial. Go! The big man touched Shuofan's forehead with 2 fingers, a prismatic glow flashing for a blink. Shuofan shuddered, his mind empty as all the insights made his heart grow once more. Senior, which way is the second trial? Shuofan stilled himself and asked. The big man smirked, grabbed his shoulder and threw him. Allow me, ha ha ha, whoosh. Aw! As Shuofan's wailing faded in the distance, the big man nodded, just as an old man appeared behind. He was the same old guy Shuofan met on the nether seashore. The demon transformation art didn't reject it. He has only begun stepping on the path of tyranny, but he did receive it. The big man sighed. The old man nodded. This way, our plan is finally showing hope. Boom! A huge explosion happened above the nether sea, causing it to roil. The two exchanged a glance and turned grave. A heavenly sovereign! In the gloom of the seabed, something smashed into a 2-meter-tall wooden gate, turning it into splinters. Where am I? Shuofan stood up, dusting himself off, and looked at his surroundings. Who? A black smoke rose, shooting before him. After all these eons, I finally get to see someone reaching the second trial. Ha ha ha! Shuofan jumped in fright, putting 100 meters between them. Looking back, he only saw black mist. Senior, are you the second guardian? Thinking he was renowned as well, Shuofan gave a deep bow, sizing the hidden figure and the ruined gate. That's the second trial's gate? Did I just cross it? The black mist cackled. Hi, of course. What else would you call smashing straight through the gate? What next, senior? How do I pass the trial? Beat me. Just like the first trial? Shuofan shouted. The black energy mocked. I'm not so honest and kind like that yokel to give you a warm-up. I'm more blunt. In this trial, your life's at stake. You either pass or be buried here. Shuofan shuddered in shock. Having passed the first trial, he knew the Guardians were great men. The big man had no intention of killing him, instead guiding him on a new path. This man, however, went straight to a deathmatch. I know nothing about him. How do I win? Senior, are there any rules? Will you stay as Spirit King when fighting? Ha ha ha, you're overthinking things. I'm not as chatty as that yokel going all out. Ha ha ha. Take this. Whoosh. The black mist turned into an arrow and shot for Shuofan, caught him by surprise and pierced through him. Black mist began seeping out of him, with a black figure leaning on his back. Shuofan was utterly confused, but just to be safe, he jumped away from that man. What he saw from afar made him gasp. Why you? Yes, I'm you. The shadow turned around as well, showing Shuofan a familiar face. The shadow turned into another him, copying not just the features but mannerism as well. Shuofan felt he was looking in the mirror. Shuofan smirked. Senior, what is this? This is the second trial, know thyself. The shadow snickered. I won't go hard on you, using only your strength to fight you. One would argue that you know yourself best. But with me being you, I also know you. Who do you think will win? Ha ha ha. Zhuofan calculated, his mind calming. It was baffling fighting himself, but at least they should be evenly matched. A little strategy should bring him success. Against the strange old man, however, if he went all out, he had no chance of winning. This made this trial way easier than the first. Zhuofan raised a hand. After you. Quite calm, I see. The opponent smiled. You must think the fight's in the bag. Ha ha ha, well, I say that everyone ends up losing to themselves. Throughout life, no matter the strength one has, their true opponent is no one but themselves. The man's eyes shone and waved a finger at Zhuofan. Apocalyptic sword. Whoosh. A black sword wave shot straight for Zhuofan. Zhuofan panicked. He copied my skills too? The apocalyptic sword art only came to be from the insights in the other 5 sword arts. He only just grasped it. Even if the other was at Sword Sovereign's level, even he would need time to learn it. This was impossible. One sword is built on their insights. How can... He had no time to answer all these questions, for the deadly wave was upon him. He extended 2 fingers and retaliated with the apocalyptic sword art as well. Bam! The deadly attacks rumbled the world around them on contact, making the sea boil. Zhuofan staggered back twice, while the other stood still. How is that possible? Zhuofan gasped. Isn't his strength the same as mine? Why did he win that exchange? The man snickered. They say you know yourself best, but you're the most oblivious of yourself as well. Zhuofan, do you still think you can win? Zhuofan grew grave, his eyes cautious. His arts were copied, his strength too, but what was worse, he knew him better than himself. Winning won't be easy. Zhuofan found his greatest opponent. Whoosh. The copycat vanished, appearing behind him. Zhuofan was nervous, for the copycat had a golden halo in his right eye. Even the divine eye of the void. The glow turned into 2 rings while the left eye flared with the black thunder flame. Curses! It's my thunder flame void annihilation. Zhuofan was soaked in sweat, his heart racing. He never thought he'd see the day that his invincible skill would be set on him. The copycat snickered, showing the same cruel gaze he himself used on his enemies. Against imminent death, Zhuofan responded with the same deadly attack, his eyes flashing gold and black respectively, as he unleashed a thunderflame void annihilation of his own. Bam! The resounding explosion sent black flames swirling everywhere, actually burning the water to nothing. Zhuofan got flung 1,000 meters, his eyes burning as blood trickled down, while the copycat... Blast it, he's still in the same spot and mocking me. Zhuofan's heart sank. He's godlike, knowing both my skills and ending up way stronger than me on top. The longer he fought, the worse it would be. Zhuofan was at an impasse. The copycat laughed at his conundrum. Where did all that bluster go? Didn't you think it was going to be easy than the first trial? Senior, why must you go so far? What do you get out of this? Oh, you still think I won't kill you, ha ha ha. The copycat smiled. Do you know how long I have been in this place? Without a body. I am stuck in this nether sea for all eternity. Doesn't nether sea have reincarnation? Why haven't you tried yet? Reincarnation. The copycat's eyes turned vicious, his smile mocking. Reincarnation means relinquishing everything. It's impossible for me who has so many things I'm clinging on to. I have my own way, reborn without reincarnating. I'll just destroy a human spirit and possess his body. Alas, no such specimen has darkened my door. Now that you're here, I'll kill your spirit and take your body and be reborn. Hi hi hi. The copycat cackled while dashing for Zhuofan while unleashing sundering sword, heaven-sealing sword, soaring sword, vaulting sword and decimating sword strikes to obliterate him. Zhuofan jumped back again and again, dodging out of the whirlwind of death. The close calls and the thick bloodlust he sensed from the slashes had him shudder. Plop. Zhuofan got struck by 3 sword waves. one through each hand and one through the shoulder. The pain was agonizing, a pain felt in the soul. Zhuofan was used to it by now, though the problem was how to deal with the relentless copycat. Zhuofan brightened just then, finding hope in one aspect. The copycat has taken all my skills, but does that include my recent insight as well? Zhuofan halted his movements under the rain of sword energy, stilling his mind. At extreme power, tyranny obliterated in an instant. Qilin fist. Zhuofan punched, with the tip exploding in a brilliant red. Boom! The space warped around him as the nether sea roiled. The horrible power crushed all in its path as it went for the copycat. Not even the sword energies could withstand it. The tyrannical path he gleaned in at the first trial matched the Qilin's power to a degree that it could take on a saint. The copycat merely smiled, shocking Zhuofan by punching as well, using the exact same motions Zhuofan did. He can copy even this. Ha ha ha. I told you, I'm you. I have what you have. The copycat smashed forward. But far stronger. Bam. The punches met and the water boiled. The black cracks around them spread in every direction. But the strongest shockwave came straight for Zhuofan. The copycat had crushed his attack again. Zhuofan couldn't believe this was happening. Am I helpless against some pretender? Bam! The aftermath flung him half a mile, making his entire body feel pain and weakening him. As he slumped to the ground, he was too weak to even get up. The only saving grace is I'm a soul without innards, or I'd be turned to paste by now. Whoosh! The copycat flashed before him with a savage grin. Ha ha ha! You lost and couldn't pass the trial. I will now use your spirit to be reborn. Ha ha ha. Huff. Zhuofan panted, struggling to get up, only to sprawl back down in weakness. He closed his eyes, giving up. The copycat laughed harder as he placed a hand on Zhuofan's head. It's over, Zhuofan. Divine Eye of the Void 8th stage. Blink. Zhuofan flashed his eyes open and his right eye shone in 8 golden rings. The copycat's chest sported a hole in it as he froze in place. Zhuofan glared at him and his shaking hand. Didn't you have all my skills and strength? Don't you know the Divine Eye of the Void 8th stage can transfer any of my attacks to you through space? Ugh! The copycat frowned then sneered. Of course I did, I just didn't care. Zhuofan stared hard. The copycat mocked. Take a look down. Zhuofan stared and found his chest having an extra breathing hole as well, in the same spot as the copycat. Looking up at the copycat, the chest was healing. Zhuofan was perplexed. Ha ha ha. Who do you think I am? The copycat cackled. I told you that I'm you. Harming me is harming yourself. Kill me and you kill yourself. All harm you do to me you do to yourself. You can do nothing to me. Zhuofan shuddered. No way. Why then are you fine with all the wounds you caused me? The copycat gave an insufferable grin. Zhuofan was so confused. He didn't know what to do. I can't harm the copycat no matter what I do. He's even stronger than me. How am I even supposed to win? Since this was a trial, there had to be a way to pass it. Zhuofan frowned hard in thought. The copy sneered, floating 100 meters above, and pointed at Zhuofan. Main. Farewell. From now I'm Zhuofan. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan was still puzzled even as the killing move came for him. Why does he have my Divine Eye of the Void and Apocalyptic Thunderflame? He even has my recent insight on the Tyrannical Fist. It's like seeing another me. No one else can have my insights to such flawless degree. Not even a sovereign can do it. Zhuofan looked up at the same face marred by the savage grin and spread his arms as he gambled. The copycat sword strike ran through Zhuofan's chest and the two bodies clashed, with the heads facing each other. The copycat didn't look happy at his win, while Zhuofan was calm. When did you notice? The copycat spoke. Zhuoyifan said, just now. I can't kill you since I get wounded instead. This means we're one. You've also been going on that you are me as well, Zhuoyifan. You won, Zhuofan. It looks like I won't be able to be reborn like last time by taking over your body. Ha ha ha. The copycat turned into a black mist and entered Zhuofan. Zhuofan's eyes were vague. When he snapped out of it, he found himself sitting down and unharmed before a broken wooden gate. There was not a trace of battle around. His shadow floated away, forming a man in black 3 meters away as he congratulated, "Zhuofan, you passed. Thank you, Senior." Zhuofan stood up and bowed before the shadow. "Senior, was everything that happened an illusion? Yes and no." "What does it mean?" "An illusion is fake, but the contents can be real and fake." The shadow replied, "Those were the doubts your heart had." Zhuofan asked, "If I had died in there, would I have died now?" "Yes and no." "And what does that mean?" "Zhuofan would have died, while the one who lived, Zhuoyifan finished. My current self would have died, while the old me would be reborn?" The shadow nodded. "You can see it like that, but dying would be an exaggeration, since you're both one. The one remaining would control the heart. Our demonic emperor Zhuoyifan and the current Zhuofan's heart's the same." Zhuoyifan shook his head. Zhuofan came from the mortal domain, while Zhuoyifan was a genius of the sacred domain. Their hearts diverged long ago. "Why then do you still accept him?" The shadow smiled. "As hearts differ, so do their paths. With both of you sharing the same space, it will lead to conflicts that leads to inner demons. You don't remove him but accept him instead." Zhuofan smiled and shook his head. "Hearts change, but be it for good or bad. I can never deny who I was. The path I tread today was built on his remnant. Denying it means destroying my future, just like how my strike hurt me instead of him. For we are one." "Marvelous." The shadow gave a bright smile. "Many saints that have gained power turn their back on their past, if not erasing it completely, focused only on seeking the sovereign stage. They are blind to the truth that this action destroys their very selves. Each person's path leaves its mark from the very first step one takes. Erasing this mark will crush any chance at finishing their journey. This is the reason behind there being so many saints yet hardly any reaching the sovereign stage." "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance." Zhuofan bowed. The shadow floated before Zhuofan and reached with a finger on his forehead, shining prismatically. "If it had been Zhuoyifan before me instead, I would have sent you back. I'm glad it's Zhuofan and now you have passed the trial. Ha ha ha." Zhuofan felt his heart becoming clearer, understanding deeper insights. He found with a start that he had grown in heart and mentality. "Senior, may I go to the third trial?" "Of course, let me send you off." With a wave, Zhuofan found a black gate before him. He gave it a long look, but then someone pushed him inside. The shadow waved again and the gate vanished. Whoosh! The sea-crossing old man and the big man appeared next to him, nodding as Zhuofan vanished. "He passed again. I feared he would choose the old stubborn path. Yeah, since Zhuofan of now is also the Zhuoyifan of before." The shadow sighed and rejoiced. "I was worried as well that he'd become Zhuoyifan, ruining all our hard work. Zhuoyifan is the epitome of a demonic cultivator, obstinate and narrow-minded. He's unable to grasp the core of the demon transformation art or accept our paths. If Zhuofan had been hostile and denied his former self, he would have become that narrow as well and his heart would have closed up. What fortune it never came to be." The two nodded. Many people believe what they do is right while shunning others that do the same thing. They don't realize that everyone else is their reflection. It's funny how the world is filled with fools, fighting with themselves. Our efforts have borne fruit, for Zhuofan accepted his past and steps closer to the Tao. It's too soon to tell. There's one last trial to go before the Nether Sovereign's test. Any deviation means everything we worked for is lost and the final victor will be the Heavenly Sovereign. The big man was grave, while the other sighed. Rumble. The three looked up at the sky and tensed. Our 4 sovereign paths have been holding the Nether Sea for so many years against the Heavenly Sovereign, but with 2 of us having been passed on, there's no telling how long before the Nether Sea falls under his assaults. I just hope it'll be enough for all the inheritances to be passed on. Boom! Another rumble came from above, making the entire sea roil and the sea beasts rushing into hiding. All of them. Ah! Xuefan slammed into the ground once more with a familiar cry. This place was way weirder than the last ones. There were pinwheels, wooden horses, swings, rocking chairs, and many, many more toys. Xuefan's face twitched. The first trial had a huge stone gate, almost impossible to open, but there I gained the tyrannical path. The second trial was facing my former self, to temper my mind. The seniors were quirky and had their own styles as mighty seniors, so what then is up with the third trial? A playground? I wouldn't have bought this stuff for young Xianxia 100 years ago. Xuefan was on high alert regardless, shouting after seeing no one. Is this the third trial? Senior, could you come out? Silence. Xuefan searched around, but there wasn't any sign of any man around. Whoosh. A shadow flashed behind that startled Xuefan. Looking back, there was no one there. Pa! Another person appeared behind him again and Xuefan swished around, but still no one. Senior, please, enough with the games. You have enough power to toy with me to death. Ha ha ha, I am close to dying of boredom, all alone for so many eons. Don't worry, I won't get tired of you anytime soon. A child's voice echoed, making Xuefan flinch. Looking back, he still found no one there. Senior, does passing the third trial imply beating you as well? Why beat me? The child giggled. Since you want to pass, the goal is hide and seek. You find me and you pass. Hide and seek? Xuefan frowned. Isn't that just random? Is that what you think? The child started. Then let's play with the wooden dolls. Win to pass. Curses, now the topic changed at random? There's no logic behind it. Unlike the other two seniors, this guy's all over the place. Is this the third trial's guardian? Xuefan's face twitched and shook his head. Senior, can you please not joke around? I really want to pass, but isn't this a little beneath you? Beneath me? A big guy like you wants my respect. A figure flashed before Xuefan, an 8-year-old child. He might look like that, but the eyes hid wisdom, while the face showed pride as he looked down of sorts on Xuefan. Xuefan had a weird feeling. It was like meeting young Xianxia again. He should have called young Xianxia a senior back then as well, but it was just too hard to say that to someone so young in body and mind. Oh, senior is a dead sacred beast as well? Hey, I'm human all the way. The child huffed and stuck out his tongue. Buddy, ever heard of the best talent in antiquity? Best talent. Xuefan mulled. Isn't that the heavenly sovereign? He's the first among the 10 sovereigns. Bah, his cultivation is the greatest, but he's not the best talent. The child turned smug. Talent is excelling in youth, achieving in their prime, and continues to dominate in their seniority. Look at me, my looks, my everlasting youth. Aren't I an excelling youth? The heavenly sovereign has nothing on me. He can only stay in his 20s at best. In other words, he got his success at 20, reaching a cultivation enough to not grow old only then. But me, I got it all at 8. Who's the genius now? Xuefan sized him up and shouted. I heard that among the 10 sovereigns, the last one is the child sovereign, having found his path in youth. Can it be that, sir? Hey, leave that last part out. The child sovereign's face twitched and sneered. Were all sovereigns yet talk behind another's back? Especially those 3, having no shame calling themselves the top of sovereigns. And when it's my turn, they label me as the runt. Couldn't you have come up with the ultimate talent instead? Are you looking down on me because of my looks? Xuefan chuckled, bowing with respect. Forgive me, sovereign, but even so, sir is still a sovereign, a realm all want to achieve and never could, even if they get a poor title. I'd rather not hear you saying that about me. I'm not much worse than the other 9 either. The child sovereign flared his nostrils, looking at Xuefan with a cold gaze. Buddy, did you come to pass the trial? Yes. Just go home, you won't make it. Why? I didn't even try. You're still asking why? Because you mentioned that title, that's why. Humph. The child sovereign stuck out his tongue. You called me last, so I'll keep you in the nether sea until you rot. Shuafan sighed. The child sovereign looks like a kid, but he's been a sovereign for countless eons, unlike Gu Santong. So how can he still act like one? Just how did he become a sovereign anyway? What's his path? Regardless, he's being hard on me on purpose. At least I've been through this before with young Sanzi. Maybe I'll just coax the young sovereign. Just what made them stay the same after years and years? Sovereign, that was but a slip of the tongue. In truth, everyone respects and admires Sir the most among all the others. Shuafan beamed, putting on an amiable look as he sucked up to him. There has never been one with more talent than Sir in all of history. There hasn't been any youth achieving their paths for so long. Even my godson, Gu Santong, it was because he was a young sacred beast that he had so much power, but he also grew up in the end. Only Sir, forever young, can outclass all the other sovereigns. They must be jealous of your talent to call you last. But Sir isn't last. To me, you are the first. Child Sovereign gave a wide smile. Truly, more real than you and I. Just with your youthful looks, none of the others can match. They must be dying with envy. Ha ha ha. Shuafan smirked, running his mouth. It was an amazing feat attaining one's path at such an age, making him unique, but no one wanted to be stuck as a sniveling brat. The child sovereign's talent was incredible, but he was stuck in this form and could only console himself. Why would any other sovereigns ever be jealous of a shorty? Even Shuafan wouldn't want to be like him. The child sovereign nodded, being as simple as his name implied, making a little flattery work on him. Right, you have good eyes, pal. So you want to pass? I'll give you a hand. Since you adore me so much, I can let you go through. No trouble. But before that, I am guarding this trial on behalf of the Nether Sovereign. I have to play my part or he'll nag me later. Please do, Senior. Shuafan rejoiced. The other trials were dangerous, but both got him something great. The last trial had to be up to par as well, and he was looking forward to it. Child Sovereign beamed. So, I'll go easy on ya, by playing catch. Grab me and you pass. Shuafan's face twitched, shaking his head. Sovereign, isn't this too easy? Does Sir have a deeper meaning behind the children's game? What else can help you pass? Oh, only passing. Shuafan felt let down for overthinking it. He feared it might be something impossible and would have failed. But now it was way too easy and he'd get nothing. I'm so picky. The child sovereign saw through him. Why, you like pain? Can do. The same game. But this time I'll make sure you'll be stuck here till you rot. Shuafan's heart sank. Having gone through 2 trials, he knew the sovereigns had a reason for being mysterious and acting so strange. Maybe the game's the same. Shuafan nodded gravely. Please guide me, Senior. Shuafan shot to grab the child sovereign. Whoosh. The child sovereign vanished then and there, popping behind him on a wooden horsey. Still think it's easy not even able to reach me? Whoosh. Shuafan flashed as well and reached out for child sovereign's shoulder. I knew that even a restrained sovereign is impossible for me to overcome so easily. Shuafan sounded from behind child sovereign, his right eye shining in a golden halo as his hand was inches from the child. Shuafan felt some uneasiness as he continued. Of course, if sovereign used some mystical art, I would never ever be able to do it in a million years. Reverse psychology, is it? The child sovereign's eyes shone and snickered. Relax. I'm quite conscientious when playing and won't break the rules. Though it's not like it'll make a difference, you sneaky rascal. Ha ha ha. Shuafan watched him on top of the strangely swaying wooden horse, just as his hand grabbed at the child's shoulder, without touching him. I couldn't catch him even at such a distance. Shuafan was startled. The child sovereign was on the same swaying horse, giggling. I didn't move this time, but you still couldn't catch me? Ha ha ha. The child sovereign scurried over to a nearby bed, laughing. Shuafan was grave. The child sovereign has some weird movements. It looked like he used the swaying wooden horse to avoid me. Such precision and subtlety is just what a sovereign can do. He's weaker now, but he has experience and mentality to help him take on anyone. Zhuo Fan's brow shook, his right eye shining golden. Freeze! The child sovereign's space turned solid and Zhuo Fan reappeared to try and touch him, only for child sovereign to vanish once again. Illusion? Zhuo Fan's heart raced. I didn't use any skill, having slipped away before you reached out. The child sovereign sounded from behind. Zhuo Fan saw him on a swing, moving his feet around with a smile. So fast. Zhuo Fan gasped. He's restrained yet can move faster than my divine eye of the void. A sovereign is on a whole other level. He doesn't have just strength, but many insights and skills to widen the gulf from the rest. Zhuo Fan was eager to fight, shooting for the child sovereign with the divine eye of the void shining brightly. He flashed on and off, his hands moving and forming a net to trap the child sovereign. The kid's image warped like a mist, small or big, as it slipped through the net with his annoying snicker. The playground found itself scoured by two figures, running all over the place as one chased and the other dodged. Zhuo Fan gasped, huffing after 4 hours of no results. The child sovereign was giggling still from the swing. Brat? Tired already? Look at me. I'm not even out of breath. You're a sovereign. How's that a comparison? It's just catch. Yet you've been up to your old tricks and guile all this time. Of course you'll wear out. The child sovereign sighed. Pal, do you know the best animal to catch a mouse in his den? Zhuo Fan said. A cat. Fool, the mouse itself. The child sovereign mocked. You only want to catch me, not play along. Since you can't go along with the flow, how can you catch me? Do you even know how or where I'm dodging? Zhuo Fan shuddered, his mind abuzz. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them, they lost their edge. The child sovereign nodded. Again. Sure. Zhuo Fan shouted as he smiled and went after the child sovereign. He still couldn't touch him. However, he no longer looked so stressed out, but casual as he went after child sovereign again and again. He got so into it, Zhuo Fan forgot how many times he'd been doing it and instead enjoyed the game just for the fun of it. Zhuo Fan ran all over the place, finally feeling that the child sovereign was almost within grasp. Pa! Zhuo Fan's hand missed the child sovereign, but then he grabbed out of reflex to his side, actually feeling flesh. Zhuo Fan looked back at the child sovereign's smile. I got you. Congrats, you passed. The congratulations no longer sounded childish, his face turning mature as he nodded. Zhuo Fan said, Passed what? Then it hit him that he had been playing the child sovereign's game to pass the third trial. He was just so engrossed that he forgot about anything else as he chased the sovereign around. You've accepted the new change of pace. Good. The child sovereign sighed. Now wasn't that fun playing a game? Wasn't it great to forget all your worries? Zhuo Fan nodded. The child sovereign sighed at the sky. Kid, I'm the best talent in the world, having found my path since very young. Everyone thought I was the strongest human, their representative and hope. But I've become a sovereign 100,000 years later than the other 9, the so-called last. Do you know why? Please enlighten me, senior. Zhuo Fan bowed. The child sovereign continued. Achieving success in youth means becoming the center of everyone's hopes and responsibilities, yet having scarce experience. No knowledge and no guidance had paused my cultivation at peak saint for ages. In the end, all the other 9 advanced, with only me left behind. I was confused, disillusioned, whining, dragging my feet and then shouted at the sky what more did it want. I've seen many famous masters, asking without shame for guidance. I've gone through trials and hardship, only to realize that what I lacked was living. Living. Yes, living. The child sovereign spoke. At birth, we come into this world wanting nothing. No fame, no power, free and light. Only as we grow do we yearn for wealth and fame, pursuing lofty dreams while burdening ourselves with much more and more weights. Myself the most, being humanity's top, I had heavy burdens on me, glory and duty. The joy and pain robbed me of plain living. So I've spent those 100,000 years doing just that, living. I even acted as a child and played with other kids to mend the hole inside me and become a sovereign. My path is that of average, returning to my roots. The child sovereign faced Shuafan and patted his shoulder. Brat. No human starts off burdened. All the worries you have are things you pick as you pursue your goal. By picking them up, you need to learn to also let go of them. Haven't you done just that since now? Return to your roots, that of an innocent child. Observe the world and you will catch me. I can't thank you enough, senior. Shuafan bowed. Child sovereign smiled and pointed 2 fingers on Shuafan's forehead, flashing prismatic. This is your proof to reach the nether sovereign's seat of enlightenment. A harsher test awaits you. Shuafan shuddered and felt a cool feeling taking over his heart, bringing him peace. Sovereign. Where might the nether sovereign's seat of enlightenment be? Shuafan bowed. Child sovereign smirked and pointed at a wooden horse. Giddy up. It will take you there. That? Shuafan winced. Sovereign, don't you have anything normal instead of a toy? It's too. Not flashy enough? I got a wooden lion with a royal air if that's more of your style. That won't be necessary. Shuafan sighed. It's not gaudiness. Just that going on a wooden toy to see the nether sovereign is a little lame. What's so lame about it? I always go over there like that. The child sovereign glared at him. Didn't I tell you to let go? You expect to reach your path clinging onto all those biases from the secular world? Fine, since you won't go home. No, I'll take it. Shuafan rushed to stop him, putting on a grimace as he got on the wooden horse. He struck a funny image. A grown man riding a children's horse. He still looked stylish though. The child sovereign burst out laughing. Shuafan sighed. Sovereign, you must be bored to death, using games to toy with me. But I can take it, for I respect my seniors. Better keep that to yourself and have your last shred of decency, ha ha ha. Go! Pa! Slapping the horse's butt, the wooden horse shot forth like a shooting star. Shuafan was gone before he knew it. The child sovereign smiled. This leaves the nether sovereign's side. Old friend, it's up to you now. Boom. Cataclysmic explosions rumbled as the sky cracked and the nether sea boiled. Child sovereign sighed. Heavenly sovereign, you're here. The child sovereign vanished. He reappeared high in the sky along with 3 other figures. They said with urgency, How was it? Did he pass? Isn't it obvious since I'm here? The child sovereign looked at the sky and at the spreading cracks with clenched fists. How long will it last? The trio shook their heads. Heavenly Sovereign's divine eye of the void's 2nd stage. Void annihilation is designed to break barriers. With only one sovereign path remaining, with the nether sovereign linking with the nether sea, I believe it would last at most 1 hour. In other words, the nether sovereign must pass on his life and death path in this short time before all is for naught. The child sovereign ended. Dark clouds loomed in the horizon, with a minute light trailing among the gloomy weather. How's this wooden horse so fast? The biting winds made Shuafan's ride unpleasant, shocked at the toy's speed. In moments he was on a bleak mountain, with a stone platform made up of 3 square meters black blocks. A wooden cross stood tall on the platform, with a familiar figure tied to it struggling to break free off those bonds. Ching-cheng. Chu Ching-cheng started and cheered. Shuafan, the image of Shuafan on the wooden horse left her speechless. Just where did you find that weird ride? She then snapped out of it. Shuafan, help me. I'm coming. Shuafan shot off the horse before it landed, only to freeze on the spot the minute he touched the ground. He watched as gray mist floated from below and grabbed his legs. Apocalyptic thunderflame eye. Shuafan let out the black thunderflame, burning the gray mist and making it wail. You dare? Who is running amok in my seat of enlightenment? Whoosh. As the eerie wind blew, gray mist fell from the skies above, turning into a dark and aged face staring down the two with bloodthirst. My seat of enlightenment? Chu Chingcheng was baffled. Does that mean he's... Shuafan rushed to bow. Greetings, Nether Sovereign. It's really the Nether Sovereign? Didn't he die? Chu Qingcheng was stumped. Why then is everyone fighting over his seat of enlightenment then? They're only getting themselves killed trying to steal from the owner. She didn't know what to think of all those greedy fools. It was said that the 10 ancient sovereigns fell, and finding their seat of enlightenment would mean inheriting their legacy to become a sovereign. Since the guy was still alive and you're trying to steal his stuff, you must be itching to die. The Nether Sovereign glanced over and sneered. I am Nether Sovereign, ruling over life and death. Death won't stop me. Since my Nether Sea can hold lost souls, why can't it hold myself? Ha! Chu Qingqing bobbed her head. Yeah, the Nether Sovereign is the patriarch of all lost souls. With the Nether Sea holding them, it can have him as well. Those out there must be unbearably naive to go after the Nether Sovereign stuff of all people. But we were not here to take anything, we just got involved by accident. What a cruel fate. Senior Nether Sovereign, we have come here by accident and only wish to return to our world and not take anything. I hope Sir will pardon us. Shuafan bowed. As per your demands, I passed the 3 trials. Please let us go. Chu Qingqing bobbed her head. The Nether Sovereign sneered. Trials? Right, I did set those up so one could see me by passing them, but that does not guarantee you'll get to leave with your life. A chance isn't the same as certainty. It's all up to my mood. Senior Nether Sovereign, are you perhaps happy now? Anything but. Why? Zhuofan and Chu Qingqing asked. Nether Sovereign scorned. You expect me to smile when some brats barge in, messing up my concentration? Rumble. A boom came from up above and the Nether Sovereign turned grave. However, I won't go hard on you and shall give you a choice. One of you shall stay and one can return. You choose. I'm staying. Both shouted at the same time. The Nether Sovereign cackled. Ha ha ha. That was quick. Was I being too easy, perhaps? Then here's another. Senior, you're a renowned sovereign. How could you not keep your word? Chu Qingqing tensed and looked at Zhuofan. Since you're letting someone go, let him. I will become a lost soul. Zhuofan remained silent because he knew the problem was simple and complicated. Neither of them wanted the other to become a lost soul. The Nether Sovereign had brought up this question because he already had a solution in mind. The Nether Sovereign smiled. I told you that you have a chance to walk away alive. Since you couldn't choose it, let me help you. The Nether Sovereign's eyes shot 2 gray rays that created a huge hole in the air. Howling and booming came from beyond. The 2 of them saw familiar people running, chased around by a tide of shadows. He Xiaofeng and Zhao Chun were being hounded by the Nether Sea souls. Bali Yuyu was there as well. What's she doing here? Zhuofan was worried. The Nether Sovereign turned to them. Your enemy and your friend are there. Now, since only one can live, who will you choose? Zhuofan fell silent. Between him and Chu Qingcheng, he would pick Qingcheng without delay. His life was his own, and didn't matter what happened as long as he passed on with clear conscience. But Bali Yuyu's sudden entrance made it harder. Dying because of him would make him feel guilty. Zhuofan never owed anyone anything, and this made the choice that much harder. Go! The Nether Sovereign laughed, blowing over them and sending them among the sea of lost souls. Bam! He Xiaofeng met an old man's palm with his own, sending him reeling and his blood boiling, despite being a soul. Curses! There are saint souls here. The Nether Sea is too difficult. Oh! Qingcheng, you're here. You found them? Zhao Chun beat a soul and looked in joy. Steward Zhua, where did you go? We couldn't find you no matter how much we looked. Are you all right? Zhuofan frowned. They did not cross the 3 trials, or maybe, were they for me? Doesn't everyone have the chance to receive a sovereign's guidance? Whoosh. A shadow appeared and struck for Zhuofan's back, but then a kick sent it flying as Bali Yuyu flashed on Zhuofan's side. Rejoicing, Zhuofan, you're all right? Yuyu, did someone tell you about 3 trials? What trials? The minute we entered, lost souls started chasing us down, not bothering to even speak. I just thought they can't speak to begin with. Why? Oh, nothing. Zhuofan was grave, further proving that the tests were held for him in particular. Further, the only way to find the Nether Sea was through Sovereign Yun's globe. Then there were the Sovereign's 3 tests. Was this all on purpose? But why? I was a mere demonic emperor before. Is it because I found 9 Serenity's secret records? Zhuofan was confused. Ah! Zhuofan startled awake. Qingcheng. Chu Qingcheng was still stuck to the cross, unable to move, as the souls shrieked and approached. Qingcheng. He Xiaofeng shouted as well, yet was happy inside. Great! A damsel in distress in need of a hero. I don't know how she got up there or how she appeared here, but I just have to save her and her heart will be mine, as well as it. He Xiaofeng shot for Chu Qingcheng, shining silver. A huge figure with 8 swords on its back appeared, almost 1,000 meters tall. A saint's unique ability. Sacred body. Damn souls. Leave Qingcheng alone. The huge image reached for 2 swords and slashed. Boom! Tornadoes flew from the speed and power and erased everything in their path. He Xiaofeng's image towered above like a mighty king. He sneered at everyone with pride and conceit. Well, Qingcheng, aren't I cool? Bam! He didn't get to wallow in his narcissistic tendencies as the following boom was from an even bigger fist hurtling his image through the air. He hit the ground hard and shattered his sacred body. He Xiaofeng felt his entire body aching and turned pale. Who did that? Curses! That really hurt. He Xiaofeng panted as he strained to look up. Peak Saint? There's a peak saint in the Nether Sea? He actually died. Before him was another colossal image, wearing a dark face of disdain. Ignorant pipsqueak, in the great ancient war, even sovereigns fell, let alone some lousy peak saints. You dare prance before me? Foolish second-layer saint. He Xiaofeng's heart sank. The Nether Sea is the Nether Sovereign's domain, so of course there'd be monstrous souls. Saint, what do we do? Zhao Chun panicked in the face of such an unstoppable enemy and rushed to He Xiaofeng. Since you're a saint, you should handle it, right? Besides, he's dead while you're alive. He Xiaofeng's face twitched, his heart shaking as he found himself stuck, unable to do anything. He was the Sacred Mountain's young master, with lofty cultivation enough to toy with any other fools outside, as none could do the same to him. Here, though, he couldn't raise his head, for his fist was weaker. Bam! Another boom echoed as the saint's fist came for another blow. Lightning flashed, with the space cracking in places and warmth coming from one hole. That's Yang energy! He Xiaofeng shouted. That's the exit. Use it to leave. Humph, you're right about that. For no matter how hellish the Nether Sea is, a glimmer of hope will always exist. The dark man's hand took out a cup with bamboo sticks, throwing it to the ground. These are life and death omens, with only 10 of 1,000 bearing life. Win and get lost. Lose and you'll stay, forever. The group looked grave. With this peak saint taking charge, there was no forcing one's way out. The only choice was to follow his rules, test their luck on those sticks and hope to get that one slim chance at life. None felt the odds any bit promising. I'll go first. Zhuofan stepped out. Others found this situation a life-or-death case, while he tried to look beyond it and understand its purpose. Since the sovereigns set this up, I should be safe. Without a care, Zhuofan reached out for a stick. The others were tense and grateful. Even Zhao Chun felt admiration for the man. Steward Zhua is a cut above the rest. It's a shame his cultivation is so low, for he excels in everything else. Not everyone can take the pressure of facing imminent death. They were oblivious to the fact that the game was rigged and he knew it. The stick he chose had the word life written in red. Good sign. Zhao Chun laughed. With just 1% chance he picked life. Steward Zhua's fortune is beyond life. Ha ha ha. What fortune? That is a total disaster. He Xiaofeng spat. Picking life means our odds just dropped. Imbecile. Zhao Chun choked. No one else was eager to try their luck. In the end, Bali Yu finally went for it. The thin stick had a black word on it, death. Bali Yu sighed towards Zhuofan, the others tensing. Life is fortune while death is normal. But will such a blessing fall on me as well? What are the rest of you waiting? The Peak Saint huffed. I take it that you give up and choose to stay in the Nether Sea forever. Xiaofeng glared hard at Zhao Chun, barking, Go pick! Since the order wouldn't change anything, Zhao Chun reached out with a shaky hand, picking up a life stick. Zhao Chun was elated and laughed. Xiaofeng's face twitched. Curses! I should have gone instead. Now the odds are lower. Xiaofeng reached out with a trembling hand, sweat trickling down. But then he thought better and pointed at Chu Qingcheng. Wait, what about her? How can she pick one when she's tied up? Her? She caused trouble and was tied up. She'll have to let another pick for her. Her fate is either to live or to have her soul destroyed here and now, never even able to wander the Nether Sea. What? Everyone gasped. What did she do to deserve such cruel punishment? Zhuofan understood everything and said nothing. Xiaofeng's eyes shone and picked death. Xiaofeng's horrified face was pale as paper. The Peak Saint cackled. Rotten cretin. How many souls did you kill in the Nether Sea so far? You should have been tied up as well and die at my hand. Now that you chose death, you're dead anyway. His palm flashed with unseen speed. Wait! Xiaofeng shouted. The savage palm halted. Any last words? The stick wasn't for me, but for her. Xiaofeng pointed at Chu Qingcheng. Chu Qingcheng shook her head. No, I didn't ask him to pick for me. That stick is his. Yeah. Why would you get to pick for her? Because she's my fiancée. I decide everything about her. As if. I'm not your fiancé. Chu Qingcheng denied as she turned to Zhuofan. Xiaofeng shouted with pride. My sacred mountain supports your master and she obeys us. You were always meant for me. You have always been my child bride. Everything you have is because of me. You can just ask your master when you go back. No, that just cannot be. Chu Qingcheng shook her head in anger. You're just afraid of dying and are spouting crap. No, he is right. The Peak Saint boomed. You entered with your souls in the Nether Sea and manifested in bodies. In other words, your soul's energy is under the Nether Sea's watchful eye. Any lie you say will be reflected on your in bodies. As there is no reaction from him, this proves it is true. Chu Qingcheng shuddered, hanging her head in disbelief. How could Master? Zhuofan pondered. They know of the sovereign path on her and they now want it. Well, can I choose for her now? Yes. Ignoring Chu Qingcheng's crushed face, Xiaofeng asked for clarification, then grinned, having extended his life for a couple more minutes. He now had another chance to actually survive this, so he picked a stick again far more carefully. Pa! Xiaofeng chose from the middle and held out the stick with the red word as he cackled. It's life. I picked life. I can return. Ha ha ha. You three can return while the women will stay. The Peak Saint spoke. You also have the option to give your stick to another, if you so choose to. Who'd ever pick death over life? That added part is pointless. Zhao Qin sneered. As he looked around, he saw Xiaofeng's savage grin. What are you doing? Nothing. Just wish you'd give life to Qingcheng. Xiaofeng spoke evilly. As my fiancée, I have to save her. Screw you. Now you care? What about just now when you used her? Zhao Chen's face twitched, cursing inside. Then he turned to Zhuofan. Saint, why are you going after me when he also has one? Yeah. Xiaofeng's eyes shone with savagery, setting his sinister smirk on Zhuofan. The Peak Saint stepped in. Once chosen, only the two doing the exchange may decide. In other words, the one who chooses life must want to, but the one who chooses death must want just as well for the deal to work. It's obvious for a life chooser. But what's up with a death chooser refusing? Zhao Qin sneered. How do you know they wouldn't want to? The man mocked. Vulgar fools like you can never understand life and death. Have you forgotten that the Nether Sea is watching your souls? Your true intentions will be laid bare regardless of lies. That's why the Nether Sea insists for souls to enter. It's like baring yourself and exposing every aspect of you. Xiaofeng sighed and spat. Zhuofan, weren't you always fond of Qingqing? You should sacrifice yourself for her. No, I changed my mind. Zhuofan chuckled, turning to Bali Yuyu. I want to give my life to Yuyu. What? Everyone was baffled, even Bali Yuyu, by Zhuofan's choice. Didn't he always love Chu Qingqing? Why? Zhuofan walked before Bali Yuyu and sighed as he gave her the life stick. There's no need for you to stay in hell because of me. Go back. You're giving me life because you owe me? Her big eyes watched him. Zhuofan shook his head. No, that intention might have been before, but now I truly want you to live, just because the heart chooses to. Bali Yuyu looked at the peak saint with questioning eyes. He is sincere, the saint judged. Bali Yuyu bit her lip and looked at Chu Qingqing as she held her own death stick. I understand what you're thinking. Even though you want to die, I will respect your decision. Both hearts agree. The deal is concluded. The saint spoke. Zhuofan smiled and patted Bali Yuyu's shoulder, taking her death stick and walking to Chu Qingqing. Bali Yuyu's eyes teared up. Xiaofeng was baffled. What's up with them? Why did he yearn for the death stick more than his life? Insatiable fools like you could never understand life and death. The peak saint sneered at them. Then he flashed next to Chu Qingqing and Zhuofan, his huge palm hovering overhead. Having chosen death, this palm shall destroy you. Zhuofan hugged Chu Qingqing with a peaceful expression. Will you regret us dying? It matters not. Not when neither life nor death can part us. Chu Qingqing smiled back, then sighed. I just feel a bit of loss since I don't know where I came from. I had someone look into it. We'll know it soon if we survive. Since death doesn't matter, neither does anything else as I'm with you. Chu Qingqing muttered. Boom! The huge palm slammed down, the two vanishing in a flash of bright light. Dead. Everyone watched them vanish. Then Zhao Chen shrugged. I came to the Nether Sea yet got nothing for my troubles, losing instead my genius aid. Crack. Xiaofeng's clenched his fists. I have it much worse than you. Do you have any idea how much Chu Qingqing was worth? The ancient and fragmented records of the sacred mountains say that she could become a sovereign. It's an utter loss letting her die here in the Nether Sea. I shouldn't have brought her. I thought she might be of help searching for a sovereign's domain, but... Xiaofeng flicked his sleeve and left. Bali Yuyu watched the two vanish with a bitter smile. The peak saint called out before she went as well. Wait, what is it? Bali Yuyu frowned. Tao is descending and the end of days is nigh. The only hope lies with Zhuofan. Seeing your sincerity towards him, I can trust you. The Nether Sovereign wishes to ask you if you will help him. He's still alive? Bali Yuyu cheered. Zhuofan and Chu Qingqing appeared back on the stone platform, with the Nether Sovereign watching the couple with a nod. Living fear death, but that is mere regret of the things they have to give up by dying, the things they couldn't do. Letting go of everything makes life and death meaningless. Zhuofan, you passed the last test. Thank you, Sovereign, for your wisdom. Zhuofan bowed. Only, aren't you worried that I was certain you wouldn't kill me? The Nether Sovereign raised an eyebrow. Kill you? Did you really think I never thought of it? Except for the three guardians, the other testers were Zhuo Yifan from your heart and that peak saint. None of them have ever gone easy on you. By failing to grasp the tyrannical path, you wouldn't have passed the first trial. You took on his fist intent and, while you can't feel it, your body is in shambles. Any more strikes and your body would have crumbled and left you in the Nether Sea forever. Zhuofan shuddered from shock. On the second trial, if Zhuo Yifan had won, you wouldn't be you anymore. Your heart would have regressed to the time of being the demonic emperor in sacred domain, with the 100 years of experience in the mortal domain erased. The Nether Sovereign continued. In the third trial, was it really just a game with the child sovereign? With your spirit king's soul power, didn't you find it odd how you still stood after 4 hours of relentless running? The trial strained your mind. Your spirit would have been spent to death if you hadn't understood the path. Gulp. Zhuofan's heart froze. He always thought they used different ways of teaching him, not realizing the deadly danger lurking beneath. The Nether Sovereign mocked. The 3 trials and the 5 testers all passed on to you their path while also ready to kill you in the process. Nothing is free in this world. The bigger the risk, the bigger the reward, with the reward always in correlation with the price. They were earnest in passing their path to you. That meant holding nothing back, even if it meant ruining everything by killing you. It is the only way to truly invest oneself in teaching, by giving their all so that you can understand them. Just like that last palm, it struck not you, but your heart. Had you not let go of all your worries, even believing to have a lucky break, the palm would have shattered your soul. It had nothing to do with Miss Chu at all. It was all you. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan felt a chill down his spine, realizing with a start just how close he was skirting death. The sovereigns were too playful, hiding death behind their smiles and making me confused. The Nether Sovereign smiled. Rumble. The skies shook hard, the sounds slamming into their ears. The Nether Sovereign grew worried and rushed things. Zhuofan, once you return, focus on understanding my life and death path, as well as the other 3 paths. It's all up to you to stop the end of days. End of days. Zhuofan started, but then a prismatic glow entered him from the Nether Sovereign. The gloomy sky shattered and golden rays shone down from the high heavens. Nether Sovereign shouted, "Go!" The 2 were blown away and vanished from sight. The Nether Sovereign turned to the golden glow above and whistled. The other testers arrived, looking grave. Heavenly Sovereign, after all these years, you still managed to force your way in. Ha ha ha. You asked for this, didn't you? The sky let out golden ripples and a humongous eye appeared with 12 golden rings in its center. It would have been impossible to barge in here with your 4 sovereign paths holding me back. But you had to be suicidal and pass them all on. Suicidal. The first guardian mocked. We've died eons ago. Everyone here is a mere damned soul clinging to their path. How is that suicidal? The huge eye focused on him. Tyrant Sovereign, Shadow Sovereign, Child Sovereign, Nether Sovereign, and Rebirth Sovereign. You know yourselves to be damned souls, so why do you keep fighting me? I'm not doing this out of my wish, but for the world's Tao. But your path is frightening. The old fisherman said, the world is of yin and yang, condoning good and evil within its boundaries, without any extremes. All the creatures had the right to live. Heavenly Sovereign mocked. Tao is the foundation of everything in existence, discarded like a rag the minute the demonic path arrived. The world is tainted, no longer caring about Tao. What's terrifying is the demons in humanity. As the Heavenly Sovereign, I shall stand in heaven's stead to enact the Tao by purging all demons. As such, since you're all born of the demonic path, you all must be removed for being opposite of my path. We aren't demonic cultivators, but people, in coherence with Tao. Nether Sovereign spoke. We seek the good in people, while you can't see right from wrong. Of course we walk different paths. We really are different men on different paths. You want to use the demonic path to fuse the 10 paths, to fight my heavenly path. But all your hopes will be in vain, with your plan in shambles. I will be the one to fuse the paths, and not the one you rest your hopes on. Heavenly Sovereign mocked. Farewell for good, old friends. Cleanse. The huge eye shone in 11 golden rings, unleashing a ripple of light. The Nether Sea vanished then and there, despite the Nether Sovereign's calm face. Heavenly Sovereign, you will fail. Our paths shall bear witness. Whoosh! A shadow flitted beneath the blazing sun, before slamming into Zhuofan's body. He shook and coughed blood. Senior Nether Sovereign was right. I couldn't feel it, but my body is a wreck from Senior Tyrant Emperor's punches. Feeling sharp pain from everywhere, Zhuofan sighed. Those seniors went all out when it came to passing their path, going as far as killing me if they had to. Big brother Zhuo. A cry came. Great, your soul is back. That he Xiaofeng and Zhao Chun came back before and said you and Sister Qingqing died in Nether Sea. You gave me such a fright. Thank heaven Sister Yu came after and said that you'd wake up. Zhuofan looked at Shuang'er and her smile. Then he looked around, but all he found was Luo clansmen. Where are the others and Qingqing? Ruby Cloud sect group heard of Sister Qingqing's passing and took her body. Demonic Emperor, and that he Xiaofeng didn't even look at you as they left. Shuang'er smiled. Zhuofan nodded. Those two only care about themselves and no one else. Since my soul returned, Qingqing's must be back as well. That he punk might try forcing himself on her after finding out she's alive. What a shame I couldn't get rid of him in the Nether Sea. Zhuofan sighed and looked around. Where's Yu? I don't see her. You finally think about her. Shuang'er squinted at him. Sister Yu said she has something to do and won't be back to the clan for a while. Something? What can she do when she isn't even familiar with sacred domain? Zhuofan frowned, but gave up trying to figure it out. He knew her character and she should be fine. Then let's go back. She must have her own plans. Should we tell Demonic Emperor? Why bother? Zhuofan's eyes shone coldly. I've earned much from the Nether Sea and will use them to advance. I don't have time for anything else. When I come out, I'll settle the score with those geezers, humph. The others nodded and looked ready to fight. After these calm years, Steward Zhua is ready to strike the 8 emperors. 3 months later, Zhuofan was in a private room in the Luo clan's manor, having entered it the minute he arrived. Luo Yunchang and the others were left hanging, their cordial mood gone. Dan Qingxin and the oldies nodded. He must have gotten something from the Nether Sea. I should have went as well, ha ha ha. Yeah, it must be something great by the looks of his hurry. They were envious. My, that's a supreme expert's domain for you, filled with riches. The kid is so biased, taking just 2 girls with him to hide his strength. We really missed out. The others nodded. Zhuofan ignored all the chatter coming from outside and set up a defensive array before sitting cross-legged on the bed with eyes closed to ponder all that happened in the Nether Sea. The Tyrant Emperor's fist, Zhuo Yifan's fight, the Child Sovereign's movements, that Peak Saint's attack, and the Nether Sovereign's final warning. Each even flowed through his mind as his energy surged higher and higher. Yuan Qi flooded his meridians with astonishing speed, covering every nook and cranny. Buzzing came from Zhuofan's body as he released prismatic glows. The array had no way of stopping the lights, passing through them and coloring the heavens. What's that? The chatty group outside gasped, watching the sky shining in rainbow colors. Their cries soon died out as the light fell on them and provided warmth and comfort. Dan Qingshun's heart thumped, his voice shaky. Please watch over me. I'm advancing. He rushed into his room and sat down at once to use the prismatic glow to reach the Emperor stage. Curses, that's my line. Murong Lai was also frantic as he went to his room. I'm advancing too. I leave the guarding to you, brothers. You think we're any different? Let's leave guarding to whomever feels like it, 'cause I won't. Ouyang Lingtian went as well. How sly, advancing by yourselves. What about us? Yeah, we're in the same boat. This is a truly rare chance we cannot miss. Yeah, let's just all advance then, and no one guards. All of the Luo clan in the city felt something from the prismatic glow above, their strength soaring. None had time for anything else, whether patrolling or guarding, as they vanished into their rooms to close their eyes. The entire city of hundreds of thousands became quiet as a ghost town, with not even a breeze passing. What's going on? Bailey Jingtian looked at the astonishing scene with a smirk. Thunder Sword King. This is our chance. They're all gone and Zhuofan has no one protecting him. Let's go in and kill him for our empire. Silence was his only answer. Bailey Jingtian looked around to find Bailey Yule gone like the rest. You're also... Bailey Jingtian raged. As a Swordstar Empire's Sword Kings, haven't we been tagging with Zhuofan for the chance to kill him? Humph. Useless. I'll just have to do it myself. Bailey Jingtian stomped ahead. He only got to make 2 steps as his eyes glazed over under the prismatic light show. His rage faded and calm was restored. The grudge is fading. But why? I feel like cultivating, knowing that I'll advance if I do. I can't miss this chance. Bailey Jingtian plopped down then and there to meditate. The prismatic lights danced above over everyone's heads, enlightening them. None of the citizens missed this chance to cultivate. Boom! With a large explosion, a draconic cry sounded. Dan Xianxia's dragon soul soared out and shone golden alongside a 300-meter-long sword. He actually formed his imperial mark so soon. His power surged wildly, growing exponentially. He entered Emperor stage under the prismatic light yet didn't stop. Boom! Following Dan Xianxia were tens of other auras booming all over the town and unleashing their golden aura into the skies. Murong Lai and the others advanced as well. Luo Yunhai and the Luo clan's young guards reached the Spirit King stage. Luo Sifan and the juniors jumped 2 whole stages to the Genesis stage. Everyone was overjoyed and amazed. Even with the incredible spiritual energy of the sacred domain, wasn't this still too fast? The only explanation was the mystical prismatic light coming from Zhuo Fan's room. They knew it had to be incredible. Cultivating under such a light was paradise. So they kept going despite having advanced. For the multicolored lights called to them and whispered deep secrets of the world that made their yuan qi soar. Elder, up ahead is the Luo clan's base. Whoosh! A dozen people streaked the clear sky and landed, with a muscled man in his 30s leading them as he pointed in the direction of the prismatic glow. We receive word from Gambling Town that the clan is refining a sword from a dragon scale is over there. The old man next to him gasped, What is that? Another elder with red hair frowned. In all my 32 millennia, I've never seen such an event anywhere in sacred domain. The whole world knows that any who refines a weapon with my race shall feel our wrath. But this clan just pranced around with their dragon sword without fear. Does someone have their back? Yeah. Another elder with black hair stepped forward, his eyes flashing. Something doesn't feel right. The Luo clan doesn't look like much but does unusual things. Their location is also under some baffling phenomenon. Stay cautious. The others nodded. The muscled man sneered, then came over with a bow. Elders by Long, Qi Long. Hey Long, you're overreacting. Isn't that just a rainbow? I heard they have demonic Emperor Zhao Chen's protection. How is that a strong backing? Moreover, the most they could ever get to side with them are the 7 sacred mountains. But would those old guys dare mess in our affairs? We don't fear even 3 of those mountains working together. As for all 7, Bai Long pondered, it never hurts to play it safe. Humans are treacherous and cunning. What if it's the 7 sacred mountains attempt to taunt us into waging war? Never forget their constant taunts 500,000 years ago over the Fountain of Youth, making our race suffer heavy casualties as we relinquished that precious area. We were lucky that our die-hard resolution scared them off, thinking we'd take them down with us, and didn't suffer further needless losses. For the same reason, we need to be extremely careful against the sudden clan taunting us out of nowhere. Remember the past. The others nodded with the muscled man saying, should we test them? We'll have to reconsider if an expert is among them. Otherwise, I alone am more than enough to waste them. I don't fear even the 8 emperors, let alone this puny clan. A dragon's pride can't be tarnished. Those humans are looking down on us. The 3 elders nodded. The muscled man perked up and bowed before shooting forward. Before he even got close, the sudden boom scared him. A draconic cry announced the rise of a prismatic dragon as it unleashed a golden aura. The dragon split into 5, each with its own color. They circled in the sky and released black energy in the form of a hole. As the golden auras converged, the dragons intertwined their heads and tails to form the frame of a black mirror. This was Zhuo Fan's imperial mark, the heaven-devouring wraith mirror. The black mirror fell in Zhuo Fan's room and vanished, followed by the disappearance of the prismatic lights. Everyone else shot their eyes open, looking at the clear sky and sighing with disappointment. Where did the lights go? Couldn't it last a bit longer? We haven't had enough. After they checked their cultivation, their joy shot higher than the sorrow. All had grown by a large margin. Dan Qingshen, Murong Lai and the other oldies were now peak emperors. Even 8 emperors were nothing to them now. As inheritors of the Sword Sovereign, and having gone through Zhuofan's 4 sovereign paths baptism, the 8 emperors were like children now. Even those chosen from the sacred mountains couldn't compare in foundation with them. For heaven's sake, I told you it was a rainbow. The muscled man calmed himself as he said, that was a human forming his imperial mark. Why did he have a dragon soul? Curses. The punk stole our dragon power to form his soul. How did he do it under our watch? The muscled man was puzzled, but then he shot at the city in rage. A mere human not only stole our dragon power but even used us for a weapon. They must all die. His berserk roar caused the cheerful Dan Qingshen and others to flinch. They focused on the muscled man charging into their city. Puny Luo clan, you have some nerve. I will obliterate you all. Peak emperor power was unleashed, flooding the city with his bloodthirst. The Luo clan would have been hard-pressed against such a mighty foe for sure, 2 days ago that is. But now the Luo clan's spirit kings were peak emperors. An emperor making a scene here? Nothing but a trifle. Where did this guy come from? He's got spunk. Dan Qingshen whispered to the others. Murong Lai beamed, filled with battle spirit. With such a perfect test subject showing up, why not use him to hone our newfound emperor strength? Agreed. Everyone nodded with devious grins. Even Bailey Yulei got excited. But first, form a line. We can't have anyone hog him. Like usual then. Murong Lai grinned at Li Jingtian. Luo clan's original venerables go first then us? Ha ha ha. Don't mind if we do. Ha ha ha. Li Jingtian cupped his hands, filled with battle lust as he shot for the city limit. I'm your opponent. The muscled guy nodded. Peak Emperor. Good. I didn't think a tiny clan would have won. A shame you're a human. Us dragons are 10s of times stronger than you, humph. You're a dragon? Li Jingtian gasped then grew thrilled at the challenge. Awesome. I can go all out then. Come again. They say dragons have the strongest bodies. I'm also a body cultivator, so let's dance. Li Jingtian laughed and shot for the muscled guy with a punch covered in black energy. Bam! A savage shockwave spread outward, causing the space to warp. Li Jingtian's punch landed in the guy's outstretched hand, unleashing a violent wind. His body shuddered under the mighty force. The muscled guy gasped. I didn't know humans could train their bodies to such a degree. A real shame, though, that you're just a human. No amount of training could ever help to win against dragons. Boom! The muscled man shook his hand and shot Li Jingtian back for a dozen steps. His eyes were filled with shock and thrill. Dragons are so powerful. Old Li, use your imperial mark. You're no beast, so don't try meeting one with just your body. We humans use martial arts to our advantage. A shout roused Li Jingtian from his frenzy. Qiu Yanhai. The others nodded. The muscled man mocked. Your friend's right. A mere human could never best dragons in raw power. That's why you humans are so prideful in the imperial mark. Dying before taking it out, I would send you off in tears. Ha ha ha. Those below are counting on you to protect them with the imperial mark. What the hell do you know? They're urging me so I'd finish fast and they'll get a shot. Especially those sword kings. Once they get here, you won't stand a chance, even as a dragon. Those are the real monsters here. You're nothing but a freak of nature. Li Jingtian took a deep breath and made a sign, using the imperial mark he just formed. He came to test himself. But this guy was actually waiting for him to show his best? Don't you know where you are? This is the Luo clan, home of monsters and devils. Those below can't wait to chew you up and spit you back out. Imperial mark, heaven-crushing black dragon. Squinting, Li Jingtian finished making signs and shouted. With a flash of golden, a huge black dragon coiled around an equally large seal high in the sky. Li Jingtian pointed and with a draconic roar, The sea smashed towards the muscled guy. The space around it shook and warped from its power. The muscled guy widened at its incredible power and raised a growing arm. Bam! The arm of a peak emperor dragon slammed into the martial fanatic Li Jingtian, sending shockwaves on impact, yet none faltered back. The space was the one taking the brunt of their relentless power, with constant ripples flashing out. The muscled guy's eye twitched in shock. It amazed him how Li Jingtian had the strength to match his. It was said a human's imperial mark was unstoppable, just like a spiritual beast's tough body. He, however, was a dragon, and ending a fight with a human in a draw would only bring him disgrace. The muscled guy's face turned red. Crack! His body shook and his eyes grew bigger as sweat dripped down. He strained as he pushed harder and sent the mark back. Li Jingtian shuddered and coughed blood. You win this round, but the next one is mine. Humph, you're not bad yourself. It's the first time a human of equal level broke my arm. He looked at his shaking right arm and said, Too bad there's no second round. I can still fight even with a broken arm, but you've suffered a heavier wound, weakening your imperial mark and dooming your fate. With you gone, the Luo clan will have no expert defending it. Ha ha ha. Li Jingtian gave him a dumb look and flew down. I'm not the Luo clan's true defender. I just dropped by for a spar and not to die. Besides, there are plenty of others that can clobber you. There's just the matter of making sure those freaks don't kill you, so I can have my fill sparring with you. Li Jingtian turned to Qiu Yanhai. Your turn. Old Li, what's up with going all out in a spar? It's not about your wounds, but breaking his arm. Won't my spar be one-sided, without going all out even? Stop with the bragging. One hand is enough for him to take you on. Now go. Li Jingtian sighed. The muscled guy was baffled. There's another one stronger around? The Luo clan must be something else to have two of peak emperors. The muscled guy couldn't believe his ears, only accepting it when Qiu Yanhai flew before him. Qiu Yanhai smiled and bowed. After you. Humph, you must be dreaming thinking you can beat me with two peak emperors. Your only chance is to come at me together, instead of dying by challenging me alone. The muscled guy charged. It was clear the possibility of having both peak emperors ganging up on him had him on edge. He wanted to end this fast. It really was a quick spar. 3 minutes later, Qiu Yanhai huffed with a pale face and was bleeding from the mouth. He saluted. Dragons are indeed strong. I lost. The muscled guy's face twitched, downcast as he stared at his singed palm. Screw your loss. He's as strong as the first guy. Now my other arm is ruined. What the hell is up with the Luo clan? How did they get 2 experts at the level of 8 emperors? At least there isn't a third one showing up. Hey, who's next? Qiu Yanhai's question had his heart shivering. Whoosh. A figure in white flashed over Shui Qingjian. She glanced at his ruined hands and snapped at Qiu Yanhai. Wasn't this a spar? Why go all out like Old Li? How am I to train against a handicapped adversary? I can't gauge my imperial mark like this. Sorry, honey. It was in the heat of the moment. Qiu Yanhai gave a goony smile. Train? You're using me for a punching bag. The muscle guy noticed Shui Qingjian at peak emperor stage and cried out. Just how many emperors do you have? All of them here. Shui Qingjian pointed at the group below and they all flew up, with dozens at peak power among the hundreds. The dreadful maelstrom of auras had the muscled guy's face twitching. Curses! Damn fakers, what are you doing siding with the 8 emperors at your level? You could just thrash them and take everything. That's why you challenged us, you have the power. But we've come prepared and won't fail. The muscled guy roared. The people started and saw his smug smile. Humph! No matter how many you are, you'll all die. I didn't come alone. There's 24 peak experts beside the 3 elders. Each of them is as strong as me. None of you will survive this. What? The group shouted. The muscled man smirked. Scared. Awesome. More sparring partners. Ha ha ha. The group cheered in excitement and thrill of battle. The muscled guy was dumbstruck. Hey, have you lost it? Our elders are saints. We also have 24 peak emperors. What's there to laugh about? We're so excited since you came right as we became emperors to test ourselves. Ha ha ha. Moronglai sighed. We thought of taking you with us to spar since you're a peak emperor stage dragon. Since dragons are far stronger than humans and should meet our standards. Alas, look how you ended up after just 2 bouts, you're no training material at all. To test ourselves, we need saints. Of course we'd be excited with your elders coming over. But how do we split them? There's just 3 of them. Wine Sword Immortal posed a very good question. Danqing Shan said, Dragon Saints can't be normal. We'll have to go 3 or 4 against 1, so there's no need to take turns. The Sword Kings nodded. Leave the strongest to me for a while. The group turned to find Swordchild there as well. I'm Dad Sword and reached peak Emperor stage thanks to his inspiration. A couple of Dragon Saints aren't a problem to me. Just leave them to me when you find it too tough to go on. Their eyes twitched and gave him a nasty look. We won't give you the chance. Young Master can just watch from the sidelines. Stubborn fools. Swordchild turned his head away. The muscled guy had a dumb stare. Are these guys human? We came to destroy them yet they take us for training partners? Are they that strong? The muscled guy's beliefs crumbled then and there. What's wrong with today's generation? Since when did humans become stronger than dragons? Whoosh. Dozens of figures appeared, with the 3 dragon elders in the lead. Elder Bai Long said, What happened? Did you meet an expert and call for help? The muscle guy's lip shook, raising his ruined arms and pointed at the hundreds of people in front. The elders gasped. Why are there so many emperors? It's like an 8 emperors faction. No, not even they have so many peak emperors. Success. The elders shuddered, their spine tingling under the gaze of 10 people locking onto them like prey. What did we get ourselves into? Wait. Since when did humans look at dragons like that? We're dragon saints too.